Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 10 of What If I Was Reincarnated in Naruto as a branch Hyuga and awakened the Tenseigan. Let the tale begin. Chapter 381. The next day early morning, Kuroto was summoned to the Hokage office. Knock, knock. Come in. An elderly tired voice came from the other side of the door. Hyuga Kuroto, code name Eagle, a former member of the now disbanded Team 11, has come as per the notice. Kuroto said with a bow. Ah. Hyuga Kuroto, you have come, good. I will keep it short, so do pay attention. As you are already aware, many things have changed in the last week. For your duties and excellent performance in the recent events, and keeping in mind your record for the past few years, it has been decided that you are to be promoted from an UMBU member to an UMBU commander. You will take charge of a newly created UMBU team called Team Ro. Your team members have arrived and are currently waiting at UMBU training field, R3. Your team consists of 5 members with you as the commander. One of them is a new recruit in UMBU, but there is nothing to worry about. He is quite the capable one, so I don't think you will have any complaint about him. Get acquainted with the team as soon as possible, soon you will have a mission to set out on. Sandaime said to Hyuga Kuroto. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kuroto nodded. It wasn't surprising that he would be sent out on a mission soon. Let's focus on the team for now. I do hope they are not some weaksome bunch. Kuroto thought. Sandaime continued, here, this will be your new mask. Your identity is already known to Akatsuki, so some necessary precautions have to be taken. From now on, your identity is no longer Eagle. Kuroto again nodded, and after removing his current Eagle UMBU mask he passed it onto Sandaime, then wore a dragon-shaped mask. Sandaime-sama said, you can choose the new code name for yourself. Kuroto thought about it a little, then said, Watatsumi. I would prefer the code name, Watatsumi. Sandaime raised his eyebrow at the mention of the term Watatsumi, and questioned, any specific reason? Kuroto nodded and said, when a snake evolves it takes the form of a dragon, that is what I wish to be, Hokage-sama. Is that so? Sandaime was a little taken aback by Hyuga Kuroto's mention of such a thing, but after a while of consideration a smile appeared on his lips and he nodded, so be it. Kuroto bowed to Sandaime gratefully, then Sandaime said while passing on 2 scrolls to him, take these 2 scrolls with you. One of them is the scroll of the A-rank jutsu, Rasengan, that you had wished to learn, while the other one records the information of the 4 UMBU who will be under your command. Kuroto nodded, and after taking the 2 scrolls, he said to Sandaime, thank you for your kindness, Hokage-sama. Sandaime then took out another scroll and said, and this one too, this scroll records all the details of the first mission Team Ro will be performing. As you had suspected back then, Kirigakure was indeed involved with Akatsuki. We have confirmed this, and several new changes are happening in Kirigakure. Team Ro will set off to Kirigakure as soon as possible. Kuroto had long expected that the most likely place where his mission would be assigned will either be Kirigakure or perhaps Iwagakure. After all, Kirigakure is as much of a dangerous village as the former Amigakure, so it's not strange that Hokage-sama needs a master infiltrator. But it's not that easy. Kuroto said tentatively, Hokage-sama, the team is new, I need to get familiar with the members and devise a few strategies that we will be working upon. And since there is also a fresh UMBU member in the team, therefore, he needs to be made familiar with all the things. Sandaime sighed, I am afraid I can't give you much time. 2 days at most. Complete all the preparations within these 2 days, and set off as soon as possible. Yes, Hokage-sama, 2 days should be enough. Kuroto nodded. Sandaime nodded with an amiable smile, and said, good luck, I expect good things from you and Team Ro. Yes, Hokage-sama, I will not let you down. After speaking so, Kuroto turned and left the Hokage office. After Kuroto had gone, Sandaime kept looking at the place where Hyuga Kuroto was kneeling and muttered, a dragon, huh? So, you intend to surpass your master? I do hope that you will not make me regret this decision of mine, Hyuga Kuroto. On Kuroto's side, after having left the Hokage office, Eagle, now Watatsumi, was on his way to the UMBU training field R3. As soon as Kuroto was closing to the place, Kuroto frowned as he noticed a figure he did not want to see in the Umbu, not to mention in the same team as him. I guess I need some answers. I don't think he would have joined Umbu without a good reason. Moreover, what is she doing in the Umbu? She shouldn't have been part of the Umbu either. Suppressing his thoughts for later, Kuroto finally arrived before the team. His arrival was also noticed by 4 shinobi, each of whom was wearing an Umbu mask over their face. 2 of them are females while the other 2 are males. After landing on a tree, Watatsumi said to the 4, I am the Umbu commander of Team Ro. Let's start with your Umbu code names. The one sitting on the boulder, the kunoichi with the black mask. Let's start with you and follow a clockwise pattern. The kunoichi nodded and introduced, Umbu code, Akame, reporting at duty. The next one nodded and introduced himself, Umbu code, Rabbit, reporting at duty. The third one nodded and introduced, Umbu code, Hana, reporting at duty. The last one also nodded and introduced, Umbu code, Weasel, reporting at duty. One by one, all 4 of them introduced themselves and took off their masks while quietly looking at their Umbu commander. Because Kuroto is also dressed in Umbu gear, and because his mask has been changed, therefore, the 4 only knew that the person standing on top of the tree is their Umbu commander. Neither of the 4 is yet aware of the true identity of their commander. With an amused expression, Kuroto took off his mask, and said, Tokubetsu Jonin, Hyuga Kuroto, Umbu code, Watatsumi. Commander of Team Ro, pleased to make your acquaintances. Kuroto-kun? Akame was taken aback. She did not expect her Umbu commander to be Hyuga Kuroto, a person she had known for quite a few years now. Rabbit and Hana were also a little surprised, but because they are of a younger generation than Kuroto, they remained calm. While Weasel sighed, the person Danzo-sama ordered me to keep an eye on turned out to be Kuroto-san. I haven't even told him about this yet. Chapter 382, Kuroto said to Akame, I am surprised that you had joined the Umbu, but I suppose it doesn't matter. From now on I will be commander of the 4 of you. I expect all 4 of you to follow my commands unconditionally, is that clear? The 4 nodded together. The rules of the Umbu division are far more strict than anywhere. While on a mission, the commander is even allowed to execute a member should his order be violated by any member of the team. With his main point made clear, Kuroto said with a smile, no need to be so serious for now. Let us further introduce ourselves, the area we specialize in, our abilities, and the things we like and dislike. Let's start with Akame again. Akame nodded, and after taking off her mask, she said, Name, Yuhi Kurenai, Shinobi rank, Tokubetsu Jonin. I can perceive chakra, somewhat good at taijutsu and ninjutsu, whereas my master and main form of combat style lies in jinjutsu. Perhaps it was because of being defeated by Kuroto in the past. Kurenai's confidence at the mention of her specialty being jinjutsu dropped and her voice became as low as a mosquito. If not for the fact that the 4 people being trained shinobis, none of them might have been able to hear what Kurenai was saying. Kurenai may have been defeated pretty badly at that time, but her strength is still a Jonin class in the canon, so she is a good addition to the team. All she needs is a wider vision, as well as high pressure to stimulate her growth potential, and perhaps she will be able to surpass her canon version. Kuroto questioned, no likes and dislikes? Kurenai lifted her head, and said lightly, I like sake, and I hate a certain someone I don't want to mention. Alright, don't mention if you don't want to. Kuroto nodded towards Kurenai and then looked at Rabbit. After taking off his mask, Rabbit stepped forward and said, Name, Gecko K8, Shinobi rank, Tokubetsu Jonin. I excel in tracking and stealth, I specialize in Kenjutsu and Taijutsu. I am also capable of using Totan Jutsu, transparent escape technique. My likes. Hey looked at Hana while speaking of his likes, then said, I don't have anything I dislike. Rabbit or perhaps Hey8 introduced himself amidst his usual coughs. At this moment Hana said with a worried expression, Didn't you take the medicine just about an hour ago? Is your condition? However, Hey8 shook his head, and said, I am fine. After a bit of thinking, Kuroto said to Hey8, Tsunade-sama has returned to the village, let her check your body Haikuen. Maybe she can find a solution to your chronic illness. I do understand that you are a technique type, but for a shinobi, especially for those who excel in taijutsu and kenjutsu, body condition needs to be optimum if they want to display their peak combat power. Hey nodded politely, understood Captain. After that, Kuroto turned towards Hana, and said, it's your turn next. Hana nodded, and after taking off her mask, she said, name, Yuzuki Yugao, shinobi rank, Tokubetsu Jonin, I have some bit of knowledge of Fuinjutsu, and Iryo Ninjutsu, I am also a sensorin, my main ability lies in Kenjutsu. I like Kenjutsu, pleased to meet you, Captain. Kuroto nodded toward Yugao, and then finally turned towards Weasel, and said, you are the last one left. Weasel nodded, and took off his mask, then said, name, Uchiha Itachi, shinobi rank, Chunin, I am average at taijutsu, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, shurikenjutsu, kenjutsu, and fuinjutsu. I love dango and peace, and I don't like wars, please take care of me, Captain, senpais. Ever the modest one, or perhaps I should say careful one, isn't he? Kuroto thought about Itachi's introduction. Now that the introduction part was over, Kuroto thought about the composition of his team, Kurenai, Heiate, Yugao, Itachi, and finally me. I must say, this team is quite a capable one indeed. This also means that the first mission that is going to be assigned to us will be a very big deal. Well, I am certain that as long as it's not a prime member of Akatsuki, Nagato and Obito, there is hardly anyone in the shinobi world I can't defeat/kill, so there is not much I need to worry about. But I suppose I must enhance their skills so that I personally do not have to be part of all the missions. And perhaps I should be grateful that Itachi is also part of the team, at least, I can lead him in charge of the duties unless it's a very difficult mission. While Kuroto was busy in some thoughts, Kurenai spoke, Kuroto-kun. I want to ask something if that's alright. Kuroto said, refer to me as Captain, and as for the matter question, ask whatever you want, although I am not guaranteeing that I will answer your question. If I don't want to, then I will not, is that acceptable? Kurenai pouted, but spoke nonetheless, alright, Captain Kun, I wanted to know if the Akatsuki organization is really as strong as they say. Kuroto sighed, if I am being honest Kurenai, much of the information about Akatsuki was not announced publicly even at the Jonin Council, that organization is way too dangerous. This is not public information and is only known to a select few, but I want you all to know that only 10% of us, including Konoha, Suna, and Kumo, who went on the mission returned. So the amount of danger should be much clearer. Also, not even a single one of them was killed by Amatsukami, each died at the hands of an Akatsuki member. Kurenai did not know what to say and bent her downwards. She is no longer the child she used to be a few years ago, during the night of Kyuubi's attack. While Yugao, Heiate, and Itachi were silent. I will say this only once and I want each of you to be very clear about it. If you were to encounter any Akatsuki member during a mission, then you will only choose either of two things. First is to run, do not fight, just run, because currently none of you is strong enough to be able to face any member of Akatsuki. Second is suicide. If you feel that you would not be able to escape and are about to be caught, commit suicide. Blow yourself and make sure to destroy your brain as well as your body to not give out any intelligence. There is no third option. Is that clear? Kuroto said with an extremely serious expression. Heiate, Yugao, and Kurenai gulped. They are shinobi and are willing to die while fighting for their village, so it is not that strange to them, but to be spoken in such a way, either run or commit suicide, with no third option, it feels horrible. On the other hand, Itachi did not have any change. After some more discussion, as well as appointing some tasks, Kuroto disbanded the team and ordered them to be present here tomorrow around the same time. Then he returned home. Coming home, Kuroto immediately unsealed the mission scroll given to him by Sandaime-sama. Each village has some source of intelligence inside other villages. Konoha is no different in this regard, so, therefore, Konoha had managed to obtain the information about the current situation of Kirigakure. And this intelligence indicates the surge of some undercurrents. Of the 4 elite shinobi of Kirigakure that Yondaime Mizukage sent to Amigakure, only one returned, and that is Hoshigaki Kisame, while the rest including Suikazan Fuguki, Momochi Zabuza, as well as Udatain, the Jinchuriki of Rokubi all disappeared. The disappearance of the Jinchuriki of Rokubi caused an uproar in Kirigakure, but Mizukichi doesn't seem to care and did not do anything about the disappearance of the Jinchuriki of Rokubi, nor did he do anything to recover them, which again caused major dissatisfaction among the populace of Kirigakure. Kuroto's side, it does seem as if the Yonde Mizukichi is being manipulated by Obito. The initial instance of this chapter being available happened at N0V3L.BJN. The Kage of a village has become a puppet in the hands of others. This is the biggest shame for a shinobi village. After all, being manipulated by some is much worse than dying at their hands. Anyway, people of Kirigakure have begun to suspect that something is wrong with Kirigakure, and the intelligence recorded here shows that the flames of a coup d'etat are being lit in Kirigakure. Who will it be? Momochi Zabuza, the demon of Kirigakure, or Terumi Mei, the Godei Mizukichi in the canon? At what point did Terumi Mei take the position of Mizukichi? Kuroto doesn't remember this, but he does remember that Momochi Zabuza once launched coup d'etat that resulted in a failure, leaving him with no choice but to run away from Kirigakure and become a ronin and mercenary so that he can collect enough funds to launch another coup d'etat. Chapter 383. After reading more information given to him, and knowing the exact details of the mission, Kuroto had a thoughtful expression. Village of Blood Mist has never been a peaceful place, and with the rising possibilities of a coup d'etat, the village has become much more dangerous. Not to mention, Kirigakure is under Obito's control. Even a little bit of spark might start a full-scale civil war in the village. Kuroto thought, if it's just me alone, it shouldn't be a problem to sneak inside Kirigakure and carry out the mission, but if take team, row with me, then that's another thing. Aside from me and Itachi, the chances of others surviving will be quite difficult. What to do? Kurenai, Hayate, and Hyuga are undoubtedly genius shinobi, but there's only so much they can face at this point, not to mention, neither of the three has reached the level of a jonin yet. Considering the possibility of Akatsuki Organization's new hideout being somewhere in Kirigakure, if we were to be exposed, then it would be difficult for me to ensure their safety. Normally I wouldn't care about them, but this matter is also related to me becoming a Hokage in the future. After all, if I were to become Hokage, I would need more people loyal to me who are not just being controlled by Koto Amatsukami. Kuroto thought. This is going to be a bit troublesome, Kuroto sighed, and after folding back the scroll, he disappeared from his room. Backyard training forest of Uchiha clan. In the forest, two young figures could be seen practicing shuriken jutsu. The elder of the two jumped from tree to tree and threw several shurikens and one after another. Whyish. 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 And finally, he did a high back flip and threw the last shuriken at the moment right before he was about to land on the ground. Whyish. The last shuriken collided with the second last, which further collided with the third last and started a chain reaction. Each of the 8 shurikens that were previously through were precisely deflected at certain angles and stuck the shuriken practice board. Tuck! 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 After he had landed safely, he turned around and looked at the 8 shuriken practice board and noticed a shuriken each at the center of each target board. Clap! 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 The younger of the two, who had looked at the entire process and then at the 8 targets, was extremely excited. His eyes were shining in admiration. After the elder one has landed to the ground, he hurried to the elder one. Nissan, I want to learn this too, please teach me. The elder one flicked the younger one's forehead, stopping in the middle of his track, then said with a gentle smile, Sorry Sasuke, this technique can only be used in cooperation with the Sharingan, so after you awake your Sharingan I will teach you. Ouch! Sasuke held his forehead and said with pursed lips, You always say this, Nissan. Okaya-san said that you were able to use it even without the Sharingan when you were younger. Can't I learn it without the Sharingan? Sorry, Sasuke, but what Okaya-san said was another simpler version of this technique. To be able to use this technique you need to have the Sharingan, otherwise carrying out all the calculations and determining the accurate trajectory and throwing power in the fraction of a second is quite the tedious task, and will be too much for the human brain. Itachi said with a helpless smile. Sasuke sighed. No matter how much he trains, Sasuke has never been able to match up to his brother. And there is nothing strange about it, as there are several factors involved here. Sasuke may have suffered some trauma due to the past two experiences of being exposed to Amatsukami and Akatsuki, but all those times, he was given a psychological treatment to not develop a deeper shadow of those experiences so that his growth and the mental state does not get affected negatively. But the same is not the case with Itachi. It can be argued that there was no need to give Sasuke the psychological treatment if Itachi was not given, but the decision to do so was based on the mentality of Sasuke, and the difference in their experience. Sasuke has never been as mature as Itachi, so such a thing was considered to keep his mental health safe. The second reason is teaching. Itachi is being personally trained by Shisui and Kuroto. Moreover, with such in-depth exposure to the secrets of the shinobi world, his vision and understanding have far surpassed anyone. Therefore, the increase in his strength is tremendous, especially since his growth spurt has started. While this is not the case with Sasuke, who is heavily sheltered and protected to not get kidnapped by Akatsuki and Amatsukami. And finally, the matter of age is an obvious one. Being the elder one, Itachi is obviously much stronger compared to Sasuke, who is nothing more than a kid at the moment. Kuroto, who was silently watching the scene unfold before him while being hidden, muttered with a hint of pity in his tone, "I don't know if having Itachi as an elder brother should be considered a blessing for him or a curse." Very few can hope to shine in the face of Itachi's talent. Sasuke may have the potential to grow into a god-class shinobi because of being Otsutsuki Indra's reincarnation, but perhaps Itachi also holds the same potential despite not being anyone's reincarnation. Sighing slightly, Kuroto released a bit of his chakra that was instantly perceived by Itachi. The very next moment, Itachi ruffled Sasuke's, and said, "Sorry, Sasuke." Sasuke was confused. Huh? But that was all he could mutter before he lost his consciousness and fell on the ground. After Sasuke was asleep, Itachi carried him towards a tree, and it was at this moment Kuroto walked out, and said, "I am sorry for interrupting your time with your Otudo." Itachi shook his head, and said, "It's alright, Kuroto-san, we were just about to head home anyway." Kuroto nodded, and said, "Your original is still in Sunagakure right now, correct?" Itachi nodded. "Yes, I am a Karasu Kagebushin, Crow clone. The original is in Sunagakure as per your instructions. Investigate things about Jashin with the help of newly assigned Godame Kazekage." Ads by PubFuture. Kuroto nodded. So Pakura was successfully elected as Godame Kazekage? Itachi nodded. There were a few people who were opposing because there is still a possibility of Yondaime Kazekage being alive, but the next day, information and records about the symbol of Jashin were presented before the members of Suna Elder Council, which resolved the issue of Yondaime Kazekage still being alive. But there were still a few who were in opposition to her becoming the Godame Kazekage, but considering that no one else in Suna was strong enough, so things were not that difficult. It took my original only one night to change the opinions of those. There is no use of Koto Amatsukami here. Itachi did it on his own, and the next day, after another meeting of Suna Elder Council was held which lasted for several hours, Pakura of the Scorch was finally elected to be the Godame Kazekage of Sunagakure. Alright, with Pakura as the Kazekage, many of my problems will be resolved. Kuroto muttered, then questioned, "And what about you joining Umbu?" Itachi bowed to Kuroto and said, "I am sorry, Kuroto-san. I know that you instructed me to not join the Umbu to be able to freely move at any time, but, when I came back from my last mission in the early morning today, I was directly summoned to Hokage-sama's office. Hokage-sama, Oda-sama, as well as the other three elders were also present in the meeting. I am not aware of exact particulars, but the Uchiha clan and Hokage faction have had some negotiation, the exact details of which perhaps only Oda-sama is aware of within the Uchiha clan, and me joining the Umbu is one part of these negotiations. I was in no position to refuse the recruitment for the second time. Moreover, this time it was an order from both Hokage-sama and the Patriarch of Uchiha clan. Fugaku instructed Itachi in the name of Patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and since I was in presence of them all, I couldn't inform you of this in advance." Kuroto sighed. This makes a few things difficult. Honestly, Kuroto wasn't much surprised. He had a feeling that something of this sort has happened, otherwise, Itachi wouldn't have joined the Umbu. Under the pressure of those 5, Itachi had to give in. Even Kuroto would have been the same if he was in Itachi's shoes. "Please forgive me." Itachi again apologized. Kuroto shook his head and said, "It does change a few things, but you don't have to worry. The good thing is that you have been appointed to my team. So, it's still not that big of a problem." Itachi nodded gratefully. "Thank you for your understanding, Kuroto-san." Kuroto nodded, and after a bit of thinking, he said, "Since Pakura has become the Dame Kazekage and Suna Shinobi are working in order to find more about Jashin, therefore, you can send a message to your original to come back. The mission that Team Ro will be going for will need your full strength." Itachi nodded, then asked, "What is the mission?" Asked by Itachi, Kuroto looked around his surroundings to make sure that no one was watching them, then said, 2 days from now, Team Ro will be setting out to the Land of Water. The mission Hokage-sama has given to Team Ro is the assassination of Yonde Mizukage. W. What? The assassination of Yonde Mizukage? Even Itachi was taken aback, and can't help but think, are these Umbu missions? Starting straight up with the assassination of a Kage of a village? Kuroto nodded, and said, "Well, it is what it is. Kirigakure is in collusion with Akatsuki, and there are many strange things happening in Kirigakure, so this mission. I will reveal the particulars of the mission to you tomorrow, together with the other 3 of the team, and we have only about 2 days until we set out, which is obviously not enough for your original to come back. So, make sure to instruct your original to meet up with us along the way." Itachi nodded with a serious expression. "Yes, I will do so immediately." Kuroto nodded, then took out 3 scrolls and said while handing them to Itachi, "Pass on the black and red scroll to your original, and the green one to Shursui, and make sure to coordinate yourselves accordingly. Also, this red scroll records the development process of a Katon-based Kekkei Jinkai that I think you will be able to learn, so try putting your thoughts into it." Itachi was surprised. "A Katon-based Kekkei Jinkai?" Kuroto nodded, and said, "It won't go exactly as written in the scroll, and you will have to figure a lot of things out for yourself, but I think you will be able to do all of that if you put your mind into it, but whether you want to learn it or not is totally up to you. You don't necessarily have to learn it if you don't want to, but I would suggest that you do consider it. If you do manage to learn it, then your base strength will increase." Itachi nodded. "All right. I will think about it. Thank you again for entrusting me with such a valuable thing." "No big deal." Kuroto nodded, then said, "All right then, I will be going. I have a few other things I must take care of before we set out on the mission. See you tomorrow at the R3 training ground." After saying so, Kuroto disappeared. With Kuroto gone, Itachi thoughtfully looked at the place where Kuroto previously stood, even if what he said might have some truth to it. I don't think that's exactly the case here. Chapter 384. After separating from Itachi, Kuroto rushed towards the second floor of a particular izakaya. And here he found the sight of a beautiful blonde old hag drinking sake, while a black-haired kunoichi of the same generation as Kuroto was taking care of the blonde hag with a helpless expression, and at the side sat her pig. These 2, or rather 3, are none other than Sannin Tsunade, Shizun, and the emergency pork tauntaun. The kunoichi noticed Kuroto's arrival and waved her hand signaling Kuroto to come in. After taking the seat in front of the 2 kunoichi, Kuroto said with a bow, "I am sorry for making you wait, Tsunade-sama, Shizun-chan." Tsunade said with a bored look, "Look who it is, the pesky little brat who used to be Orochimaru's running dog. You sure have grown up. I never would have imagined that the weak kid of back then would reach where you are now." Kuroto was not offended by Tsunade's rude manner of speaking, and said politely, "Being praised by one of the legendary Sannin is nothing short of an accomplishment for my weak self." "Weak self, sure. So what did you want to talk to me about? Hurry up and out with already. I don't have much time. This is a short break I have. I would rather put it to good use while gambling somewhere than just wasting time with a kid here," Tsunade said while folding her arms under her chest. Shizun smiled awkwardly upon hearing Tsunade's words. "Ah, please don't mind her, Kuroto-san. Tsunade-sama has not taken a rest for the past 7 days, so she is a little tired." Shizune, I am sitting right here. Tsunade berated Shizune. Sorry Tsunade-sama. Shizune apologized. Kuroto said with a sigh, I never expected that you would remember me, Tsunade-sama. Tsunade continued with her bored look, I never would have expected either, if not for the fact that I met up on old acquaintance on my way to Konoha. Kuroto said in a confused tone, You mean? Tsunade took a sip of sake, then said while shaking her head, I mean nothing, I am not in the mood of reminiscing those days, now speak, what do you want to talk with me about, I am running out of time. After thinking a little, Kuroto said, All right, I wanted to ask if you would be willing to take a disciple who wants to learn aerial ninjutsu from you. Kuroto's words made both Tsunade and Shizune frown. You want to learn aerial ninjutsu? Kuroto shook his head, and said, Not me. Yui wants to learn aerial ninjutsu. Tsunade asked with a confused expression, And who is this Yui? Well, she is my fiancée, a kunoichi from Hyuga clan, Kuroto answered. Tsunade said, Whatever, if she wants to learn aerial ninjutsu, she can just go ahead and apply at Konoha Hospital, there is no need to come to me, moreover, why are you the one asking me? If she wants to learn aerial ninjutsu, then why is she not the one asking me? Kuroto said with a light smile, I will be honest with you, Tsunade-sama, it's because she has never known or met you personally. I am not saying that I know you too well either, but at least I have met with you a few times back when I was still a fresh genin under him. Tsunade took a sip of sake, then said, Figures, but if she wants to learn aerial ninjutsu, then she can just go ahead and apply at Konoha Hospital. Kuroto said, She was ready to apply at Konoha Hospital, but I want her to personally learn from you, Tsunade-sama, under your guidance, her real talent can bloom. However, Tsunade shook her head, Look kid, you might be Orochimaru's disciple, but I am not interested in teaching anyone anything. If she really wants, she can just learn from Konoha Hospital. Kuroto sighed, Figures it wouldn't be this easy. If a Sannin were to accept just about anyone as their disciples, then people will never stop coming. Tsunade nodded with an impressed expression, Look, you aren't too shabby at figuring out things, now if you'll excuse me. I have to go and take care of a few things, also mind paying the bill for me, I did not bring my wallet. After taking the last sip of the sake, Tsunade noticed Kuroto's silence and noting that he had nothing else to say she got up and started to leave. Shizune kept looking in turn at Kuroto and Tsunade. She was about to walk away when Kuroto suddenly spoke, Tsunade-sama, I will make you a deal, no 2 deals. I will make you 2 deals, would you consider listening to me? Tsunade stopped in her tracks and asked with a bit of curiosity, What kind of deal? Kuroto said, Someone once told me about the proposal you once made during a Jonin Council meeting after the Second Shinobi World War. The proposal was about assigning an Irionin to each 4-man squad. Although your proposal was indeed a brilliant one, unfortunately, it was never accepted because it was rather unfeasible. Tsunade frowned upon suddenly being reminded of the past memories, and let me guess, that someone was Orochimaru? I am again surprised that he would share such things with you, but then again, it did seem that he valued you quite a lot, be that as it may, what are you trying to say here? Kuroto said, Valuable or not does not matter to me, and my point is that your proposal may have been a very good one, but it was a bit unrealistic because of its unfeasibility at that time due to war. The current situation is not any better with how severe the losses have been during the Third Great Shinobi War, immediately followed by Kyuubi's chaos, then several small-scale wars, and conflicts with Akatsuki and Amatsukami. In these years, people have died one after another. I am sure Tsunade-sama must have been aware of the correct records of the recent death toll in the combined raid the 3 villages performed against Akatsuki. Tsunade nodded and prompted Kuroto to continue. In such a situation, where every life is very important to resist Akatsuki and Amatsukami, the need for Irionin, who can keep shinobi and people alive, is more than ever. Yet, your proposal is still unfeasible. The main reason being shinobi themselves, especially the ones from the major shinobi clans. In particular, these shinobi are unwilling to become Irionin. The reason is that an Irionin does not fight in battle, so there is no glory attached to it. As such, people don't want to become Irionin. But what if this changes? Naturally, changing this is not so easy, there are several variables involved, but let's assume this thing changes, and what if one of the noble shinobi clan were to support this endeavor? Tsunade raised an eyebrow, her expression stated that she was a bit interested, so basically you are trying to say is that the Hyuga clan will support this endeavor? Kuroto nodded, I will convince Hayashi-sama to support this endeavor. Tsunade was now more interested, she walked back, took her seat, and ordered more sake, then said, and are you sure that you can convince Hyuga Patriarch? Kuroto said, I can say so with absolute certainty. Tsunade was more surprised at Kuroto's bold use of the term absolute. What gives you the confidence? Kuroto shook his head, and said mysteriously, I have my own methods, Tsunade-sama does not need to worry about that. What I want to ask is what happens after Hayashi-sama supports this endeavor? Tsunade said after a while of consideration, it could change a few things, but one clan alone is not enough for this. Hyuga clan may as well be one of the two major shinobi clan, it is still not enough. The major composition of shinobi comes from the civilian class, and civilians are somewhat unwilling to become Iryonin, because, as you mentioned, there is no glory involved in it, therefore, they are unwilling to put too much effort into becoming Iryonin. This thing changes when people truly understand the threat Akatsuki and Amatsukami pose. Pausing here, Kuroto looked around, then said in a light whisper, the strength of leaders of both the organization is not something that any Kage can match up to. I know this is not something to be happy about, but what is true, and we need to accept it and act accordingly to it. Perhaps only someone like Shodame-sama might be able to match up to them, others cannot. What do you think will happen when people of the village come to realize this hard truth? Kuroto said. Tsunade had a realization, you mean to say people's faith in their Hokage will dwindle? Kuroto shook his head, and said, it could, maybe, but that wouldn't be the case for very long, and it can easily be manipulated into something productive. Tsunade nodded, and said, that is true, I guess. Kuroto continued, so, as I was saying, when people are manipulated into changing their opinions, they need to be directed into doing something productive, else it will all be pointless, so out of all the options, the option of becoming a shinobi is the best one, as it will give them some degree of power, and along with power some hope. Faced with the threat of Akatsuki and Amatsukami, more and more people would also want to become shinobi, to be able to protect themselves, their families, and friends, and this village they love so much, plus this will also give the village more manpower to work with. Yet, we also know that not everyone can be a shinobi because being a shinobi requires more than just being able to throw shuriken or do tree walking. Not to mention, that even then, there is hardly anything most would be able to do against the likes of Akatsuki and Amatsukami with their strength. Even Konoha wouldn't have enough funds to train so many of them, only to send them all on their deaths. So, they will need to be given something where they can make some difference. And that something will be Iryo Ninjutsu? By becoming Iryonin, people will have a real chance at saving their loved ones or other fellow villagers? Tsunade muttered thoughtfully. Kuroto nodded, and said, exactly. After a while of thinking, Tsunade said, what you are saying is indeed correct, but Sarutobi-sensei must agree to this as well. Kuroto nodded, and said with a smile, Sandaime-sama may have found this proposal to be somewhat unfeasible back then, but he will have no choice but to accept it now. And what happens if Sandaime-sama supports your proposal, Tsunade-sama? Are you trying to say that you have a method to convince Sarutobi-sensei as well? Tsunade questioned more curiously. Kuroto nodded, and explained, I don't but Hayashi-sama does. Hokage-sama has ordered for the non-registered clan shinobis to register themselves in Konoha military. Naturally, all shinobi clans are somewhat resistant to this order, as it will greatly weaken the individual power of each clan. It is obvious to both of us that these clans can't resist this order for very long and will have to agree to it at some point, as they don't have any other choice. In such a situation, if the patriarch of one of the major shinobi clan were to propose a negotiation in exchange for the agreement, and as per the negotiations, Iryonins have to be standardized in each four-man squad so as to increase the chances of survival of their clan members. And obviously, the patriarch of that major clan will propose such a negotiation during a Jonin council meeting, or perhaps during a meeting where the patriarch of each clan is also present, so as to increase the weight of his words. Faced with such a situation, will Hokage-sama be able to refuse this proposal considering all the things? Tsunade was silent. She was left speechless when everything was said and done. Obviously Sandaime-sama cannot refuse, because doing so will have a negative effect. It will cause the clans to back away, which is something Sandaime-sama can't afford at such critical times. Kuroto said in conclusion, so all the three major problems you were facing back then will be solved at once. This kid. Tsunade can't help but be amazed. Chapter 385. So, your proposal will be accepted once all three problems you were having back then are resolved. Tsunade had a contemplative look on her face as she weighed all Kuroto had said, and after a long pause, she finally added, and what is the second deal you mentioned? When it came to the second transaction, Kuroto had a dubious expression on his face. Should I really do it? Should I or shouldn't I? Tsunade scowled when she noticed Kuroto's reluctant expression and said, out with it. Sigh, okay, he said. So, I heard that Tsunade-sama owes quite a bit of debt to various gambling houses in the Land of Fire and its surrounding countries, Kuroto said after a brief pause. Huh. Perplexed, and what of it? Tsunade assumed it was a terrible situation, but debts? Why, of all things, would he bring up debts? Kuroto paused for a moment before ultimately saying, the second deal I'm offering you is that I'll pay off your debts. Huh. Tsunade took a few seconds to comprehend Kuroto's comments, but she believed she had misheard him and inquired, what did you just say, again? I stated I was willing to pay off your debts, Kuroto reiterated. Did he say I believe what he said, Shizune? Tsunade inquired about Shizune's confirmation. If Kuroto-san said something about paying our debts, then I believe he said it. Shizune smiled and nodded. Care to repeat that? Tsunade asked, nodding. As I previously stated, I am willing to repay your debts. Kuroto said it again, this time for the third time. This time she heard it louder than ever before, but when she did, she had a strange smile on her face, as did Shizune. So, to clarify, you're saying you're willing to pay off the obligations I owe to numerous gambling houses throughout the Land of Fire and its surrounding countries? As long as it's not too much, I'm willing to Kuroto nodded. Shizune! Tsunade exclaimed. Yes, Tsunade-sama, Shizune responded hurriedly. Add up the total and give it to the brat, along with a list of all the individual gaming establishments to which we owe money. Tsunade gave Shizune instructions with a solemn gaze. Yes, Tsunade-sama, I'll go ahead and do it. Shizune nodded and reached into her kimono for a black diary, which she began to tally up. How much debt does she owe? Kuroto wondered, as the speed at which the two of them worked convinced him that he had made a mistake here. All I ask is that it be something I can afford. Kuroto had to wait 5 minutes for Shizune to complete, and at that time, Tsunade kept ordering sake after sake after sake. Sigh, as long as Yui can learn under Tsunade-sama's instruction, it will be worth it, Kuroto thought as he felt more and more that he had made a foolish decision here. Tsunade-sama, here you go. After adding up the total, Shizune handed the document to Tsunade, who checked it over to make sure nothing was missing. It was no issue to add 2 or 3 more, but none should be left. All right, the list is spot on, here you go, brat, Tsunade nodded and handed Kuroto the list. I proposed it, and I can't back out now, Kuroto thought as he nervously grabbed the list from Tsunade's grip. Then he turned the page to see the total. Huh. Kuroto was taken aback at the sum. What exactly is it? You won't be able to back out now, kid. Tsunade remarked, with a look on his face that stated, I'm not going to let you back away here. Well, this is an unexpectedly lower amount. Kuroto grumbled. It's less? She muttered in surprise. Are you sure? Tsunade inquired to confirm. It's only 85.345 million ryo, Kuroto said, nodding. This sum isn't excessive, phew. With the legendary sucker's fame, I estimated that the sum may reach several 100 million rios. Surprisingly, you appear to be rather moderate. Tsunade and Shizen exchanged puzzled looks, and they both wondered aloud, how wealthy is the Hyuga clan? Cough cough. Anyway, as I previously stated, I am also willing to pay off your debts. Now that both deals have been proposed, Tsunade-sama, it's your turn. I give you my word, Tsunade said with a nod. If you manage to keep your half of the bargain, I'll accept the Kunoichi Hyuga Yui, your fiancé to be exact, as my disciple. Thank you very much, Tsunade-sama. Kuroto exclaimed, relieved. But before everything, there's one thing I want to make clear with you, Tsunade continued, nodding. Regardless of how much work I put into training her, it'll all come down to the girl herself. It will be up to her if she can learn everything or not. Iryo ninjutsu has the same depths as Fuinjutsu and other high-end kinjutsu, so it all comes down to her perseverance and talent. If she can learn, I'll keep teaching her everything I know. If she can't, there's nothing I can do. I understand, Kuroto said, nodding. I have faith in Yui. She will not only maintain but even surpass you, Tsunade-sama. Tsunade chuckled. If that's the case, I guess I'll be looking forward to the day it happens. With that decided, I will be taking my leave now, Kuroto said as he stood up after placing some Ryo bills on the table. I'm sorry for having to continue, please forgive me, but I need to attend to some business. Goodbye, Tsunade-sama, it was a wonderful talk. As Kuroto walked away, Tsunade nodded and said nothing further. Tsunade-sama, was it really all right? Shizen asked after Kuroto had left. You stated before we arrived in Konoha that you have no plans to accomplish anything. Even when Jiraiya-sama delivered Hokage-sama's command, you consented on the condition that you would simply assist with Kyoba-sama's therapy and thereafter do nothing else. And now? Tsunade remained silent until she took another sip of sake and replied, I don't know. Shizen. When I saw Orochimaru a few days ago, he told me about some of the finer nuances that have been going on in the shinobi world, facts that most people are unaware of. Orochimaru has determined, based on all he has theorized thus far, that the current direction of the guiding winds is more unpredictable than it has ever been, and that a new era awaits us. But even for someone like him, predicting what that new period would bring is incredibly difficult. It's difficult to say whether this will be a brighter and more tranquil era or a darker and more chaotic one than ever before, especially since Amatsukumi's current intentions remain unknown. But one thing is certain, this new period will only come after horrific conflicts, and one of those wars, in particular, will be more dangerous and devastating than anything ever seen or known. I'm not sure what type of drivel he was spewing, but the things he said reminded me of Jiraiya's Child of Prophecy, and at the heart of it all is the concept of change. Whether it's Orochimaru or Jiraiya, they're both saying it. So, I've reached the conclusion that there may be some truth to it, and that Konoha will need all the support it can get if it is to survive these changes. My mission as an Iryonin will remain unchanged, to save as many lives as possible. But Tsunade-sama, your Shizen intended to bring up Tsunade's aversion to blood. A shift is upon us, time waits for none, Tsunade stated. I'm afraid I won't be able to continue to wallow in my anxieties and despair. As Senju Hashirama's only living descendant, I must do everything in my power to guarantee that his legacy carries on. Tsunade stood up after finishing the last sip of sake and said, Come on Shizen, we can't keep wasting our time here, we have a lot of work to do. Shizen was taken aback by Tsunade's resolute expression, the same determined expression Tsunade had been missing for almost a decade. However, she appears to have undergone some change since her arrival in Konoha. Shizen was overjoyed to the point of crying, but since she didn't have the time, she nodded to Tsunade, stood up, and followed her with a determined expression. There is a shift in the horizon. We must do everything possible to ensure Konoha's survival. Chapter 386, Kuroto was on his way to the Hyuga clan after leaving Izakaya. Now that Tsunade has been persuaded, he must complete his part of the bargain. The issue of cash to pay off Tsunade's debts is entirely his responsibility, and Kuroto would not engage the clan in it, but for the first deal, the Hyuga patriarch must be persuaded. Kuroto's belief in his ability to persuade Hyuga Hayashi is based on two factors. Shursue's Kodo Ematsukami is clearly the first. Even if all of his previous efforts to persuade the patriarch fail, he can always use Kodo Ematsukami, which is guaranteed to work. The second is Konoha's current state, which is complicated by the fact that no clan can oppose the Hokage's order, therefore the clans will have to make the most of it. Sandaime-sama's defeat has had a significant impact on his political influence, therefore the notion of electing the next Hokage is on everyone's mind. Of all the candidates the village has at the moment, Senju Tsunade is the best fit in terms of status, reputation, fame, and ability. And if the Hyuga clan assists Tsunade-sama in a project that will greatly benefit Konoha, and if one of their clan members becomes a disciple of the next Hokage, the clan's reputation and authority will greatly improve. As a result, Kuroto believes the Hyuga patriarch will not refute the subject. Kuroto's brows pinched and a glimmer of doubt flickered across his face as he approached the Hyuga clan compound and walked in the direction of the patriarch's residence. This is because he noticed that clan members' gazes were oddly following him. Clan members were courteous and greeted him one by one with respect and admiration, as is customary. It appeared that they all admired and respected him, and perhaps they did, but upon closer inspection, it was easy to see that there were traces of fear in their eyes as well, and as a result, they were all keeping a safe distance from him. I wonder what the reason is. Kuroto pondered. He didn't seem to mind because there were no signs of hatred in their eyes, only worry. Fear fueled by hatred should not be taken lightly, but fear fueled by worry is a different story. I believe it's due to Asahi-sama's assassination. Kuroto muttered towards the end. Hyuga Asahi's killer was never apprehended. Kuroto was also considered a suspect because he expressed his displeasure with the Hyuga clan's rigid stance toward Gentle Fist, as well as a few needless rituals, only a few days before the murder. Of course, nothing was confirmed, and since Hyuga Hayashi insisted that it couldn't be Hyuga Kuroto, Kuroto was never involved in the situation, but there was still some displeasure. Kuroto, understandably, is unconcerned about what everyone else thinks, and as a result, he is uninterested in the situation. Kuroto arrived at the Hyuga patriarch's residence after a long walk and was immediately met by one of the maidservants, who said, "Kuroto-sama, the patriarch is waiting for you in his study, please follow me." Kuroto currently holds a position in the Hyuga clan that is second only to the patriarch, elders, and Hizashi. As a result, the patriarch was immediately informed of his visit so that neither of them wasted time. Kuroto politely nodded and trailed behind the maidservant. Kuroto quickly arrived in the patriarch's study after following the servant. "I am happy to see that you returned safely from Amage Cure, Kuroto-kun," the patriarch said, looking at Kuroto up and down to check on his well-being. "Please have a seat when you come in." "Thank you for your concern, Hayashi-sama." Kuroto nodded and sat in front of the patriarch in the traditional Seiza stance. The maidservant brewed tea for the two and passed the teacups as they sat in silence for a while. Kuroto was the first to break the silence after the maidservant had excused herself, saying, "Yui told me about Himeji-sama. Everything has to end one day or another, the same goes for a human's life. I am only grateful that Himeji-san passed away quietly with a smile, even during the last minutes of her life. She was touching our girl's sleeping head," Hayashi remarked after a brief pause. "If she had a regret, it was that she wouldn't be able to see our daughters grow up, but she had enough faith in them to know that they would both grow up to be powerful kunoichi the Hyuga clan could be proud of." Kuroto nodded, and the room was silent once more as the two people sat quietly. "It's strange that people can find serenity even when they're dead. It makes me wonder what the point of life is," mumbled Hayashi, then asked Kuroto, "What is your opinion of life, Kuroto-kun?" Kuroto pondered the subject for a moment before responding, "I believe that life itself has no significance. Each of us has meaning in our lives that we bring into it. The meaning we bring into our lives is derived from our beliefs and ideologies, which are shaped by our experiences and knowledge, and our experience and knowledge are derived from life itself." "So life is a never-ending loop in your opinion?" Hayashi inquired after interpreting Kuroto's words. Ads by PubFuture. Death is only the end of our bodily forms, our souls remain on and may reincarnate. So, sure, I believe in a never-ending cycle of life. Kuroto agreed with a nod. Ha ha ha, that is a truly unusual notion. I'll think about it while I think about stuff. Hayashi-sama stated with a nod, then added, I am truly delighted that you have returned safely, Kuroto-kun, and I also want to congratulate you on your promotion to Umbu Squad Commander. YR and Yui's elevation to Jonin will be decided by a vote of the Hyuga clan. You won't be promoted formally while you're in Umbu, but you can be confident that you're already an unofficial Jonin. On the other hand, in a few days, Yui will be promoted to Jonin rank. Kuroto is important to Hyuga Hayashi since he is one of the pillars who can help the Hyuga clan in the future. And this concern stems from the fact that the child has done a lot for the clan. Even if unwittingly, the clan has benefited from Hyuga Kuroto's efforts, therefore it is normal for him to be concerned about Kuroto as the patriarch. I am appreciative for the gift, Kuroto said with a bow. No need to worry, Hayashi remarked, nodding. Now that that's out of the way, what brings you here, Kuroto-kun? Kuroto nodded and firmly stated what he had previously discussed with Tsunade. Hayashi remained deafeningly silent after hearing all of the data, particularly Tsunade's plan to make Irionin a requirement for each four-man squad. I understand that we cannot oppose Hokage-sama's command, given the gravity of the situation, Hayashi stated after some thought, but I want to ask you personally, are the leaders of Akatsuki and Amatsukami really as strong as the rumors make them out to be? I'm afraid that no one in Konoha, nor in other villages, is capable of fighting those two right now, Kuroto said solemnly. Even if all of the villages pooled their resources, they will be up against individuals who are gods in human form. A blade that can cut through clouds, and another that can create stones large enough to cover the horizon, both powerful enough to render Hachibi, Susanoo, and Jiraiya-sama and his giant Kuchiyos absolutely useless. When all we can hope for is to find ways to survive, such power cannot be readily rejected, and Tsunade-sama's proposition does just that. As a result, I believe that using these strategies is in the village's best interests. Hayashi was deafeningly quiet at the meeting where the details of the raid were disclosed. At first, he couldn't believe such power existed, but after further consideration and listening to the evidence, Hayashi had no choice but to believe. In such a condition, the Hyuga clan's future appears gloomy. What good will Gentle Fist do if even Uchiha Susanoo, known for its ultimate protection and great power, can't do anything? True, the Byakugan can see chakra pathway, but what good does that do when you aren't even strong enough to approach the enemy? Sigh. I sincerely hope that Hokage-sama can work out an appropriate solution for the village's protection in such a situation. Hayashi said with a sigh, then nodded to Kuroto. I will put forward Tsunade-san's suggestion in the next meeting, and added, before that, I will have some discussions with Tsunade-san, and decide on a few things to have a better grasp of her proposal. You can rest easy knowing that Hyuga Yui's apprenticeship with Tsunade-san will be completed. I would support her studies under Tsunade-san's supervision because it is advantageous to the Hyuga clan as well. I am grateful, Hayashi-sama, Kuroto stated as he bowed before the patriarch. This is the least I can do for the Hyuga clan's future, Hayashi said, nodding. Kuroto nodded and went on to explain a few possibilities. Kuroto opted not to get into the Hyuga clan's traditions and such for the time being. When old fools realize the true face of this shinobi world, their ideals will crumble. Kuroto doesn't have to spend any of his valuable time with them. Chapter 387, Kuroto left the mansion of Hyuga Patriarch with an evident smile after discussing a few more points about Sandame's order and what other alternative tactics Hyuga clan can utilize to benefit from it. Yui's development will be assured as a result of this. There's only one more thing to do now, and then I won't have to worry about her safety, he thought with a smile. Kuroto observed an inconspicuous bamboo tube at his house's gate as he arrived home. Did Yui by chance drop it here? Kuroto asked, frowning. That isn't possible. Byakugan. There is no evidence of chakra in or around it, Kuroto said after activating his Byakugan and scanning the bamboo tube, and it appears to only have a single piece of parchment inside. Could it be? Kuroto was now intrigued because neither Shisui nor Itachi nor anybody else in the Umbu, at least not that he could recall, used such a method of communication. Kuroto picked up the bamboo tube to see what was written on the parchment, and after double-checking that it wasn't rigged with any form of trap, he opened the bamboo tube and took out the piece of parchment as he walked into his house. The densely scrawled language on the piece of paper detailed some tiny hidden acts that members of the main house had been trying to conduct against Kuroto for the past few months. Attempting to inspect his residence, for example, was futile because either Yui was present, or when she wasn't, they found nothing that might have proven his involvement in the killing of Hyuga Asahi, or anything that could be used against him. Those same individuals are also preparing a few additional Hyuga children for entry into Umbu Division. There are also indications that Shimura Danzo has been contacted, and so forth. Kuroto saw the last phrase after reading all that was going on behind his back. Your well-wisher was put on the last line, implying that whoever delivered it wants to show that he is on Kuroto's side. Kuroto smashed the piece of parchment after reading everything and mumbled mockingly, "Heh heh. It's quite intriguing. Is someone attempting to deceive me?" Kuroto can only think of 3 people who could be the perpetrators of this crime. The first is Shimura Danzo. Given Danzo's character, it wouldn't be surprising if he did something like this. Kuroto has some theories as to why Danzo may do something like this, but they are just that. Danzo may be hoping to enlist Kuroto's help in one of his political battles with Sandame. After all, Sandame's power and status are eroding, and several people are developing their own plans to select the new Hokage. Kuroto is a powerful shinobi with a high status in the Hyuga clan, so it's only logical that Danzo would try to draw him from Sandame's faction. Furthermore, given Kuroto's meeting with Tsunade today, Danzo may be concerned that Kuroto, as well as the rest of the Hyuga clan, are intending to assist Tsunade to become the next Hokage, which is something he does not want. The second alternative is Orochimaru, but this was only a passing idea at the time. Orochimaru is not the type of person who would engage in such games with him, especially because Orochimaru is familiar with Kuroto's personality and recognizes that such tactics are useless on Kuroto. The third and final choice is, of course, the Hyuga clan traitor. Kuroto may be dissatisfied with the main house's treatment of him, as well as the Hyuga clan's rigid customs, in the eyes of the traitor. So, by motivating Kuroto by providing him with information on the covert movements of members of the main house, the traitor may seek to incite hatred between Kuroto, one of the strongest shinobi of the current Hyuga clan, and the Hyuga clan's main house, in order to harm the Hyuga clan. The traitor, on the other hand, does not appear to comprehend Kuroto's mental process. Kuroto's vision is not restricted to the Hyuga clan's main and branch families, nor is it limited to the Hyuga clan's main and branch families. It doesn't matter what Danzo does if it's Danzo. I'll get rid of him soon enough anyway, but if it's the traitor, then I should be grateful to him. Kuroto kept walking towards his study, thinking, I didn't have time to find and dispose of him, but the individual has jumped out on his own. Does someone like to play with me? He muttered. All right, I'm all in for it, he said with a frigid smirk as he entered his room at the last second. If they think they can amuse me, I'll let them do so for a time. Kuroto's room at 12 a.m. All right, the medication has taken its toll. Yui is fast asleep. Kuroto woke up and started making some preparations after making sure Yui was dead sleeping and wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. He began by activating a deep Fuinjutsu network around his room, and then around his entire house. With this, Byakugan's X-ray vision won't be able to see through the house, and no one will be able to perceive or sense the chakra fluctuations originating from my house. Kuroto grumbled as he approached Yui, who was fast asleep. Then there's Tenseigan. Kuroto utilized Bansho Tenin to raise Yui in midair after activating his Tenseigan. Kuroto wove hand gestures while concurrently brewing visual prowess in both of his Tenseigan while Yui slept in midair. Kuroto pulled Yui's forehead closer to his own and touched it with his own when he was pleased with the amount of chakra he had spent in brewing the visual prowess. Their thoughts, and, by extension, their subconscious planes, were now linked as a result of this action. The subconscious plane of Hyuga Yui. Kuroto descended deeper into her mental dimension. As to be expected given her temperament, the environment here was quiet and serene. Kuroto arrived at a valley full of white carnations after a long walk. The flower white carnation is supposed to represent purity, innocence, and pure love. And a valley bursting with these flowers in and of itself reveals her personality. Kuroto wasn't surprised. After all, he knows her like no one else. Now to find out where she is. Kuroto wondered as he observed a lake in the valley's middle. The lake itself is very clear and unpolluted. Although there were a few flowering white water lilies floating on the lake's surface, Kuroto was uninterested. There. What caught his attention is the girl lying on the bank of the lake. This girl is none other than Yui, who is peacefully sleeping on a bed of flowers. Kuroto stepped ahead after finding her and soon arrived close to her. Kuroto made no attempt to rouse her from her slumber because he has no intention of presenting himself to her. He merely went about his business. Kuroto weaved hand signs and put his palms against Yui's closed eyelids, murmuring, "Let's start." Kuroto's room a few seconds later. "All right, it's finished." Kuroto lifted his brow back after completing his mission, breaking their subconscious connection. Yui was now back on the bed after releasing the gravitational pull that had been operating on her. Kuroto crouched next to Yui as she lay back on the bed, checking her status to ensure that everything was in order and that neither she nor anybody else could detect anything. "Now your safety will not be a concern, so I can rest assured," Kuroto muttered as he kissed her forehead and tenderly rubbed her head. Of course, having her study under Tsunade offers Kuroto a lot of comforts, but it's not enough. Given that someone from the Hyuga clan could be an adversary as well, Kuroto must ensure that the effect of caged bird Juinjutsu is reduced on her. After all, if the enemy turns out to be someone from the main house, that person now has Kuroto's vulnerability in his hands. As a result, Kuroto has added something additional, which will protect her not only from the harsh instructions issued by caged bird Juinjutsu but also from other moments of great desperation when her life is on the line and no other source of support is available. Kuroto then went back to sleep after deactivating his Tenseigan and the Fuinjutsu network that had spread throughout his residence. Chapter 388, the next day's early morning. Watatsumi arrived at the training field, R3, where the newly formed team, Rho, was to be assembled for some combat training and to receive the basics of their first mission. Watatsumi took a quick look around and noticed that the other 4 members of Team Rho, i.e. Akame, Rabbit, Hana, and Weasel, are all present. "Captain!" The 4 members of the team Rho greeted Watatsumi. "Good, you're all here on time." "There are 2 reasons for calling the 4 of you in the early morning," Watatsumi said after a brief pause. "First, we need to figure out what combat methods we'll use on missions. Each of you has told me about your skill sets and areas of specialization. As the captain of Team Rho, I now need to know your skill level and the current strength of the 4 of you in order to design appropriate fighting strategies." "How are you going to do it, Captain?" Weasel inquired as he raised his hand. "Of course, by direct combat." Watatsumi responded to Weasel's query. "It makes sense," Rabbit and Hana exchanged nods. "And what is the second reason?" Akame inquired. "I'm glad you inquired. Here is a scroll in my hand. It records the second reason for calling out the 4 of you. As the captain of Team Rho, I am assigning the 4 of you a mission, and the mission is to steal this scroll from me," Watatsumi said, pulling a white scroll from his shinobi bag. "Use any and all methods necessary, or better yet, I'm ordering you 4 to use every means and tactic available to you, from the brightest and most clever to the dirtiest and most deceiving. Everything is permissible. Even critical damage or killing me is permitted, but you must steal this scroll from me within the 24-hour time restriction. Please keep in mind that if the 4 of you fail to perform this duty, you will all be expelled out of the Umbu department, understand?" "Are you serious, Captain?" Hana inquired, surprised. "Yes, even if you're the team's captain, and even if you're stronger than all 4 of us, you'd be battling all 4 of us at the same moment," Akame frowned as she spoke. "Not to mention ordering us to use any and all means during practice," says the narrator. Rabbit added his 2 cents. Only Weasel remained mute, and he began to plan some counter-strategies against Watatsumi. He didn't challenge Watatsumi's comments because he was well aware of Watatsumi's strength. And he realized that defeating Watatsumi would require them to employ all of their might and more. "I am incredibly serious, come at me with everything you have," Watatsumi warned, because anything less would be uninteresting. "Isn't he staring down at us?" Hana asked. "It's not about looking down on you," Watatsumi remarked, shaking his head. "There's just that much strength disparity between us. Try it for yourself if you don't trust me. One of the goals of this test is to provide each of you with a wake-up call. I have gone over each of your records to see what missions you've done so far. However, believe me when I tell. The operations that Team Ro will be doing from now on will be on a whole other level." Hearing Watatsumi's statements, the four exchanged glances before nodding. "All right, if you say so," Akame nodded blankly. "However, don't blame us later. Anyway, Tsunade-sama is in the village, so you won't die, Captain, even if you get harmed." "We'll see about that," Watatsumi joked. "Sure, we'll do it," all four said at the same time. "All right, now that that's decided, one thing I want all of you to know is that I won't attack until you four launch an attack. So you can be patient and plan your strategy, but keep in mind the time restriction. Now that we've clarified everything, the present time is 4:32 and 29 seconds a.m. This test will begin at 4:33 a.m. and end at 4:32 and 59 seconds a.m. tomorrow, understand?" Watatsumi expressed his thoughts. "Yes." The four nodded and prepared themselves. "All right, 20, 17, 15, 11, 7, on the count of 3, 3, 3, 2, 1. Start!" All four of them vanished from their positions and hid away in an instant. They weren't hidden from his Byakugan, but he did give them the time they needed to prepare. Watatsumi retrieved another scroll from his shinobi bag and thought to himself, "I suppose I should start learning the Rasengan as well." Rasengan is the apex of shape transformation, according to Yandame Hokage, and learning it isn't easy, but it isn't impossible. There was a clear three-step process given in the story for learning the Rasengan. Rotation, the chakra must be spun in several directions at the same time. Power, to enhance the degree of damage, the input chakra's density and volume must be raised. Containment, the powerful spinning chakra must be contained in the shape of a ball in this step. Individual approaches for learning these three processes include churning water in a water balloon until it explodes, exploding a rubber ball, and lastly spinning chakra inside an air balloon without allowing it to pop or move for steps 1, 2, and 3, respectively. That is a basic strategy that can assist in the mastering of Rasengan when combined with hard work. Kuroto, on the other hand, does not need to devote so much time to it. Kuroto's chakra control is excellent as a Hyuga, so he believes that mastering Rasengan won't be too tough for him. After making that decision, Kuroto studied the scroll containing the mechanism and an in-depth explanation of the Rasengan according to Yandame Hokage, and then began the three-step process by removing a filled water balloon and twisting his chakra to churn the water inside the water balloon. POV shift. "What is he doing?" Akame inquired of Hana. "Well," Hana explained, "he's just standing there and doing something to a water balloon with his chakra. It's a little aggravating that he doesn't seem to take us seriously." With a groan, Rabbit said, "Ano, what good is it for us to be hiding here? He has the Byakugan, after all." "I'm confident the captain is aware of our exact location," Weasel remarked. "I understand, but we must design a strategy. Moving away won't help, instead, let's plan a strategy. It's possible that if we convince him that we're under his watch, he'll let down his guard a little. So, in order to design a strategy, we'll need to bring out all of the information we have on his skills," Akame stated, and took the charge as she is the most senior of the four. He has approximately 360-degree eyesight with Byakugan. He is obviously very proficient at gentle fist style taijutsu, as he is one of the strongest Hyuga. I've heard he's also a master of strong fist style taijutsu. He wields that sword as well, and there are whispers that he is currently Konoha's best Kenjutsu user. I've heard he also utilizes poisons and venoms, so we'll have to keep an eye out for that. He's also skilled in Shuriken Jutsu. He's also a Fuinjutsu master. I heard a story that he knows practically all of Konoha's Fuinjutsu. Does he employ any basic chakra nature's ninjutsu? He doesn't appear to. I'd never heard of it. He also doesn't appear to be a Jinjutsu practitioner. Yes, but Jinjutsu doesn't work on him either. How are we going to beat him? The captain stated that we must steal the scroll. We do not have to defeat him in order to steal that particular scroll. That is correct, but we must also prepare for the struggle. Getting close to him without alarming him is nearly impossible now that he possesses Byakugan. What if we take advantage of the Byakugan's blind spot? He's a branch house member. That might work. So, we'll do this, and then that, and we do so based on his response. Chapter 389, Splash. Watatsumi nodded in appreciation as the water balloon in his hand burst. It hasn't even been a few hours since he started with the first step of the Rasengan practice, and it has already been perfectly completed. Now on to the next step, Watatsumi thought, and took out a rubber ball from a storage scroll. But before he could start with the next step, suddenly he felt a fragrant odor. Then suddenly vines started to sprout out of the ground from behind him and entangled around his left calf, then the right calf, then the wrist, and then the other wrist, and finally around his neck. Akame's Jinjutsu, Watatsumi thought with a calm expression. He doesn't plan on using the Tenseigan, as such Jinjutsu did affect him, albeit only slightly. And since this is a test, he has to give them enough opportunity to be able to show their capabilities, otherwise this will all be pointless. The sight of the beautiful cherry blossom trees, the sound of the wisp of wind, the sense of touch and pain from these vines trapping me, the fragrance of the falling sakura petals, and the sense of balance because of my movements being restricted. Her Jinjutsu proficiency has improved drastically from the last time. It is affecting all 5 senses as well as the sense of balance. This was Watatsumi's thought. Let's end this, Captain. Akame suddenly appeared on the tree binding Watatsumi and lunged her kunai at him. I can't deny that you have improved greatly since our last battle, but if you think that this alone would be enough, then you are sorely mistaken. It wouldn't be this easy, Watatsumi said and disrupted his chakra flow, Kai. Instantly the Jinjutsu tree binding him disappeared and the scenery changed, but instead of returning back to the forest, Watatsumi found himself falling through the clouds. A 2-layered Jinjutsu. And I have to admire their skills for giving me the feeling as if I am really falling from such a height. Kai! Watatsumi again disrupted his chakra, but again, instead of returning back to the forest, he found himself somewhere else. This time it was a closed room filled with thousands of Chinese red-headed centipede, and Watatsumi was at the center of the room, his arms and legs bound on a metal chair with metal bearings, and those thousands of red-headed centipede crawling all over him, some going inside his mouth, inside his nose, inside his both ears, pinching his eyes, legs, stomach. Overall, it was way too disgusting and painful for Watatsumi to keep ignoring it, as these centipedes had even entered inside his body and were crawling and biting him all over. Kai. Again, instead of returning back to the forest, Watatsumi found himself in an acid hot spring, where something, probably a hand, was constantly pulling him inside, to drown him in the acid lake which was also burning his body. Kai. Tied on a large stake, bare feet with salted water pouring over it, then a few goats appear and started licking his feet. Kai. And again, being eaten by chimera ants. Kai. Again, his body turning something akin to a monster. Kai. Again, bound in shackling stakes. Kai. Again, crows turning into shuriken and impaling him. Kai. Body turning into paper. Kai. Drowning in the depths of the ocean and unable to breathe. Kai. Nothing except for darkness. Kai. Nothing except for whiteness. Kai. Burning to death with black flames of hell. Kai. Freezing eternally. Kai. In a small room with no exit and all the 6 walls converging inside. Kai. Witnessing Yui's death. Damn it to all to hell. Kai. POV change. Did it take effect? Rabbit asked to no one, but he did hear a voice in his ear. The multi-layered cyclic jinjutsu that both I and Akame worked together to cast on Captain wouldn't be able to hold him for very long. He has already broken free of over 77 jinjutsu. He is affected somewhat, but it's not to such an extent. We don't have enough chakra to keep up with his pace of freeing himself. Hurry up, we don't have much time. This is the best opportunity for us to steal that scroll from Captain. Got it, X2, both Rabbit and Hana nodded, and from two sides rushed at Watatsumi, but what's strange is that only Hana's figure was visible, Rabbit's figure was invisible. Cough, spurt. Akame coughed out blood. Be careful, he has freed himself from all the jinjutsu. Hana said, don't worry, from the looks of it, it did have some mental trauma on him. It should take him a moment to regain his sense of balance. At that moment I will fight him. Weasel, mess with his vision, make it difficult for him to find the real Rabbit. Akame ordered Weasel. On it! Weasel nodded, and the crows sitting on the tree branch started to work. On one hand, Hana had already reached close to Watatsumi and jumped into the air. She then swung her sword in a circular motion, leaving a trace of afterimages behind. Then she rushed at Watatsumi to deliver a blow, Abrozukyo. Hazy Moon Night. On the other hand, there were also several invisible rabbits closing in on Watatsumi. Mizukuzi no Mai, Dance of the Crescent Moon. P.O.V change. Huff 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 huff. I have to say that was way beyond what I had initially expected, and I am seriously impressed, but it's all pointless. Watatsumi spoke in a cold tone, Hakusho Kaiten. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Instantly, a protective shield of spinning chakra appeared around Watatsumi, which repelled both Hana and the invisible rabbit, as well as destroyed the 2 invisible Katyabushin of rabbit. Poof! Poof! Plop! Plop! The moment spinning chakra around Watatsumi disappeared, Weasel made his next move. Katon, Gukakyu no Jutsu. Fire release, fireball technique. Instantly a large fireball rushed towards Watatsumi. Akame and Rabbit also used that opportunity to cut off his escape route. Whyish whyish whyish. Watatsumi noticed the fireball, and he also noticed the several shurikens coming towards him. Instead of resisting them, he flickered from his position at a speed faster than that of shuriken and kunai and appeared on the other side. Tuck 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 tuck. Whyish 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 whyish. Instantly more shuriken kept coming at him. Watatsumi also took out a few shurikens from his sleeves and started a shuriken jutsu battle with Weasel. Akame and Hana also rushed at him with a kunai and sword in their hands in order to overwhelm him with their numbers. Ding! Ding 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 ding! A battle of shuriken jutsu, kentatsu, and taijutsu started. Whyish 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 whyish. With Watatsumi now in a fight against Akame and Hana, Weasel made his next move. 8 shurikens were thrown by Weasel that after a series of precisely guided collisions, one shuriken managed to cut the strap of Watatsumi's shinobi bag. Cut! Plop! Slash! Smash! The next moment, Hana's swords that had been cut into several pieces fell on the ground, and the next moment, Akame, who had been kicked in the gut by Suijin, flew out and collided with the tree. Rabbit said while taking out the scroll from inside of Watatsumi's shinobi bag, "All right, Captain Cough asterisk, here's the scroll, I have it in my hand." At some point during the battle he had managed to sneak up near Watatsumi by using his invisibility and Weasel's jinjutsu on him to his advantage. I guess you did manage to take my shinobi bag, but are you sure that the scroll you hold is the right one? Watatsumi questioned with a smirk. Weasel, Akame, and Hana instantly realized it. No, that's a trap. Poof! But it was already too late, as Watatsumi weaved the hand signs, and instantly white smoke covered Rabbit's figure. When the smoke cleared, it revealed Rabbit's body tightly bound by a snake. The very next moment, a scroll fell down from the sky and was caught by Watatsumi with his left hand. Holding the scroll in his hand, Watatsumi said, "Well then, what now? Still want to continue, or would you like to retreat and make another attempt? Damn it, the gap between us has not only decreased but has increased several times over the years." Akame cursed inwardly, but she still issued the order, retreat. With her order, the four instantly retreated, and Watatsumi started to walk away from this place. I wonder how long will it take for them to realize the real meaning of this test, or will they even realize it? I guess I'm going to play around with them for some time. Let's see what they are going to do in their next attempt. It's fun. Chapter 390, fast forward to several attempts later, which included several battles, poisoning his food, use of disguise to sneak up on him while he was walking through the village, even the use of seduction to make him lose his guard much to their own embarrassment, and various other attempts they could use which all proved to be fruitless. We are now at this scene. Huff 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 huff. WH, just what are you? Rabbit said while lying on the ground drenched in sweat. Similar was the case with the other three. Monster, he is nothing short of a monster. Whistle. Well, the four of you failed to steal the scroll from me, so as per the, Watatsumi said. W8 Captain, there are still a few minutes left. Hana hurriedly interrupted him. Yes, moreover, every time we do manage to take the scroll from you, it is either rigged with some kind of trap, just complete blank, or has nothing relevant in it, while the original scroll is pulled out by you from out of nowhere, each time. I have started to feel that you have been cheating this whole time. You have a lot of those scrolls and each of them is just a trap, even the original one is just a trap, there is no original one. When one scroll comes in our hand, you bring out another scroll and make it the original one, Akame said. Weasel was silent, even he started to feel the same thing. Pointed out by Akame, Watatsumi turned his face to the side. Humph, I don't know what you are talking about, clearly, you have failed the test, and now you are just making up excuses for your failure. What to do now? Hana questioned Akame. Akame is the most experienced of the four, and thus she has been leading them all this time, but nothing seems to be working. Should we give up? Was her thought, but then she remembered her reasons. I can't give up. And stood up. I am not going to give up. Seeing Akame's determination, other than Weasel, both Hana and Rabbit also stood up. Anyway, we still have a few minutes left before the end of time limit, we might as well give it a last try. Watatsumi raised his eyebrow, and thought, failed, except for Itachi, the other three failed to see what the true test was. Disappointed, Watatsumi questioned in a heavy tone, is that so? Do you really plan to not give up? No, was all he heard. Is that so? With a mutter, Watatsumi said, in that case, come at me. And then instantly released a very heavy chakra pressure. Boom boom. Crack 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 crack. Walla 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 walla. The chakra pressure was so heavy that it cracked the ground and caused strong winds, even particles, and pieces of stones started to hover in the air for a moment. But be prepared, this time I won't go easy anymore. And next extreme bloodlust oozed out of Watatsumi. Bearing the direct burn of this chakra pressure along with bloodlust, the four members of Team Ro couldn't even bring up enough courage to move a single step. What's wrong? Don't you want to continue? Watatsumi questioned in a disdainful tone. I did not even have enough strength to make out a response, their hair was tingling, and sixth sense screaming them to run away. What will it be? Watatsumi questioned again. At this moment, Weasel took the initiative to speak. Captain, I give up. I am not yet skilled enough to be able to complete this mission. And what about the three of you? Are you coming at me, or should I be the one to take the initiative this time? Watatsumi questioned the three again. I give up. Akame worded out ever so slowly. I do too, Hana said with her head down. As do I. I give up. Rabbit also accepted. With their acceptance of defeat, and accepting that neither of them is capable of completing the task, Watatsumi nodded, and the chakra pressure disappeared, as did the bloodlust. With the chakra pressure disappeared, and bloodlust is gone, their legs gave away and all three instantly collapsed on the ground, covered in sweat and ragged with breaths. Watatsumi waited for three to recover their breaths, then said, so the three of you failed. Three of them had their head down in disappointment. their thoughts so jumbled up that it took them a few seconds to realize that Watatsumi only said, 3? Wait, 3? What do you mean, Captain? Did someone pass? Hana asked in confusion. As I said, the 3 of you failed. Weasel passed the test. Watatsumi repeated. What do you mean? Why did he pass? He too failed to steal the scroll. Akame questioned. Watatsumi said, according to the task I gave you 4, the 4 of you had to steal the scroll from me within the 24 hours time limit, which neither of you managed to complete, but you 3 are forgetting something. That is something which I told you on the first day. Learn to give up. When you realize that you are not capable of completing the mission even when you have tried everything you can, you have to give up, but neither of you did in the fear that you will be kicked out of the Umbu department. It is true that Weasel did not steal the scroll, but he chose to give up the first and accepted his defeat, while neither of you did, and insisted on continuing. Normally this is something to be looked down upon and heavily frowned upon, but do remember that we aren't living in normal times. Here, if you don't know when to give up, then you will never get the second chance. A shinobi is taught to never give up his mission even if it means death, but I am teaching you, learn to give up when necessary. If you have exhausted all your means and the result is still the same and won't be changing with anything that you do, then give up. I know what I am teaching the 4 of you is not correct for a shinobi, and not something we Konoha shinobi have been indoctrinated to follow from our academy days, but this is extremely necessary for us to stay alive given the current situation. Of course, you all could go ahead and sacrifice yourselves for the greater good of the village, but that sacrifice should at least mean something to the village, to those around you, and to yourselves. Else what is the point of dying a meaningless death? While alive we can accomplish much more than if we die midway in doing something that is not worth it and we simply aren't capable of doing. Now, this does not mean that one should always give up. There are times when one can't back down, but not giving up just so you don't get kicked out of the Umbu department, that's something unacceptable. The 4 of them were silent upon hearing Watatsumi's words, and thought, did Captain really say something like on the first day? Why can't I remember? Watatsumi sighed after lecturing them, then he took out 4 scrolls from his shinobi bag, and passed each one of them to the 4 members. The 4 were confused. This is? Watatsumi said, these scrolls record some basic details of the mission that is assigned to Team Rho. Of course, it does not state what exactly is the mission, but it does record the location we will be performing the mission at. As for the further details, I will reveal them on our way to the location. Wait, cough asterisk. Haven't we failed the test? Rabbit asked with a frown. Watatsumi said, yes, the 3 of you failed the test, no doubt about that, but my objective was just to make the 4 of you understand my point more deeply, and I have made that point clear. As for the matter of kicking out of the Umbu, that was just a rational deception to draw out your upper limits. Huh. Akame, Hana, and Rabbit muttered in a daze, while Weasel chuckled a little. Don't be in a daze, make sure to prepare everything thoroughly and meet me here at 11 p.m. tonight. Here we will depart for the mission. Watatsumi said. Hana tried to say something, Captain. But Watatsumi interrupted him, now scramble before I change my mind. Ordered by Watatsumi, the 4 looked at each other helplessly, then flickered away. Each of them had the same thought, this guy is a total bastard. Watatsumi smiled, then he also started to walk towards his home. On the way a crow landed on his shoulder. Kuroto-san, was that all right? Kuroto said, yes, I just wanted to give birth to a thought in their minds. When I order them to retreat by saying that they are not yet ready for something, then they retreat without any questions asked, else Amatsukumi's movements will be hindered. All right. The crow nodded and then flew away. Chapter 391, In the Office of the Hokage. It has been verified, someone is actually preparing a coup d'état in Kiridakure, and this someone is Momochi Zabuza, the demon of Kiridakure, Sandaime remarked, handing Kuroto a paper containing intelligence. Kuroto couldn't help but laugh internally as he heard Sandaime's comments and read the intelligence imparted to him. Konoha has already confirmed the forthcoming coup d'état in Kiridakure and the mastermind behind it. In such a situation, if the coup were to succeed, it would be remarkable and nothing short of a miracle. Momochi Zabuza has obtained the great sword Samahana? Kuroto grimaced as he continued to study the contents. This is a bit of a shock. But I suppose it isn't. Kubikuri Bocho is in the hands of Biwa Juzo, who is still alive, and Suikazan Fuguki is dead, so Zabuza may have gotten his hands on Samahata in some way. But what about Hoshigaki Kisame if Momochi Zabuza has Samahata? The preparation time granted to Team Ro is already complete, any additional time cannot be given, thus Team Ro must race to the land of water, Sandame explained as Kuroto pondered a few things. I'd like to learn more about Kirigakure's circumstances, as well as the current Mizuki's position. Take advantage of the coup d'état and assassinate the Yonde Mizuki Karatachi Yagura if it is determined that anything is amiss with him, as the rumors imply, and if he is the one cooperating with Akatsuki. Understood, Hokage-sama, it must be done, Kuroto said with a nod. Team Ro will be acting alone, and given that Kirigakure is in some sort of alliance with Akatsuki, an encounter with members of Akatsuki or Amatsukami is possible, Sandame said after a moment's thought. Should it become necessary, you can contact Marino Ibiki and the team under him, and act accordingly as per the situation. And then he passed another scroll with Marino Ibiki's contact information on it. Kuroto accepted the scroll with a nod. All right, now that everything is figured up, set off, Sandame remarked. Kuroto walked out of the Hokage office with a nod. I wonder what move Amatsukami should make in this, Kuroto mused on his walk to the training field R3. Should I, like Pakura, utilize Momochi Zabuza as a puppet Kage? Or should I hire Terumi-me for this job? Or is there a third possibility? Kirigakure is likewise a good country to take control over, therefore Kuroto's feelings towards the country are similar to Madara's and Obito's. The Land of Water is the smallest of the 5 major nations, consisting of several islands with varying habitats and customs. Because of its isolated location from the rest of the continent, this country tends to stay out of most political matters. Furthermore, the Land of Water is bordered on all sides by the sea, which has engulfed the land in a dense blanket of mist. The Land of Water's natural atmosphere also benefits Kirigakure shinobi in the usage of Sutin-based jutsu as well as specific Kirigakure assassination jutsu. As a result, taking on the Kiri shinobi at home is a challenging task. The duel between Momochi Zabuza and Hatake Kakashi in the Land of Waves arc exemplifies this. Kakashi was an elite Jonin-class shinobi with the alias Copy Ninja Kakashi at the time in the Naruto narrative, and few people could match his strength. However, when he faced Zabuza of the misty environment, Kakashi fell into a pensive state and nearly perished. Because of their increased combat effectiveness owing to home advantage, Kiri shinobis who have learned Suiton extensively and specialize in silent killing are especially tough to deal with in the misty environment. Kuroto, in fact, understands this better than others. After all, when battling near a water source, his Suijin clone becomes considerably more effective and powerful. As a result, Kuroto intends to make the next Mizuki a puppet who will be loyal to Amatsukami, as this will provide him with numerous benefits. That said, this task may need numerous large fights, and since I am currently unable to employ the full strength of my own body due to a variety of factors, it would be preferable to use Tsukihei clone. The Tsukihei clone is only second to the original body in terms of strength, and the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan will offer me an unrivaled advantage in fight against the Mizuki, who is a Jinchuriki. Fighting is also the best way to enhance soul-body adaptation, so that's one thing, plus I'd like to put Inton, Ashihomi to the test against Suiton. As he approached the gathering area, Kuroto gave a final nod. You're late, Captain. Akame exclaimed. And he was, of course, late. The reason for this is that Sandame summoned him immediately before the departure. Don't worry, I'm not that late, Watatsumi replied nonchalantly, it's just 15 minutes past the set hour, Sandame-sama summoned me for some last-minute briefing. Oh? All right. Akame acknowledged with a nod. Have you all been thoroughly prepared for this mission? Watatsumi inquired of his 4 teammates. Yes, exclaimed the 4 in unison. All right, now that the dust has settled, the Team Ro will embark on its first assignment. Watatsumi expressed his thoughts. Yes, Captain, said the squad. Watatsumi's lead was followed by Akame, Rabbit, Hana, and Weasel, who all nodded. The team Ro then took a hidden passage out of the village and set off in the direction of the land of water. The team Ro then took a hidden passage out of the village and set off in the direction of the land of water. In a gloomy environment where there is little or no light. Where am I? Someone muttered in confusion. What place is this? How did I get here? I wonder how long has it been since I have been here? I can't remember. Where was I before I got here? I can't remember anything, and just who exactly am I? Perhaps I should try to find a way to get out of here, and maybe then I will get answers to my questions. But, how should I get out of here? This place doesn't seem to give me any sense of space or direction. Everywhere I look there is only pitch-black darkness. I cannot even feel any sense of balance. What is up? What is down? What is left? What is right? What is forward and what is backward? Do these concepts even exist here? Neither is there any sense of time. It feels as if I have been here for eons. At the same time, it also feels that I was here just an instant ago. Yawn. I am feeling tired and sleepy. I should probably sleep. Maybe I will remember something after I wake up. The person fell asleep with these thoughts in mind, and didn't notice the change. The pitch-black blackness transformed into pitch-purple/violet darkness when the person fell asleep, with a few traces of light and quiet echoes traveling through, similar to what one would hear inside a deep sea. Perhaps if this person hadn't fallen asleep too early, she might have noticed the changes around her, as well as the two pairs of golden eyes that appeared, or perhaps she wouldn't have noticed at all. After all, these alterations might not have happened if she hadn't fallen asleep, and the two pairs of golden eyes might not have appeared if this person hadn't fallen asleep. It won't be long to Aomahime-sama, the two pairs of eyes close, and just a light murmur can be heard. It won't be long to Aomahime-sama. Chapter 392, taking into account the urgency of the matter, the members of Team Road traveled fast. It wasn't that of a problem considering that each of them had the strength at the level equal or high to that of Tokubetsu Jonin, and maintaining this speed they soon reached the eastern coast of the Land of Fire. Pointing at the map spread on the ground before him, Watatsumi said to the four members of Team Ro, right now we're now at the Land of Whirlpool, and to travel to the Land of Water, we will need to travel through the sea. Rabbit asked, Captain Cough *, which mode of transport should we use to sneak into the Land of Water? Hana said with a frown, what do you mean by which mode of transport? We have to cross the sea, so what else can it be other than a boat? Rabbit said, sorry, I did not phrase my question correctly. I meant to ask, which type of boat should we use, passenger boats, fishermen boats, merchant ships, or pirate ships? Watatsumi said, all the passenger boats, fishermen boats, and merchant ships going to the Land of Water will be thoroughly inspected by the Kirigakure shinobi, and the security will be especially high, so directly using these methods to sneak inside the Land of Water is very risky and will definitely alert the enemy. Akame questioned, in that case a pirate ship? Weasel said, but I have heard rumors that some shinobi of Kirigakure disguise themselves as pirates and roam all over the sea to keep track of intelligence that normal shinobi miss. Now that you mention it, I have heard these rumors too. Akame nodded, then said, in that case, which option do you suggest, Captain? Watatsumi thought a little, and said, we will start with a normal passenger boat, or maybe a merchant ship, and when we reach closer to the Land of Water, we will change to other methods. Either we will swim to the Land of Water, or maybe we can just row a simple small boat. Akame said after a bit of thinking, but if we use that option, we will have to abandon the ship at least tens of kilometers before the port in order to not get detected by any censorine. Swimming such a large distance would be very dangerous. There is also a possibility of encountering pirates. Watatsumi nodded. It can get dangerous, yes, but this is our best bet, and don't worry, with my Byakugan keeping track of our surroundings, things will be very easy. I can detect pirates approaching much earlier, and thus we can prepare following countermeasures, or avoid them. So, it wouldn't be that much of a problem. All right. The four nodded and followed. The captain always has the final say, and nobody can oppose that. As so the team Ro disguised themselves as common civilians and traveled to the land of water using a simple passenger boat used by the common civilians. 4 days later. On one of the islands of the land of water. While studying the map of the land of water and determining the route the team Ro should use to sneak inside Kiridikure, Watatsumi said, "Currently we are on one of the islands that is part of the land of water, which means that we have already entered the sphere of influence of Kiridikure, so everyone will be at their utmost vigilance. We will camp here for the next few hours to adjust ourselves to the environment of Kiridikure and then venture further inside the land of water." "All right." The 4 nodded and got busy. The 4 of them are trained shinobi. There was no need for the captain to give further instructions, and they started doing all the tasks one by one. Weasel was responsible for setting up traps and alert barriers. Akame took out rations that they will be eating. The rations mostly include dried meat and bread. Rabbit and Hannah were responsible for keeping watch over the surroundings. After everything was arranged, they ate the meal and were now resting. A team of alternating 2 members was responsible for keeping watch over the surroundings. While looking at the sky, Watatsumi murmured, "Today is a moonless night." At this time, a flock of crows appeared in the forest, but there was no cawing, and the crows silently sat on the tree branches, neither alerting anyone nor interfering with anyone. But Watatsumi had a smile when he noticed the flock of crows. "Finally here, huh?" There was no reply, but Watatsumi did not need any reply. He just closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Let's see how it will play out. Half an hour later. Suddenly, the surroundings started to become chilly and the amount of mist in the surroundings slowly increased. The amount of mist is increasing. Although the speed at which the mist increased was very slow, it was instantly noticed by Akame and Rabbit, which meant that the enemy is nearby and they plan to increase the amount of mist in the surroundings and then use it to their advantage. Both Rabbit and Akame looked at each other and instantly devised a plan of action. The rabbit turned himself invisible and took the lead in finding the location of the enemy. Meanwhile, Akame was responsible for passing the message to the other 3 members of the team. "Captain, wake up, enemy is nearby." Akame whispered in a low voice to wake up Watatsumi. One whisper was more than enough to wake up Watatsumi, Byakugan, and the first thing he did was to activate his Byakugan to locate the enemy. Meanwhile, Akame also alerted Weasel and Hannah. By the time the other 2 were awake, Watatsumi instructed, "Prepare to fight. We are surrounded by over a dozen Kiri shinobi. Not even a single one should be allowed to escape, as that would be detrimental to our mission. Kill them all except for one, for intelligence extraction." "Yes." The 4 nodded and instantly prepared for the fight. Externally they did not let it show on their faces, but internally the 4 can't help but sigh. It hasn't even been a full day since Team Ro has sneaked inside the land of water. The infiltration mission to Kiridikure hasn't even started yet, and the whereabouts have already been exposed to the enemy. This is obviously a very blow for them who were performing an S-class Umbu mission for the first time. Watatsumi just said, "Act in the teams of 2, Akame and Rabbit, 7 shinobi at 2 o'clock, Weasel and Hannah, 5 shinobi at 6 o'clock, I will act alone at 10 o'clock. Now split up and show them hell. Also, don't die on me." After giving them a few words of a pep talk, Watatsumi disappeared from his position with a body flicker. "Yes, Captain." The other 2 teams also nodded at each other and went in the direction assigned to them. By now, the cover of mist was very thick and it got to the point where even one couldn't even see anything below her neck. But nobody panicked, as they are exceptional shinobi. Akame and Hannah were responsible for sensing through the cover of mist. Weasel for some reason can also see through the cover of mist, while Rabbit's invisibility became more of a threat in this thick cover of mist. Not long after, sounds of metal collision, explosion, wind cutting, water crashing, vapor forming could be heard throughout the forest. However, the crows neither panicked nor cawed, but nobody knew that as these crows were hardly visible in the moonless night covered in mist. At this moment, these crows converged into the shape of a human silhouette and appeared behind Watatsumi, who had just killed the last Kiri shinobi on his side by blasting a mini Rasengan/finger Rasengan in the forehead of this Kiri shinobi. "You are here, Itachi," Watatsumi said as he inserted his left hand enveloped in chakra inside the brain of the only alive and unconscious Jonin and took out a ball of light from it. What is that ball of light, Kuroto-san? Itachi, who was covered in a black cloak, curiously looked at everything Watatsumi was doing, especially at that ball of light in Watatsumi's hand. Watatsumi said, "Oh, this? It's a memory ball. In simple terms, it's a recording of this shinobi's memories from the moment of his birth to the moment of his death. And I am reading it to gain a complete understanding of Kirigakura's exact situation from this shinobi's point of view. That is a very good and practical jutsu to extract intelligence out of someone," Itachi said in appreciation. Watatsumi nodded as the memory ball in his hands faded away. "It is. Its only weakness is that it doesn't work on those who are dead. Which means that anyone alive is vulnerable to this jutsu," Itachi said while looking at the positive side. Watatsumi nodded and said, "Anyway, now that I have gained a good level of understanding of Kirigakura's situation from this shinobi's point of view, let's go and see how the members of Team Ro, including your Karasu Kagebushin Crow clone, is doing against the enemy." Itachi nodded, his body again split into hundreds of crows, out of which one crow landed on Watatsumi's shoulder while the rest dispersed in the forest. Watatsumi and the crow on his shoulder moved towards, then jumped on top of a tree, silently observing the battle. The whole battle lasted for about 50 minutes and finally ended with the victory of Team Ro. However, the state of the four did not seem very good as they incurred some injuries. The most injured is Akame because she acted as bait to draw out enemies for Rabbit to kill, therefore, she was the first target. Aside from various cut wounds, poison is also present in her body, therefore her combat effectiveness is greatly reduced. Fighting is another thing she is having trouble even walking. Then next are Hana and Weasel. Their injuries are also not that simple. On their side was a Jonin leading the team, as such, they also suffered, albeit less than Akame. The one to suffer the least injuries among the four is Rabbit. Thanks to his invisibility, he was a difficult target. But considering that his body is weak, therefore he seems to be tired after such a long fight. Since the enemy was defeated, the fog soon cleared up, and Watatsumi alone returned to the group. He had, of course, killed the few escaping Kiri shinobi. Seeing the captain return uninjured, the four of them breathed a sigh of relief. "Captain." Watatsumi glanced at everyone's state, then after a bit of mulling he said, "There is a change of plan. We will be meeting someone. The four of you will be staying in his command for the time being, and I will perform the task alone." Chapter 393, There has been a change of plans. Team Ro will be meeting with another Umbu team hiding in the land of water. The four of you will remain under the leadership of that team's captain, and I will complete the mission on my own, Watatsumi stated to the team's four members. "Wait, you can't do this, Captain," Akame protested as soon as Watatsumi's voice fell silent. "Don't be stubborn," Watatsumi groaned. "You can't even stand or walk properly due to your injuries and poisoning. How are you going to complete the mission?" These injure," Akame tried to respond. Watatsumi, on the other hand, refused to let her finish. Kirigakura is apart from other shinobi villages in that its shinobi are known for their brutality. Apart from the fact that the mission assigned to us by Hokage-sama is not straightforward, the four of you will only pull me down with your current injuries. It's better if you all stay under the direction of another Umbu squad while I complete the mission. Akame slumped to the ground, unwilling and disappointed, after hearing Watatsumi's comments. Both Rabbit and Hana exuded a despondent demeanor. They were pronounced incapable of continuing their mission even before they traveled deeper into the land of water? The mission's risk was regarded so great that they were deemed incapable of continuing? What exactly is the goal of this mission? They haven't yet been briefed what the task entails. Their captain has advised them to learn to let go of things now and again, but it's frustrating. Only Weasel, like the excellent boy he is, was quiet and obedient. "Don't be too disappointed," Watatsumi replied, casting a glance at the battlefield. "This is your first S-Class Umbu mission, and even if the four of you didn't manage to kill all of the Kiri shinobi, as I had intended, each of you survived against them at their home turf, albeit with a few wounds, which isn't a bad start. But the challenge will increase from here on out. there was only one Jonin among the 2 squads the 4 of you confronted, and even he could have escaped if I hadn't caught up to him in time. But that will no longer be the case. None of you performed up to the standards I had hoped, which disappointed me. Watatsumi did not say exactly, but his message was plain to them. You even let a Jonin almost get away, and I had to clean him up to keep any intelligence from leaking out. However, I will not have time to clean up the mess you leave behind from now on. So please do as I say and stay behind so that you don't drag me down. Was there really only one Jonin among them? Akane whispered doubtfully. This group only had 2 Jonin, one on my side and the other on Weasel and Hana's side. The rest were all regular Chunin or Jinin class, Watatsumi said, nodding. The reason for their superior performance is due to their home advantage and the type of growth they have experienced as shinobi of the Village of the Bloody Mist. The long-running civil war and dangerous environment of the Village of the Bloody Mist may have sapped much of this village's potential, but it has also remarkably honed their surviving shinobi, who must constantly face life and death situations not only against other shinobi but also against themselves. Hearing Watatsumi's affirmation and recognizing they couldn't continue their task any longer, Akane and the other 3 stopped insisting and nodded, "All right." "Don't worry," Watatsumi replied. "You will be continuing a few things even under his supervision, and it will also be a diversion for me to sneak inside Kirigakure, so indirectly the 4 of you are still participating in the operation." "It's okay, Captain," Hana responded. "You don't have to console us." Watatsumi did not respond, instead waved hand signs to imitate Kagebushin. Poof! "Since time is of the essence here, my shadow clone will escort the 4 of you to his Umbu team," Watatsumi remarked, tapping the back of his shadow clone, which created a seal on the clone. "Also, if Akane takes this antidote, the poison's effects should be reduced to a bare minimum." Watatsumi handed the antidote to Akane, who nodded. "All right, now that I am leaving, you should also depart, and make sure that the 4 of them securely meet up with Marino Ibiki," Watatsumi remarked, passing a scroll to his clone. "I'll take care of it." The clone nodded and walked out with Akane, Weasel, Hana, and Rabbit to see Marino Ibiki. "Good luck, Captain," the 4 members of Team Ro remarked to Watatsumi before leaving. Watatsumi nodded, and the 4 of them, along with his clone, left. As the swarm of crows gathered back into Itachi, Watatsumi removed his mask and inquired, "Kuroto-san, why did you not want them to participate in this mission?" Itachi had delivered Team Ro's formation to one of Kirigakure's shinobi, and Itachi had done so on Kuroto's orders, which is why the Team Ro was discovered by Kiri's shinobi. The reason for this is that Kuroto did not want any other member of Team Ro to participate in this mission, which is why Itachi feels perplexed. "Tell me your view, Itachi, do you think Team Ro is capable of completing this mission?" Kuroto asked. "Team Ro is absolutely capable with you in the team," Itachi stated, "but if your full combat power is not taken into account, I am afraid it will be an almost impossible assignment for Team Ro, given the parameters that must be followed. Infiltrating a shinobi village to specifically assassinate the village's leader without letting a single soul discover oneself is exceedingly tough even for a squad of Sannin, let alone a team of Umbu. Furthermore, there is a strong possibility that the Mizukage is in contact with Akatsuki, so it wouldn't be surprising if Akatsuki members are present in Kirigakure, raising the difficulty of this mission from extremely difficult to impossible, at least for Team Ro, even if they plan to exploit the upcoming coup d'etat. Itachi is aware of Kuroto's actual strength, therefore he did not find it weird that Team Ro was given this job, yet, now that he thinks about it, it is strange that Team Ro was given this mission. There is no need to think too much about it, Kuroto stated. The reason Sandaime-sama assigned such a mission for Team Ro is due to the village's scarcity of manpower. He can only hope that Team Ro will be able to exploit the coup d'etat. After all, Sandaime-sama is aware of my ability to perform chakra suppression jutsu. So it's not so strange that he's assigned me this mission. Collecting intelligence on Akatsuki and Amatsukumi's recent sightings and movements, probable new hideouts, planning Akatsuki's retaliation, protecting the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, dealing with the reaction of all the shinobi clans, and so on. Don't leave him with a lot of cards to play with. Fortunately, this task was given to you, Kuroto-san. If it had been handed to any other Umbu squad, fulfilling this mission would have been impossible. Itachi sighed. My subordinates have the potential to become exceptional shinobi, Kuroto explained, and I don't want them to die young doing something they can't accomplish. I agree, Itachi answered, but now that they're out of the picture, and it's just the two of us, what's the plan? Have you finished all of the directions I provided you? Kuroto inquired. Yes, Itachi said with a nod. Sneak inside Kiridakure following one of the secret routes marked on this map. Make yourself a civilian of Kiridakure, since you can also use chakra suppression jutsu, so it wouldn't be that difficult. Then observe the state of the village, especially the movements of Momochi Zabuza, and wait for further order, Kuroto said, passing another scroll from his shinobi bag to Itachi. I understand, Itachi said with a nod. If there is no contact from my side for the next 1 week, and if you meet someone from Akatsuki or if the situation in Kiridakure grows too chaotic, Kuroto said, then you can act accordingly or retreat as per your judgment. All right. Itachi nodded once more. Also, Uchiha Tsukihime might come into contact with you, Kuroto added again. Will Tsukihime-san be in the cast this time? Itachi inquired, since neither he nor Shisui had heard from Uchiha Tsukihime after the fight against Shino, and she did not even appear in the combat against Akatsuki, which perplexed them. Due to certain circumstances, I am unable to employ my full strength, so I will delegate this assignment to Tsukihime. In the meantime, I have other matters to attend to. Kuroto nodded. All right. Itachi nodded and stopped questioning. Since there are no other questions, so set off, Kuroto stated once everything was apparent. Itachi nodded, and his body transformed into a flock of crows, which swooped away toward Kiridakure. Kuroto also cleaned up the battlefield after Itachi left, before flying in the direction of Anchor Vantien. Chapter 394, Kuroto had promptly commanded the Kazekage puppet to transfer the Sky Castle from the boundary of Land of Rain to the shore of Land of Water after learning the details of the mission entrusted to him by Sandame a few days ago, and it did not take him long to arrive at Anchor Vantien. Kuroto-sama. He was received with a bow by the Kazekage puppet, Gaara, and Karen when he arrived at the air fortress. It appears that your etiquette education is going quite well, Kuroto observed thoughtfully, looking at the kids bowing politely to him. They exchanged nods. It seems Karen's presence has rapidly helped him get over his father's loss. Kuroto also noticed Gaara's demeanor is considerably more cheery than usual. But, on the other hand, his father didn't really play the role of father for him, so it's not so weird. Anyway, since Kuroto is rarely present at the aerial fortress, it has become their playground. Aside from basic training and academics, the two spend most of their time playing some type of game, which Kuroto, of course, organizes to hone their shinobi talents. For young children, mental training is essential, and the best way to build their interest in them is to use activities that are ultimately fun. Kuroto arrived at his laboratory after a few more brief chats with the two children. He then used Tenseigan's soul descent to transfer his soul into Tsukihime clone as quickly as possible and then fled the air castle after getting clothed. Kiridakure. The figure of a young girl with black hair and ebony eyes, dressed in a wet ragged old gray cloak, tough clothes with bandages underneath, can be seen going through the silent streets of Kiridakure in the low light of early dawn. Her walking speed is very slow, and she appears to stagger every 2 steps as she takes in the views of the village. Kirigakure's environment is extremely different from Konoha's prosperity for a variety of reasons. There are few shops in the village, and the number of customers visiting these shops can be counted on a single hand. The residential area is gloomy, with all the windows shut, and the streets are lonely, but not too lonely, with a few beggars or inebriated guys spotted here and there. A few starving orphan children can also be found wandering the streets. The woman spotted someone surreptitiously glancing at her as she crossed a few streets. Sigh, the woman turned and wandered down a dark alleyway with a helpless sigh. A few seconds later, a group of men appeared on both sides of the passageway, encircling the hapless woman. What do you people want from him, me? She inquired, her voice weak and terrified, especially after seeing those swords. The one in front of them drew his sword from its sheath and took a step forward. The woman panicked as she sensed the men's danger and staggered a few steps backward. At that point, the ragged fabric covering her face slid down, revealing her stunning look to the men in front of her. Whistle, the man in charge of these soldiers whistled in awe of her beauty and grumbled, "Such beauty. A wonderful candidate for courtesanship. Heck, she would even be a good fit for becoming a geisha, or even a concubine, if properly educated. Given her beauty, aristocrats would be prepared to pay a high price to spend even a single night with her. It's unfortunate that she appears to be physically crippled. We'll have to make some plans to address that issue, or perhaps we won't. I suppose, given current trends and high-class society's priorities, her impairment could be an advantage as well." "Yes, Bancho," one of the goons at his side said. "I heard the upper class is into this kind of thing lately, so having her amuse the nobles will be rather beneficial for us. I had expected them to be Kiri shinobi targeting me for being a suspected spy, but I never thought such a circumstance to emerge. I guess women have to deal with these kinds of problems too, huh?" the woman said, her face awkward as she realized what these men wanted to use her for. It's no surprise that many of them get violent. It is only natural for someone to become violent if they are considered as nothing more than an object, a potential candidate capable of fulfilling the need of other men, or if they are continually scrutinized by lusty eyes wherever they go. "Young girl, your beauty is inhuman," the leader remarked, coughing. "It would be a pity to let you die of hunger on the streets," he continued, "therefore I am offering you a bargain, and of course, you have no right to refuse it, else a destiny worse than death will await you." "Bancho-sama, what's the deal?" the woman inquired, her voice tinged with apprehension. "Come with me, and I'll help you discover your true worth," the leader offered. True worth? But the woman was about to say something when the Bancho interrupted her. "Look, girl, you just have two choices. Either you come with me voluntarily and without resistance, or we break your legs totally and take you with us violently. Which will it be? Your choice." "Then, the third option," the woman exclaimed, summoning all her bravery. "Huh? What about the third? Didn't you hear what I said? I only gave you two options, there is no third option here," the leader remarked, frowning. I know, that's why I said the third option," the woman responded, nodding. "Bancho, aside from being physically crippled, I believe she also appears to have some brain or hearing problems," one of the goons speculated. "I believe." But before the Bancho could accept, he overheard Lovely Demon whispering, "The third option is to turn around and walk away. Make a U-turn and walk away. Turn around and walk away." All of the thugs' eyes, both those in front and behind the woman, went dark the next minute, and they, too, muttered, "Turn around and walk away." They then followed instructions, turned around, and went away. The defenseless woman standing in the middle of the lonely dark street had vanished by the time the last of them went away, leaving no evidence of her presence behind. "Phew," said someone in a dark alley and Kiridikure at the same time. "If my Kagebushin had battled or killed them, there's a chance I'd have been spotted by other Kiridikure shinobi, but with Jinjutsu, things are a lot easier," murmured Tsukihei as she encased a Kiridikure Umbu Kunoichi's body in a storage scroll. This Umbu Kunoichi is the younger sister of the Jonin Watatsumi had killed earlier, and since his memories were retrieved, the sister's identity as a Kiridikure Umbu was also revealed. Using her as obvious, Uchiha Tsukihei sent her a message informing her of her brother's injuries. Despite Kunoichi's vigilance, love for her brother won over, and the worried Kunoichi arrived promptly. As a result, she died. With her body imprisoned inside a scroll and her memories read by Tsukihei using her eternal Menjikyu Sharingan, Uchiha Tsukihei donned the Umbu Kunoichi's garb and used transformation jutsu to transform herself into the Kunoichi. Because this Kunoichi is currently off-duty, Tsukihei took advantage of the opportunity to visit an izakaya that this Kunoichi frequents when she feels like drinking sake. She went to the second floor and sat at the window, where she could enjoy a good view of the Mizukage building after ordering her usual. She had a strange gleam in her eyes when she looked at the Mizukage building. According to the reports sent to Sandaime Hokage by Marino Ibiki's team, a coup d'état in Kirigakure might occur at any time, resulting in a civil war. Tsukihei, on the other hand, discovered that the security of the Mizukage building is fairly casual, in contrast to the security of the Hokage office when the Uchiha clan was organizing a coup. Mizukage does not appear to be making any preparations for coping with the coup d'état, based on his relaxed security. If our spies have heard of the coup, it's unthinkable that Obito, with Zetsu's intelligence-gathering powers, are uninformed of such information. Is he planning to leave the Kirigakure? Tsukihei pondered, then shook her head. I don't think he'll quit the Kirigakure that easily, especially in light of the fact that, aside from Suna, Konoha, and Kumo, even Amatsukami is on the hunt for Akatsuki. Kirigakure might be more useful to him than it has ever been. So, what exactly does he plan to do? Is there anything he's planning in order to deal with the coup? I'm curious as to what he's thinking right now. Is he planning to leave the Mizukage and Kirigakure? Or does he aim to make a fool of Momochi Zabuza by taking this occasion to put an end to everyone's notion of a coup d'état? Or does he have a third option in mind? Chapter 395, Inside a Mansion on the Outskirts of Kirigakure. With an ambitious look in his eyes, Momochi Zabuza sat in the heart of the action, the great sword Samahata behind his back, and he stared at the gathering of minions in front of him. Zabuza has a large following in Kirigakure since he is one of the most accomplished shinobi of his generation and is renowned as the demon of the hidden mist. These loyalists have assembled in this residence under his command and are waiting for detailed instructions. Their number exceeds 60 on a single count, filling the entire room. Tonight is the night when Kirigakure will change. Tonight is the night when we rewrite history. Tonight is the night of revolution. Zabuza declared after calming the unrest of all his followers and saying a few more lines. Yes, Zabuza-sama, we swear upon our Nindo to obey your instruction until the bitter end. We swear to follow you on your quest to change Kirigakure, all the shinobi exclaimed in unison. Zabuza gave a satisfied nod. Yonde Mizukage, Karatachi Agura has recently become a thorn in the side of all Kirigakure shinobi, especially since Rokubi's Jinchuriki, Utakata, defected. When the news of Utakata's desertion reached Kirigakure's upper ranks, practically everyone who had previously backed the Yonde Mizukage despite his brutal deeds, irrational decisions, and unexplained conduct turned against Yagura's leadership. One of the reasons Momochi Zabuza has the bravery to stage a coup against the Yonde Mizukage is because of this. Zabuza believes that as long as he raids the Mizukage building and beheads the thorn in the hearts of the Kirigakure shinobi by assassinating the Mizukage, the Elder Council's higher-ups will accept him as the next Mizukage in a matter of time. After all, there aren't many other candidates who are suitable for the role of Mizukage, or at least none who can compete with him right now. Be prepared. It could happen at any time, so spread out in all of your allotted places and act as soon as you get the signal. Zabuza remarked, commandingly. Yes, Zabuza-sama, by your command. All of the shinobi nodded and walked away to their designated locations. Zabuza clutched the handle of Samahata hard and gazed in the direction of the Mizukage building now that he was alone. While Zabuza was looking in the direction of the Mizukage building, a mansion across the street had an eye on him. Zabuza, on the other hand, was completely unaware of this eye because the person staring at him was so well veiled. With Zabuza's subordinates dispersed over Kirigakure, the individual spying on Zabuza closed his eyes. Terumi Mei, who was sitting next to him, questioned, "Are you alright, Ao-san?" "Just a little fatigued from overusing Byakugan," Ao said as he staggered a few steps, sweat pouring through his entire body and his breath heavy due to usage of chakra. Although the Byakugan is not as taxing as the Sharingan, it still consumes a lot of chakra for individuals who do not have Hyuga clan DNA. Take a pause to recover your chakra, Mei said, nodding. The number of shinobi present inside the mansion a few seconds ago equals 60, minus Momochi Zabuza, Ao stated, taking a few relieved breaths while consuming military ration pills. According to our intelligence, nearly all of the main subordinates were present. Despite the fact that I was unable to hear their exact exchange. However, based on their ardent attitude and actions, I believe they aim to act tonight or, more likely, tomorrow morning. Mei appeared to be deep in contemplation when she heard Ao. Although Momochi Zabuza's activities are covert and hidden, they cannot be fully hidden from those who are interested. Mei feels that if she has seen these movements, the Mizukichi has as well. But here's the thing, Yonde Mizukichi's reaction is entirely inexplicable to her. Yagura doesn't appear to be interested in stopping Zabuza. Is the defense of Mizukichi office Sama still the same as yesterday? Mei inquired after some thought. Basically no changes, Ao sighed, simply 3 Umbu squads on the periphery protecting against the dark, and the bare minimum of guards on the bright side. There have been no modifications in the enchantments since Momochi Zabuza was in the Umbu, and our Umbu mole has confirmed that Mizukichi-sama has not given them any new instructions. That's what's getting me so puzzled, Mei whispered. Is it really conceivable that Mizukichi-sama didn't notice Zabuza's activities at all? How long has it been since Mizukichi-sama made a public appearance? Ao said, his face sad. I have started to doubt whether the person sitting in the Mizukichi-sama's seat is truly him, or someone else. Because, like other Kage offices, the Mizukichi office is covered in Fuinjutsu, which negates all forms of sensing jutsu. Even the Byakugan in Ao's eye socket is unable to see past the deep Fuinjutsu network. And Ao has a suspicion that the Mizukichi in the chair isn't the genuine Mizukichi, Karatachi Yagura, but someone else. So, even if the moles claim that the Mizukichi-sama spends the majority of his time at the Mizukichi office, Ao believes that there must be something wrong with him that causes him to shun any social interaction. Mei gave Ao a contemplative glance but made no rebuke or comment on his statements. Not only Ao, but all of Kirigakure's sober high-level authorities have begun to feel the same way, questioning Mizukichi's every move and command, which is not surprising given that the Mizukichi's decisions and orders to the shinobi of Kirigakure village for the past year have been very weird. Why would the Mizukichi send an elite squad consisting of Suikazan Fuguki, Momochi Zabuza, Hashige Kisame, and Utakata, the Jinchuriki of Rokubi, to support the Akatsuki against the Tri-Alliance? Such action will elicit animosity from 3 major shinobi villages at the same time, but Mizukichi did it nonetheless. Did he not consider the consequences? As a result of his actions, not only has Kirigakure's connection with these 3 villages become even more convoluted, but it has also been linked to a group of criminals who have been designated the enemy of the shinobi world. I wonder what the future holds for our village, Mei lamented. What would happen if Zabuza is unable to achieve much, but his acts only serve to incite additional rebellions? What will the response of the Tri-Alliance to Kirigakure's past act of backing Akatsuki? They can't ignore us after what occurred in Amigakure, and I wouldn't be surprised if our village suffers the same fate as Yuzushiobakure and the Land of Sky. Even Ao was stumped. Knock! Knock! There was a little knock on the door at this point. Mei-sama, said a voice from the other side of the door after the knock. Come in! Mei replied, calming her emotions. Mei-sama, this is the intelligence report I was instructed to collect, a shinobi dressed in Kirigakure Umbu uniform said as the gate opened and a shinobi dressed in Kirigakure Umbu uniform entered. The Umbu kneeled respectfully in front of Mei and handed her a scroll, saying, Mei-sama, this is the intelligence report I was instructed to collect. Mei accepted the scroll with a nod. Ao stared at Mei, puzzled, as though he didn't understand what intelligence report she had requested from the Umbu. This scroll records the information and list of all the spies who have tried to sneak inside Kirigakure but failed, or managed to slip inside Kirigakure but were detected and neutralized in just the previous 1 week, Mei remarked as she studied the information on the scroll. Ao nodded but didn't say anything else since the chilly expression on Mei's face told him everything he needed to know about the situation. Damn it, there are so many of them. It's as if the entire shinobi world is waiting for our home to be engulfed in civil war flames. Her expression conveyed her dissatisfaction. And her dissatisfaction is understandable. The number of spies attempting to infiltrate Kirigakure since the Amigakure Summit War is excessive, and a few teams are neutralized every day. Despite this, there are no signs of a slowdown. These aren't all, right? Ao scowled as he perused the scroll. There are no records of Konoha and Suna shinobi in this list, specifically. At the moment, the UMBU department is not running effectively, intelligence supervision is not up to standards. As a result, we are not able to pinpoint all the spies, so there is a good chance that a few of them have managed to slip through the net, UMBU said with a nod. When Mei and Ao learned that the UMBU department was not functioning effectively, they were not surprised. Because, as he stated, the Kirigakure UMBU department is in a complete state of disarray. With the exception of a few shinobi who still support Yonde Mizuki. This is one of the reasons why no hunting squad was dispatched to bring Utakata back or to permanently eliminate him as a result of his betrayal of the village. The majority of the other UMBU are either looking for someone to be devoted to or are simply unconcerned about what is going on in the village. Terumi Mei has also enlisted the help of a significant number of UMBU who have vowed their allegiance to her. And are there any explanation why not a single Suna and Konoha shinobi is discovered? Is it only because they have passed the net, or are there some other reasons? Mei inquired. As for Sunagakure, the newly appointed Kazekage Pakura of the Scorch doesn't seem to be paying attention here. Up until now, we haven't detected or received intelligence of even a single Suna shinobi attempting to sneak into the land of water, let alone the village. Perhaps they are too preoccupied with their internal affairs following the disappearance of the previous Kazekage and the appointment of the new Kazekage. Although there have been multiple sightings of Suna shinobi in and around the land of hot water, we believe Sunagakure is focused on finding their missing former Kazekage and has no plans to divert their attention to other villages for the time being. In terms of Konoha, the Cypher Division and the UMBU shinobi protecting the Cypher Division had a few encounters with a shinobi squad led by Marino Ibiki of Konoha, and there were also reports that a new UMBU squad from Konoha had arrived in the land of water, and a few shinobi had gone to deal with them, but there were no further updates heard from them. The specific members of that squad are not confirmed, but what's surprising is that they aren't aggressively attempting to travel deeper into the country. We don't know for sure what they're up to, but we believe they're looking for information about the Akatsuki organization and their possible hideout in the land of water. The UMBU kept nothing to himself and told everyone what he knew. At least these two villages aren't so adamant, Ao observed with a relaxed sigh, but then again, perhaps they don't expect anything of us anyhow. Sigh, so troublesome, at this pace I will never get to locate a suitable man whom I may marry. Mei let out a pitiful sigh. Only a bitter smile could be seen on Ao's face. Kirigakure's whole life is on the line, yet she wants to find someone decent enough to marry? Chapter 396, in an underground passageway leading to the Mizuki building. Hoshigaki Kisame's figure can be seen strolling through the passage. Kisame arrived at a dead end after a while of wandering, but he knew it wasn't the end. Kisame quickly saw through the secret door, pulled it open, and carefully searched inside the chamber. Inside, he observed two shinobi, which astonished him, and his face took on a confused expression. However, Kisame is a seasoned shinobi, so he swiftly covered his astonishment and calmly strolled in, making sure not to lose his vigilance against these two. The two persons inside the room were also aware of Hoshigaki Kisame's presence, but they did not pay him much attention and quickly averted their sight. Kisame was naturally pleased with this. However, he had no intention of indulging these two, and because none of the three made the initiative to talk, the room remained strangely still. Kisame could sense a sense of restlessness in the room while casually reclining against a wall and calmly waiting. The oppression perpetrated by all three individuals was the source of this unrest. Only Mizuki, maybe, is one of the few shinobi in Kirigakure capable of such persecution on him. As a result, Kisame believes that neither of the two is a simple person, and he can't help but wonder who these two are. He appears to be a Kagaya clan shinobi based on his hairdo, but wasn't the Kagaya clan wiped out a few years ago? And as for the other person, I can't seem to figure out who he is, but why do I have the impression that he can see right through me? Is it a Jinjutsu? Because the two people on the opposite side were dressed in Kirigakure UMBU uniforms and masks, it was impossible to even for Kisame to figure out their true identities. Their strength is at least on par with, as Kisame was racking his brain, the sound of footsteps from the opposite side of the corridor abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Soon after, a slender and little figure emerged out of the passage, wielding a club with unevenly sized hooks and a green flower on the large end. Mizukage-sama. This person was respectfully greeted by the three persons, including Kisame. This individual is none other than Karatachi Yagura, Kirigakure's Yandere Mizukage, who hasn't been seen in public since returning from the second Gakage summit. Chinoike Majida, spying on your superiors is not a very pleasant activity, Yagura stated coldly as he looked at the three persons with his pupilless pink eyes that seemed lifeless and boring. However, Chinoike Majida, a shinobi, was unfazed, and he quickly pulled his umbu sword and sharply questioned, "You are not Mizukage. Who are you? Don't be so worried, even if you use all your strength, you won't be able to do much to me," Yagura remarked. "I had a question for you. Who are you?" Majida was still unconcerned, so he inquired again, the reason being that when he heard a footfall, he subconsciously activated his Tenseigan and cast a gaze in the direction of the approaching individual. And Majida was taken aback when he discovered that the Mizukage's head is filled with a foreign chakra that isn't Sanbai's chakra, but rather someone else's. When Majida saw this, he immediately understood Mizukage was being manipulated by someone. The other umbu in the room were alert when they heard Majida's words, but Kisame didn't seem to have changed. The opposing Mizukage, on the other hand, was completely unresponsive to them, making the two nervous. Giggle. Surprise! A chuckle came from behind Mizukage, and then a figure in a spiraling orange mask and Akatsuki cloak leaped out of the shadow. "Did I scare you all? Didn't I scare you all? Heh, I had intended to creep out of the shadows and scare all of you, but it appears that I am unable to conceal from Tenseigan's perceptive powers, and you have an unpleasant pair of dojutsu, Majida-san," Tobi said, sarcastically depressed. Akatsuki? Yandere Mizukage was discovered to be under the grip of the Akatsuki organization. "No wonder Mizukage's behaviors have been so illogical," Majida mumbled. "Now everything makes sense. So you are Tobi, is that correct?" "Yes, my name is Tobi," Tobi acknowledged with a nod. Kisame had a serious expression on his face as he looked at Tobi, recalling his talk with that man a few days before. Flashback. "To think you have the visual prowess to manipulate the Yandere, who is Sanbai's Jinchuriki," Kisame exclaimed, stunned. "You're not your average Uchiha. You're not Uchiha Shinichi or Uchiha Shursui, and I'm stumped as to who else might have such visual prowess, so who precisely are you? Are you the Amatsukumi's fabled Homosubi? Do not confuse me with people who are nothing more than children, because I am." "Uchiha Madara," proclaimed the masked Madara. "Uchiha Madara?" Kisame muttered with surprise. Flashback end. So this person Tobi is the subordinate Madara-sama was talking about? Kisame pondered as he looked at Tobi wearing the Akatsuki cloak. And since Majida believes Tobi is in charge of Mizukage-sama, does that indicate Madara-sama has already departed Kirigakure and handed over authority to Tobi as he stated? Does this imply that Tobi has Sharingan as well, or does he have some other means? I'm curious. So, you're Akatsuki's notorious Tobi? Can we infer that you, rather than Mizukage, summoned us here? The Kagaya clan shinobi inquired. That's correct, Tobi said with a nod. Tobi summoned you three here, Takashi-san. And what brought the three of us here? It couldn't merely be to disclose Mizukage's status as a puppet, could it? Majida inquired. Not fully, Tobi responded, but it was one of the goals. Since both Majida-san and Takashi-san both know that the Mizukage has been under Akatsuki's influence, you must both comprehend that Akatsuki is the reason you are all still alive. Chinoike Majida, you were saved and rehabilitated from the brink of death to be in the excellent condition that you are today, able to walk, talk, and even raise your sword at your rescuer. It's past time for you to pay off your debts to Kirigakure Umbu instead of playing these juvenile games. Do you recall what those words were? I remember each and every word of mine, Majida said, nodding. I was perplexed when I was requested to serve in the Kirigakure Umbu during my recovery period, and I was never told why. However, it makes no difference. Because it was Akatsuki who rescued me from the Valley of Hell's hellhole. As per my commitment to my savior, I will serve the organization to the best of my abilities. Clap. Clap. I understand, Kagaya Takashi said. What do you want from me? I want you to work for the Akatsuki, says the narrator. Your clan is already extinct. You are the last survivor of the Kagaya clan, Toby stated flatly, so why not pursue something significant, like striving for a better world, for world peace? Besides, the Kagaya clan has an insatiable appetite for conflicts, and working for the Akatsuki will satisfy that appetite admirably. If you're in charge of Mizukage, you must know everything there is to know about me, Takashi stated. Do not worry, Toby said, nodding. Akatsuki will find a way. If that's the case, then so be it, Takashi said with a nod. In any case, I didn't feel very attached to this community. Also, Chinoike Majida and Kagaya Takashi are extremely valuable, being the last few remaining members of the Chinoike and Kagaya clans. They are both quite young, just in their 20s, and thus both have the potential to become tremendous powerhouses in the future. They are an excellent complement to the Akatsuki's battle power. I'm delighted you both made the correct decision. Toby gave a grateful nod. So, now that everything is out of the way, how do you want to deal with the coup d'etat? Kisame inquired. Giggle, Toby giggled again. Oh yeah, we've decided to teach the entire Kirigakure a good enough lesson that they'll never forget. This will pluck the bud from the root, and then our organization will take control of the town to prepare the next steps. And what about Momochi Zabuza? Kisame inquired again. Do you plan to bring him into the organization as well? No, the leader isn't interested in him, Toby said, shaking his head. Momochi Zabuza thinks too highly of himself when his strength isn't even that of an elite jonin, so we've chosen to make an example of him that other Kirigakure shinobi will remember forever. Momochi Zabuza, according to Toby, falls into the type of person whose ambitions greatly exceed their actual strength, and as a result, they will never be able to achieve their goals. As a result, such morons are not needed in the organization. Takashi and Majida remained silent, but Kisame smirked and said, if that is the case, I believe I will take the great sword Samahata for myself. Toby, understandably, had no reservations and said, if you can take it from him, then it's yours to keep. Kisame nodded, his grin deepened, and he remained silent. Chapter 397, As night fell, the temperature dropped, and the mist that blanketed the settlement increased. The village was unusually quiet at the time, with every shop closed, lights turned out, windows carefully sealed, and not a single pedestrian, beggar, or animal visible. Over time, it appeared that every soul in this community had vanished, leaving nothing but an empty town and the insects behind. However, this seclusion and silence appeared to be the calm before the storm. Whoosh! Suddenly a shadow appeared to pass through the top of one of the many dwellings. Whoosh whoosh! Two more shadows passed through after the one in the foreground. Whoosh 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 whoosh! Many shadows could be seen going through one after the other. These shadows are traveling at breakneck speed, and some of them appear to be cutting through the dense mist without making a peep, indicating that they are well versed in silent killing. Their aim, based on their movement, is clearly the village's center, the Mizukage building. Damn it, they really went for it. Kill them all, not a single one of them should live. These words shattered the peaceful night and seemed to indicate the start of a full-scale battle. Several iron symphonies of metal collision, water crashing noise, screaming ninjutsu noises, the sound of explosions, walls crumbling, and houses collapsing, as well as people's heartbreaking screams, could be heard amidst the combat zones all around Kirigakure over the next few seconds. Has it truly come to this? This was the only thought on the minds of some Kirigakure shinobi who still owed their village devotion and were willing to die for it. Block 4, Block 7, Choo-Choo, Block A in the east, Block J in the south, Gulp, Tsukihai mumbled, Block 9 on the western end. These are the primary spots where the fighting has started. Tsukihai is sitting on the top of a home, dangling her legs from side to side and eating dango dumplings carelessly. Despite her casual demeanor, her body is difficult to discern in the dark due to her chakra converging to the bare minimum, as well as her current clothes. She is dressed in a black kunoichi battle outfit beneath a short black cloak, rather than her homosubi disguise. A black crow-beaked mask and a pair of twin double-edged blades named Oto and Kagurashi were fastened on each side of her waist. Overall, the present her may be described as woman in black. Despite her easygoing demeanor, she is paying close attention to everything going on in Kirigakure. The mist didn't obstruct her eyesight because, like Itachi, she has eyes that can see through the mist. Have you discovered Momochi Zabuza's location? Tsukihei inquired of the crow on her side, to which the crow replied, "Yes, Tsukihei-san, but he doesn't appear to have any intention of presenting himself too soon." "That's understandable. If he reveals himself too soon, this coup may fail," Tsukihei said, then added after a pause, "And did you manage to track the other one I requested you to?" "Terumi clan's kunoichi named Mei." "Yes, she is directing subordinates to resist Momochi Zabuza's followers, while a few other shinobi under her leadership are assisting in the evacuation of village people," Itachi acknowledged. "All right, keep an eye on both Momochi Zabuza and Terumi Mei," Tsukihei stated after a moment's thought. "There's no need to reveal yourself to any of them, and there's no need to intervene in any of their battles or whatever they're doing. I'm curious to see what the two of them can do. Which of the two candidates is more suited to be the next Mizukage?" Itachi nodded, "Okay," after a little pause. "Also, did you manage to track Hoshigaki Kisame?" Tsukihei inquired. "No, he hasn't made himself known until now, and no one appears to know where he is." "Is it possible that he isn't in Kirigakure?" Itachi stated. "Is that correct?" "Okay, there's no need to pay special attention to him. If you do find him, keep an eye on him for a while. If you don't, there's no problem, it doesn't matter," Tsukihei said, then pondered. "I hope to bring Hoshigaki Kisame into Amatsukami since he is a trustworthy person, but it seemed unlikely today. Perhaps Obito has already recruited him into Akatsuki? And if he has, I don't think anything less than Kodo Amatsukami will be able to change his mind. Forget it." Tsukihei abandoned her strategy and returned her attention to the different battles taking place across Kirigakure. Munch munch chew, chew, chew. Apart from shinobi battling and citizens being evacuated, there are signs of robberies in abandoned houses, closed shops, and kidnappings of young children and women. Tsukihei didn't need to know who was responsible for the kidnapping of infants and women because they were the same individuals who had tried their luck on her, but to be absolutely honest, Tsukihei couldn't care less. Her gaze was drawn to the Mizukage building in the distance, where she was waiting for the uproar to grow large enough for her to use it for the purpose she had devised. The perfect moment presented itself when she had finished eating the final dango. "It's time," Tsukihei mumbled as she stuffed the pointed needles containing the dango inside her shinobi bag, wore the crow-beaked mask over her face, and vanished from her position in an instant. Itachi on the roof also extended his crow wings and flew away once Tsukihei had gone. Tsukihei, on the other hand, avoided all of the battlefields after disappearing from that roof, and quietly crept inside the Mizukage building without being noticed. "Damn it, someone's already gotten to." Plop! One of the Kiri ninjas protecting this area suddenly detected a shadow in front of him and decided to act, but before he could do anything, a dagger entered his chest, causing his cries to come to an abrupt halt, and he fell lifeless to the ground. Withdrawing the dagger and wiping the blood from the blade, Tsukihei wondered aloud, how come the perimeter defense is so weak? What is Obito's true intention? Tsukihei proceeded deeper inside the Mizukage structure, towards her goal, and soon she had examined the entire building, but there was no evidence of Mizukage or Obito, leading Tsukihei to question, is it possible that Obito has already left Kirigakure and taken Karatachi Yagura with him? Or has he not left but has something else planned? There's still the underground floor, Tsukihei reasoned and went to the Mizukage building's lowest level to look for indications of the two on the basement floor. There are a few underground floors of the Mizukage building, according to the information taken from the Umbu that Tsukihei dealt with a few days ago. Even the Umbu Kunoichi had no idea what was held there, but perhaps the Mizukage and Obito were there? However, where is the entry to the underground floor? It appears that the entrance is hidden, not that it matters. Tsukihei mumbled and activated her eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, and she found the underground floor's secret door almost instantly. Tsukihei entered the underground floor after opening the secret entrance. She searched the basement corridors for any sign of Mizukage or Obito. She examined the first 2 floors of the basement level and found nothing save a few disposable umbu there. Then she moved to the 3rd floor and searched and discovered almost nothing until she got to a passageway on the deepest section of this level. A group of shinobi stood at the end of the corridor, guarding a solitary room. What are the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8? A solitary room guarded by 8 shinobi? And all of this while a civil war is happening outside? Are Obito and Mizukage on the premises? He couldn't be there. After all, there are so many shinobi on watch here that I don't imagine he'd risk exposing himself to individuals he doesn't trust. There has to be something else inside, Tsukihei concluded as she stared at the 8 shinobi. Tsukihei's eyes gleamed with a ferocious brightness. Since I couldn't find the Mizukage, I figured I'd take advantage of the situation. Jinjutsu, Kokwangyo no Jutsu. Jinjutsu, Kokwangyo no Jutsu. Jinjutsu, Jutsu of Infinite Darkness. The 8 shinobi's eyesight was instantly filled with hallucinogenic blackness, and they could only see black. Tsukihei raced out and began reaping their lives as soon as everyone's eyes were darkened. What is this? Puff. Plop. It went dark all of a sudden. Puff. Plop. What's going on? Hey, someone, answer me. What's going on? Puff. Plop. 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 Tsukihei slashed the throats of the 8 shinobi one by one, causing them to fall motionless to the ground. Tsukihei's gaze focused on the gate in front of her after solving 8 Genin-level guardians. Some form of Fuinjutsu was carved on the gate. The structure of the seal was rather intricate, and Tsukihei didn't expect Kirigakure to be able to deploy it. It appears that even if the other great shinobi villages do not have the Uzumaki clan's legacy, they have left no stone unturned in their exploration of Fuinjutsu. Tsukihei reflected as she began researching the seal's construction to breach it. It took her less than 30 seconds to figure out the solution and break the seal. Click! The gate opened with a loud click, and Tsukihei eagerly walked in. She's hoping for something spectacular, perhaps all of Kirigakure ninjutsu? Or even a large sum of money, gold, silver, or other valuables must be present, or maybe something better. Kirigakure's treasure house should, after all, hold a significant amount of money as one of the 5 famous shinobi villages. Tsukihei, on the other hand, has little hope, considering the plight of the town and the fact that Obito is actually exploiting it. Tsukihei entered the room with this optimism in her heart, but it appears that she hoped too much. Is this just a storage facility for weapons? Sigh, what more can I expect from a shinobi village whose Kage has been reduced to a puppet in the hands of a mercenary organization's leader, mumbled Tsukihei, disappointed. Perhaps Obito stole all the money and other resources? Isn't this the only possibility? That jerk, I'm going to murder him when I find him. Tsukihei cursed quietly, someone who was startled by the unexpected sneeze and couldn't help but wonder, is Kakashi still at my grave? It's not like that'll make a difference. Anyway, let's return to Tsukihei. But now that I've come here, certainly I won't go without taking something from here, right? Tsukihei made the decision and entered the collection library, inspecting the items held there. A big collection of swords may be seen in this room. Rows and rows of swords are placed on the racks, but Tsukihei can tell from a single glance that, except for a handful that is decent, the rest are of considerably inferior quality than her Kusanagi sword, the 2 pairs of dagger Oto and Kagurashi, or her katana Shodai Katetsu. So, without paying any interest on these lesser things, Tsukihei continued to scrutinize, hoping to find anything useful, until she reached the farthest reaches of the room, where her gaze fell on the rack. Is that one of the missed 7 swordsman's swords? Tsukihei killed the 8 guards outside the collection library's gate. A whirling vortex developed, and Obito, disguised as Tobi, emerged from it. Tsukihei didn't know where one of the 8 Genins was a parasite Zetsu clone who utilized Narikawari no Jutsu when she slaughtered them, substitution jutsu. And when Tsukihei murdered it, the information about an intruder inside the Mizukage building was passed on to the original Zetsu, who informed Obito, who was prepared to carry out his Kirigakure annihilation plan. Normally, Obito would be unconcerned with a couple of invaders, but because the seal on this gate was personally put by him, and because there is still time before the plan begins, Obito decided to investigate the matter. Who knows, maybe I'll uncover something interesting. Obito arrived here with this thought. When Obito noticed that there was an intruder inside the collection library, he quietly walked inside the wall and quietly observed the invader. Who is she, exactly? And what he saw was a woman dressed in black with a crow mask on her face putting out her hand to take the remaining 2 swords left. Is she after that sword? He wondered as he sank under the dirt, only to emerge the next instant and extend out his hand to the woman's back. Chapter 398. The display stand in front of her is highly unique, and Tsukihei can tell it's the stand for the 7 swords of the mist. Some of the greatest ninja swords are known across the shinobi world, stand based on the number of grooves and their shapes. However, only one of the 6 grooves now has a sword, which is Haramakiri, while the other 6 remain empty. Haramakiri is here, Kubikuri Bocho is in the hands of Biwa Juzo, and if the intelligence is correct, Samahata is most likely in the hands of Momochi Zabuza, Kiba is in the hands of Kurosaki Raiga, who has most likely defected Kirigakure, but what about Shibuki, Nuibari, and Kabutawari? Tsukihei pondered, are they truly missing, as reported, or are they being kept hidden by someone? The 7 swords of mist have been passed down through the generations in Kirigakure, but after the end of the last shinobi war, when the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure came face to face with Mai Due, who fought all 7 of them at once using the Hashiman Tonko no Jin, 8 inner gates formation, 4 of the 7 swordsmen died, which is likely the cause of the 3 swords' disappearance. Well, I suppose I want to see what Haramakiri can do. It can store chakra and output it in various shapes, among other things, so I think it's a good sword if its awful shape is ignored, Tsukihei reasoned as she raised her hand to pick up Haramakiri. But just as she was about to grasp Haramakiri's hilt, her hair tingled and her heart shivered as she felt a sudden threat. Huh? Is it coming from this blade that my senses are screaming of danger? No, that's not conceivable. This sword isn't sentient like the Samahata, which can only mean Tsukihei had obviously felt a sudden sucking force coming from behind her by the time she understood it. Is it Kamui? Tsukihei noticed this right away and tried to flee, but she felt her body go numb, and her reflexes were also impacted, so she couldn't go. Damn, she exclaimed. Kamui is a space-time jutsu capable of distorting space. When someone is subjected to its effects, their body becomes numb owing to spatial distortions, resulting in a lethargic feeling that is impossible to resist. As a result, it is extremely difficult to react when Kamui begins to act on them. This is also one of the reasons why fighting Kamui is so tough. Only shinobi as quick and reflexive as Namikaze Minato, who is already accustomed to spatial distortions, can do so. Because even if there is no numbness or pain, a sudden dread of the strangeness generates unintended panic and a delay in reaction time, rendering people unable to react. Tsukihei is in a similar predicament right now. Normal people would die in this situation, but Tsukihei understands Kamui's mechanism, so she calmed down and activated her Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan right away. Although it is difficult to make hand and body movements due to the numbness created by the spatial distortion, it is a different story when dojutsu is utilized, which does not require hand seals. Susanoo. An arm erupted out of the Susanoo, and from it, a golden chakra blade extended outward, piercing through Obito, who was attempting to draw Tsukihei into the Kamui space. Whoosh! What? Obito was taken aback by the abrupt turn of events. Obito felt his sneak attack was successful because the woman was unable to react and was about to be swallowed by the spatial whirl. Nevertheless, he did not expect such a drastic change to occur, even if he is used to the hazards of the shinobi world. He's also putting his hand on the woman's back, therefore his hand isn't in the Kamui dimension right now. The strike was so quick that Obito hardly had time to react and could only adjust his weight a little to avoid having his head sliced off. However, because his hand was entangled in Susanu's ribs, it was cleft away from his body and could not completely evade the golden chakra sword. Erga! Obito gripped his shoulder and sprang backward the next instant, blood splattered. Plop! His shoulder dripped whitey fluid on the ground. Drip! Phew, that was risky. I thought I was going to die. Tsukihei exhaled deeply and slowly turned around, her gaze falling on the split arm that lay on the ground, before turning to face Obito, who stood not far away. Damn it, I missed it, huh? Tsukihei grumbled to herself as she channeled more energy into Susanoo. Her Susanoo was likewise improving with each passing second, progressing from a simple rib-cage Susanoo to a half-body Susanoo that firmly protected her. Susanoo? Obito continued, a bewildered expression on his face. Woman, are you a kunoichi of the Uchiha clan? Obito had no idea the girl attempting to take the Hiramakiri was a kunoichi from the Uchiha clan, let alone that she possessed Manjikyu Sharingan and could use Susanoo. Wait. Susanoo? And the color and the intelligence is the same. No, you're Amatsukumi's Homosubi. Obito grumbled as he realized what had happened. Because the Manjikyu Sharingan is not sold in a street shop and not available to just about anybody, and because no two users can have the same chakra color, it didn't take Obito long to figure out that the woman in front of him is indeed Homosubi. I am surprised when the legendary Homosubi turned out to be a woman. I had not expected this. Obito grinned. What's the big deal? Tsukihei questioned, does it make a difference if I'm a man or a woman? Tsukihei snorted in annoyance, but the severity of her tone made it sound more like a provocation than an annoyance. Heh. I suppose you are accurate. It makes no difference whether you are a man or a woman. What matters is that you are a member of Amatsukumi, and I am a member of Akatsuki. Thus, because you have personally come here, I believe I will kill you and steal your eyes. Obito responded, amused, that he would not pass up such an occasion. Obito doesn't care about getting Homosubi's eyes. What matters to him is getting intelligence on Amatsukumi, and now that Homosubi has materialized in front of him, and she appears to be the only member of Amatsukumi nearby, it's only natural for him to take advantage of the circumstance. Tsukihei stamped on Obito's split arm and asked, arrogantly, but the question is, can you accomplish it? Obito said, tilting his head to the side. I'll let you know when I'm finished with you. And the next thing he knew, he was sprinting towards Tsukihei at full speed. Tsukihei wouldn't dare to be reckless in front of Obito. Her eyes were constantly rotating, collecting Obito's every action. Tsukihei's advantage is that she understands Kamui very well. However, because she understands Kamui so well, she also recognizes that Kamui is a very deadly dojutsu. Obito's speed was incredible, and he stood in front of Tsukihei in the blink of an eye. However, when Obito noticed that Tsukihei's stance remained the same, Obito realized he needed to employ more than simply Kamui. Kunai! Whyish 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 whyish. One after the other, kunai emerged out of the hole in Obito's swirl mask, each with an exploding tag attached to it. Boom boom, 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 boom. When the dust settled after the kunai collided with the Susanoo, it revealed an undamaged Susanoo with Obito still heading towards Tsukihei. TCH. Didn't work at all, did it? Obito irritatedly clicked his tongue. Yup, that's not going to work, and neither is this. Tsukihei said as she jumped skyward. The next moment, another Obito came from the ground underneath her, but, because Tsukihei was in midair, this second Obito was unable to exploit Susanoo's half-body vulnerability. Now, give it a shot, she murmured, extending two chakra swords from her Susanoo, one going towards the Obito who had appeared out of the earth, the other rushing towards the Obito who was standing on the ground. Whyish! Whyish! Poof! The one on the opposite side exploded, while the one that appeared out of the ground turned intangible, allowing the chakra blade to pass through him and jump backward once more. It's pointless, Obito declared. We'll have a look at it. Tsukihei wondered aloud, how can I compel him into tangibility? Chapter 400, the kunai thrown by Tsukihei passed right through him. It did not even touch him but caused a large explosion on the other side of the room. Although this meaningless resistance was in vain, however, Tsukihei continued, the reason being that Tsukihei wants to cover the area behind Obito's back in smoke such that Obito does not notice what is behind him. And Tsukihei's plan was working. Obito did not care about the meaningless struggle, he kept walking forward step by step. He was rather amused at this meaningless resistance and knew that Homusubi wouldn't be able to continue this much longer. With a chuckle he asked, "Why struggle in such an unsightly manner? Why not accept your fate already? You know that you have no hope of winning. If you choose to surrender and divulge all the information about Amatsukami on your own accord, I can think about letting you live." Tsukihei snorted coldly, "Dream on. As if I would betray Amatsukami to the likes of you." Obito said, "You sure are a stubborn one, aren't you?" "Think whatever you please," Tsukihei said as she threw another pair of shuriken. "Sigh, and here I thought that you would be a bit more smart. Well, I suppose that despite all your idiocy, your tenacity is at least commendable. If only you had more brain, you would have been a real threat," Obito said and lifted his only hand. By now Tsukihei's back was already against the wall, and her ragged breathing showed that she was extremely nervous about what's about to come. She had one kunai in her hand and it was the last one. Aside from this there are no more weapons in her arsenal, and she was waving this kunai towards Obito as an instinctual counterattack. Slash. The hand waving the kunai phased through Obito, but it still did not do any damage, and just when Tsukihei was about to wave the kunai again her wrist was held by Obito. Using this opportunity when Obito is no longer intangible, Tsukihei wanted to use her knee to smash Obito's family jewels as the pain in the balls is the greatest pain, but it seemed that Obito saw through her attempt and used his own knee to block that damage. TCH. And here I thought that I could have killed you by smashing them. Tsukihei cursed in annoyance. Nice try, said Obito with a chuckle, then continued with a gloomy tone, but this is where it all ends. Instantly a tree vine extended out of his sleeve and coiled around Tsukihei's arm. Vines also grew from the ground and started to coil around Tsukihei's both legs, restricting her movements. They became stronger and tighter, to such an extent that Tsukihei couldn't break these vines even if she used all her strength. Let go of me, you brute! Tsukihei cursed in an embarrassed tone. I'll think about what to do with you after the matter here is settled, but I guess I want to at least see your face. And Uchiha Kunoichi who has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, I am curious as to who exactly are you? Said Obito as he reached out for Tsukihei's crow-beaked mask. No, you can't, please, you can't see my face, please, don't! Exclaimed Tsukihei in a panic. Obito said with a chuckle, oh, resisting to show your face to such an extent? Now I am more curious, who exactly is Homusubi? Tsukihei shook her head, please don't, haven't you heard that curiosity kills a cat? Fear not, this cat is hard to kill. Said Obito and started removing the mask. Please, don't! Exclaimed Tsukihei in a panicked voice and tried not to let Obito take off her mask. Damn right, do it Obito, take off my mask, this is the moment I have been waiting for, the moment you see my face, you will be overwhelmed emotionally, and that would be the moment you will show weakness, and I am going to use that weakness. Thought Tsukihei as she prepared herself for the counterattack. This was the moment. Obito removed the mask. Let's see, you are. However, his words came to a sudden halt and he couldn't continue any further. This is because the face he saw is not something he can ever forget in his life. Straight brown hair up to chin-length bob that frames her face, those kind brown eyes, two rectangular purple marking on either side of her cheek for extra cuteness. This woman is none other than Rin. In shock, Obito staggered a few steps backward. Fear, nervousness, denial, hope, all kinds of emotions erratically raged inside his mind. Rin, repeated Obito again. Rin, how but? I saw Rin, no, how, no, it's a Jinjutsu, no, it's not a Jinjutsu, but how is it possible? No, it's a Jinjutsu, it has to be, no, it isn't, but it has to be, but, how can she, no. Alive? She is dead, yes I saw her, dead alive, alive dead, no, killed by Kakashi, no how can she, be alive, she died. Kakashi. Rin, is it possible, no I saw her, dead, no, was all he could mutter. There was a significant change in his ocular power, but he didn't realize all these things because of his unstable emotional state. His emotional state was so erratic that both his Sharingan were spinning too rapidly, even the normal 3-tomo Sharingan in his other eye that isn't his was spinning as if the very next moment it will evolve into a Manjikyu Sharingan. In fact, even his intangibility was deactivated and he clutched his head in panic. Slash. It was at this moment a chakra blade was slashed using Hiramakiri behind his back and it chopped off the head of his torso, killing him effectively. Amaterasu. The very next moment, black flames appeared all over his torso, burning his torso entirely. And with this Uchiha Bito died. Tsukihei-san, are you alright? Itachi, who long since emerged behind Obito but was concealing himself by suppressing his chakra, now asked Tsukihei, whose face transformed back into her. Tsukihei nodded. I am alright. Tsukihei said and broke the tree branches very easily. Itachi nodded and looked at Obito's head, but still, I never expected that he would be an Uchiha too, not to mention Uchiha Obito, whose Sharingan is with Kakashi-san. Tsukihei said nothing and plucked out a new pair of Manjikyu Sharingan out of Obito's eyes and sealed it inside a small nutrition tank to keep them fresh. Then she extracted all the intelligence from Obito's memories where Akatsuki's current base is, and after doing so she burned his head to nothingness. Uchiha Obito was now gone permanently. And from Obito's memories, Tsukihei was sure that Nagato has still not recovered from the Hashirama cell transplantation, so this is the best opportunity to kill Nagato and the rest of the Akatsuki too. So without wasting even a single second she explained everything to Itachi, and the two together left Kirigakure without caring about the ongoing civil war in Kirigakure that would ultimately destroy this village. After leaving Kirigakure, the two secretly passed the information to the top brass of all the villages and then together with Amatsukami destroyed Akatsuki down for good. Nagato's Rinnegan was also taken by Kuroto. Nobody was able to oppose that, given that his strength is now the strongest. Zetsu was the only one left, but he too was sealed inside a small moon created by Yama. Obito dead, Nagato dead, Zetsu sealed, and with no one to revive Madara anymore, Akatsuki was finished. No one to collect Bijou anymore. With this Amatsukami also disappeared, and the shinobi world was at peace. At some point in time, Kuroto secretly found the lake to the moon. There he with his superior strength subdued Tonari and also gained the giant Tenseigan, with which now he was unbeatable in the entire shinobi world. And then, in the next few years, he secretly completed the next few clones and secretly assimilated them into himself, and secretly became the strongest being on this planet, even secretly stronger than Kagaya and Rakuto Sennin. Then he also married Yui, who had also awakened God's Eye upon eating the chakra pills Kuroto made from the Otsutsuki members who at some point came to Earth and were mercilessly slaughtered by Kuroto. There was even a very big battle against Otsutsuki Ashiki, but that too resulted in Kuroto's win. With nothing more left in this shinobi world, Kuroto and Yui now traveled to different planets and absorbed natural energy from them in the form of chakra fruits to become stronger and stronger. There were also some cosmic wars against the Otsutsuki clan, but that too lost against the might of the greatest shinobi in the world. The end. Chapter 400.5. Okay, the previous chapter was just a joke, and that's not how the story ends. I wrote that out of frustration for being unable to write the Tsukihei vs Obito fight. The damn Kamui is too much of a hack. No wonder Kishimoto-sensei took it away from Obito, else Obito would have been undefeatable even by the most powerful jutsu. Sigh anyway, let's get started. Tsukihei threw a kunai that sailed right through him. It didn't even get close to touching him, but it did generate a huge explosion on the other side of the room. Tsukihei persevered despite the futility of her struggle, since she wishes to cover the area behind Obito's back in smoke so that Obito does not realize what is behind him. And Tsukihei's plan was working. Obito was unconcerned with the futile struggle and continued to walk ahead, step by step. With a chuckle, he remarked, "Why struggle in such an unattractive manner? He was very amused by this meaningless effort and knew that Homusubi wouldn't be able to continue much longer. Why don't you just accept your fate? You are well aware that you have no chance of winning. I can consider letting you live if you choose to surrender and reveal all of the information about Amatsukami on your own volition. Tsukihei let out a frigid snort. Keep dreaming! As if I'd betray Amatsukami in front of people like you. You definitely are a stubborn one, aren't you? Obito asked. Tsukihei muttered as she threw another pair of shuriken. Think whatever you want. Sigh, and here I was hoping you'd be a little smarter. Well, I suppose your tenacity is at least laudable. If only you had more brains, you could have been a true threat, Obito muttered, lifting his lone hand. That's right. Continue to get closer. As she lurched backward, Tsukihei thought to herself, the closer you get to me, the closer you get to your first death. It didn't take long for her back to be against the wall, and her ragged breathing revealed that she was terrified of what was about to happen. She only had one kunai in her hand, and it was the last one. She had no other weapons in her bag. But I still have to buy a little more time, Tsukihei reasoned as she began to wave this kunai at Obito in an instinctive retaliation. Slash. Tsukihei's hand waving the kunai phased through Obito, but it did no damage, and just as she was going to wave the kunai again, Obito grabbed her wrist. Tsukihei wanted to smash Obito's family jewels with her knee now that Obito is no longer intangible, as the agony in the balls is the worst physical pain in the universe, but Obito appeared to see through her plan and used his own knee to protect his family jewels. TCH. And here I was thinking that by destroying them, I may have killed you. Tsukihei grumbled angrily. Nice try, chuckled Obito, before continuing in a melancholy tone, but this is where it all ends. A tree vine grew from his sleeve and wrapped itself around Tsukihei's arm. Vines erupted from the ground and began to wrap around Tsukihei's both legs, restricting her movements. They became stronger and stronger, tighter and tighter, to the point where Tsukihei couldn't break them even with all of her effort. You beast, let off of me! Tsukihei cursed like a hapless maiden, attempting to release herself from the shackles. Come on, there's no use in putting so much effort into it. You're not going to be able to break free from these vines anyway. It would be prudent for you to remember that the more you resist, the tighter these vines will become, and the sooner you will perish. Obito forewarned. Tsukihei's battle came to a halt as she listened to Obito's remarks, and Obito nodded. See? Is cooperating really so difficult? Now that you've been apprehended, I can get some information on Amatsukami, but I suppose that we'll have to wait until the situation in Kiridakure is resolved. He continued after a brief pause, but I suppose I should at least take a picture of your face. The Manjikyu Sharingan was awakened by a Uchiha Kunoichi. Who exactly are you? I have been wondering for quite a while. As he reached for Tsukihei's crow-beaked mask, Obito muttered. No, 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 no. Tsukihei shouted in a panic, You can't see my face, please, don't. And why not? Obito inquired, frowning. Because, Tsukihei blushed as she moved her face to the side. Because? Obito inquired. Because that's sexual harassment, and if you sexually harass me, I'll never be able to marry someone. Tsukihei shouted vehemently. After Tsukihei's exclamation, there was an unpleasant stillness in the room. Even Obito was stumped. After a little pause, he burst out laughing, ha ha ha. You are funny. Now I'm much more intrigued. No, you can't, Tsukihei answered, shaking her head. You'd never be forgiven by Kami-sama. Don't worry, Kami-sama wouldn't mind if I satisfied my curiosity and saw your face, Obito replied with a chuckle. Please don't, Tsukihei said, shaking her head. Haven't you heard that curiosity kills a cat? Don't worry, this cat is exceedingly difficult to kill. Obito murmured as he began to remove the mask. And that's exactly the problem, this cat is really, really hard to kill, Tsukihei grumbles inwardly. As a result, I had to make a lot of preparations in order to be able to kill this cat. However, she continued to perform on the outside. Please don't, shouted Tsukihei, scared, as she sought to keep Obito from removing her mask. Obito, on the other hand, appeared unconvinced and removed Tsukihei's black crowbeak mask. Obito was speechless when he saw the person inside and could only remark, I didn't expect you to be in. No wonder, you didn't want. Inside the mask, he saw the face of an Okame. Tsukihei let out a sigh. Just murder me. Well, don't worry, Obito remarked, shaking his head, it doesn't really bother me what you look like, I was just a little shocked, anyway, I'll murder you after I extract intelligence from Amatsukami. Do whatever you want, Tsukihei replied despondently as if she had lost all hope in her life, all she could think was, that's as much time as I could buy you original. Now, it's all up to you whether we kill Obito here or not. Obito remained silent and switched on his Kamui. A spatial distortion point occurred when Obito activated Kamui. The whirlpool-like spatial distortion drew everything inside it in, causing Tsukihei's body to be deformed as well. Big mistake, she exclaimed as her body was going to be dragged into the Kamui dimension. Obito was startled by a few icy remarks, and his instincts alerted him that he was in danger, but it appeared that it was too late. The next thing Obito knew, he was drowned in a series of extremely large explosions that shook the entire Mizukage building. The floor glowed in silver light, restricting his physical movement, the walls all around him were covered in red flames, and the next thing he knew, he was drowned in a series of extremely large explosions that shook the entire Mizukage building. Boom! Boom 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 boom. POV change. Let's take a step back for a moment. Thank goodness my clone was able to buy me enough time, Tsukihei thought as she saw Obito drag her clone into Kamui's dimension while she continued to weave hand signs. I have to finish the preparations too, this seal is complete. Fuinjutsu trap. Obito and Tsukihei clone were instantly confined to another reality by a seal that appeared on the floor. Uchiha Kinjin, Uchiha Flame Formation. A crimson flame barrier appeared across the entire floor the next minute, ensuring that any incoming damage is contained within the flame structure. And now for the final act, mumbled Tsukihei as she smacked her hand on the floor after weaving the hand signs. Ninpu, Kuchios, Mugen Gojo Kabakufuda no Jutsu. Ninja Art, Summoning Jutsu, Infinite Multiplying Explosive Tags Explosion Technique. P.S. I realize this jutsu probably has a bad name, but I couldn't come up with a better one. This chapter was originally shared via /n/o//vel/b/in. The half-absorbed clone inside the Kamui dimension was separated into numerous explosive tags by her action, which burst one after another, generating a chain of explosions. At the very least, this should kill him, Tsukihei reasoned. Her strategy was simple. She used her clone body to distract Obito long enough for the original to finish her preparations. The clone isn't just a shadow clone, it's a clone made up of explosive tags and a few unique summoning tags concealed inside that would work with Tsukihei's jutsu. Clone's half-body detonated as soon as it was pulled within the Kamui space. Explosive tags detonated along with the clone, but the summoning tags buried inside the clone worked as a portal to summon more and more explosive tags, which continued to detonate. Obito will be drowned by these explosions. Normally, these explosions would not harm him, but because half of Tsukihei's clone body was in the Kamui dimension and the other half was still in this dimension, the explosive tags were summoned on both dimensions at the same time, causing explosions to occur not only in this dimension but also in the Kamui dimension. Now Obito is trapped. If he turns intangible, the explosions in the Kamui dimension would kill him. If he does not make himself intangible, he will be killed by the explosions that occur in this dimension. And the good news is that the explosions will continue until Tsukihei has used up all the explosive tags, which is a significant number, albeit not as enormous as Conan's 6 billion. As a result, even the intangibility time constraint of 5 minutes is useless in this case, as explosions are occurring in both dimensions. Obito is unable to run normally due to the Fuinjutsu trap, which has trapped him inside a unique realm. The red flames of the Uchiha Flame Formation are also present as a precaution to keep Obito trapped inside the Fuinjutsu trap and prevent him from escaping. He also can't phase through matter because he can't turn intangible. He can't teleport either, because teleporting necessitates manifesting himself, and manifesting himself exposes him to explosives. As a result, he is left with only one choice for saving his life, using his Izanagi to alter the reality of his death. That is precisely Tsukihai's intention. In this circumstance, he'll have no choice but to utilize his Izanagi to survive, and once he does, I'll kill him for good with the second preparation, Tsukihai reasoned as she covered her left eye with her palm. This method of killing Obito was devised from two methods Conan used in an attempt to kill Obito. The first was to transfer a large number of exploding tags inside the Kamui dimension when Obito attempted to use Kamui. This was a suicide method, but it was effective. It did not kill Obito because he managed to push Conan away, but it did injure him. The second technique was the Paper Person of God technique, which did kill Obito but was altered by Obito's use of his Izanagi, which Conan was unprepared for but Tsukihai is. Tsukihai grumbled, already used his Izanagi, as she watched Obito's chakra fade away. She then began weaving hand signs, and golden flames of Ashihomi erupted all over the room, forming a golden sea of fire that engulfed the entire floor in burning golden flames. Now come forth, Tsukihai grumbled as this preparation was completed. I'm going to put an end to your life right now. Chapter 401, The dazzling golden flames of Ashihomi lit the original gloomy underground floor in a brilliantly scorching light. The majority of this underground floor has started to melt in the face of these golden flames. The metals used in the swords turned into molten lava, the walls started to melt and deform, wood burned into dust, corpses of shinobi were burnt to cinders. It felt as if nothing could survive, or maybe nothing except for Hiramakirai could survive this scorching flames, making the scene look like a burning hell. And in the center of this burning hell, at the place where these flames were most intense, at the point where the temperature was the highest and most unbearable, stood Tsukihai while holding the pair of short swords in both of her hands. But she was not affected by the heat of these flames. The headband that previously tied her hair into a long ponytail was cut off at some point in the middle of the battle. As such, her beautiful long black hair was now drifting in the scorching heat waves. The golden flames around did not harm her, rather they covered everything around, protecting her as if these flames were armor, or better yet part of herself. The flames act upon her commands, and she bathed in these golden flames, looking like a true goddess of fire. But this goddess of fire currently had a frowned expression on her face. She was waiting for him to reappear. How long is he going to take? Muttered Tsukihai thoughtfully. Because she, herself, has not mastered Izanagi, therefore, Tsukihai's understanding of this kenjutsu is limited to her impression from the previous life. Therefore, her tactics are designed while keeping all this information in mind. Izanagi is based on Rakudo Sennin's creation of all things technique. With this dojutsu, a user can cast a genjutsu on the reality itself. Izanagi allows the user control over what is real and what is not real for as long as Izanagi is active. Therefore, this dojutsu is even capable of changing the reality of death into a genjutsu. It was said that the power of both Uchiha and Senju is required to be able to use Izanagi. Whether this information is correct or not is unknown, because there were several instances in the Naruto story where a few Uchiha were able to use Izanagi without Senju power. Madara is one such example. Anyway, Obito has both Uchiha and Senju powers, coupled with Madara's teachings. As such, he is perfectly capable of using Izanagi, and based on her impression of Sasuke and Danzo's battle, Tsukihai believes that Obito will be resurrected somewhere close by. This is the reason why she has used Uchiha Flame Formation as a barrier, and Enten, Ashihomi, to cover the entire floor in a sea of fire. So that, the moment Obito reappears, he will be engulfed by the sea of golden fire and be burnt to death. This way, he will be dead for the second time and will be forced to use his Izanagi again if he wants to survive. The only thing is, this time he will have to use his Manjikyu Sharingan to case his Izanagi, and once he does so, he won't be able to use Kamui anymore. Come on, Obito, reappear, was the only thought in Tsukihai's mind as she observed all her surroundings carefully. But no matter how long she waited, a few seconds, a minute, and a few more minutes passed, but there was no sign of Obito reappearing. This made Tsukihai frown. Is it possible that he did not use his Izanagi? Was a momentary thought, but she quickly denied this idea, because Tsukihei did sense Obito's chakra vanishing suddenly. It is possible that Obito transferred himself to the Kamui dimension instead of using his Izanagi at that moment, but Tsukihei doesn't think that Obito was in the position to be able to do so. So the only possibility is, TCH, he ran away, huh? Tsukihei concluded. At this moment she also realized her mistake. Someone with a good degree of control over both Uchiha and Senju's power can extend the time limit of Izanagi. Just because Shimura Danzo was only capable of using one Sharingan for 1 minute of Izanagi doesn't necessarily mean that the same case applies to Obito. A Genin can barely use a B-class Keton Jutsu and it won't even burn a Jonin, but the same B-class Keton Jutsu when used by the likes of Uchiha Madara, the level of power it displays is so superior that even a group of Jonins won't be able to resist it. And at the end of the day, Izanagi too is a Jutsu, it may be a Kenjutsu, but a Jutsu nonetheless, and similar to all Jutsu, Izanagi displayed different levels of powers in the hand of different people. Shimura Danzo is a non-Uchiha and non-Senju. He had both the powers of the Uchiha clan and Senju clan transplanted into him. As a result, the extent of Izanagi used by him is limited to only 1 minute per Sharingan, but the same is not the case with Madara. Madara with just his Uchiha power alone managed to suspend his Izanagi for a very long time, as such he managed to fool not only Shodame Hokage but also Nidaime Hokage. It must not be forgotten that Nidaime Hokage is one of the best sensorin and yet he couldn't sense anything, even when he collected Madara's corpse for research and experimentation. From these two instances alone, it can be judged that Izanagi used by different people can display different levels of effects. The time delay of resurrections, or the place at which the caster is resurrected can also be different. To what extent the effects of Izanagi cast by Obito are displayed cannot be judged by Tsukihei, but based on the battle between Conan and Obito in the canon, he was able to stretch it for at least 5 minutes or more. So, it won't be wrong to assume that Obito is not dead yet, and has either extended his resurrection time to a large interval or, he has resurrected himself, but the place of his resurrection is probably not this place but a different place or maybe a different dimension altogether. In short, Obito ran away, in better words, he withdrew upon realizing that he has no chance of winning this battle. As a result, this battle remained unconcluded. Understanding this, Suki can't help but sigh. She is really tired now. It was only adrenaline keeping her on edge and ready for battle, but now that Obito is no longer here, tiredness has taken over. Even if it is her, she is feeling very tired right now. Using Susanoo for such a long battle, consuming chakra while using Hiramakiri, then consuming half of her chakra in the clone, further chakra consumption by the dojutsu of her left eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, that is Yayorozu, she used to augment the physical aspects of both the clone and Susanoo. Then further use of Fuinjutsu Trap, Uchiha Flame Formation, Infinite Multiplying Explosive Tags Explosion Technique to kill Obito has taken much of her chakra. And that's not all. She further used the golden flames of Ashihomi to cover the entire underground floor to kill Respawn Obito, which again caused heavy chakra consumption and drained whatever was left in her. Normally, chakra is not an issue for her, but because currently, she can't use Ryumaku's chakra due to certain reasons, as such, even if it is her, she is really exhausted right now. Cough. After a light cough, Tsukihei looked at the sea of fire in front of her, and only one thought was running through her mind. Perhaps only by using Izanami on Obito can the threat posed by him be resolved. Somewhere in Kirigakure. At the moment when Tsukihei killed Obito, Yonde Mizuki, who was sitting inside this cave, suddenly opened his eyes. What's different about his pink eyes this time is that they are not dull or lifeless, but they're bright and alive, at the same time burning with anger and frustration. Damn it! Aside from the burning anger reflected in his eyes, feelings of shame surged from his heart, guilt started to breed his thoughts, and a great deal of frustration was clearly evident on his face. Undoubtedly, the moment Obito was killed by Tsukihei, the same moment, Yonde Mizuki, who was under Obito's control, managed to release himself from the Jinjutsu. Although he was in a Jinjutsu and became nothing more than a puppet in Obito's hand, even then, he is perfectly aware of all the actions he did, or better yet all the actions Obito made him do while he was being manipulated. It brings great shame upon himself when he thinks that he, the Mizukage, who has sworn to protect his village, became nothing more than a puppet in the hands of a criminal. He could only watch his village on the path of ruin, helpless to do anything about it. The anger for that masked Uchiha and the anger upon himself spread in his chest, and the desire for revenge filled his mind, but he had to restrain himself, and calmed his angered emotions. First comes village, everything else comes after that, was the only thought raging in his mind. Hyuga picked up his club with unevenly sized hooks on both ends and quickly walked out of the secret cave. He knew that the village is amidst a civil war, and as the Mizukage he has to stop his village from being destroyed. Thank goodness that I regained consciousness at the right opportunity, else he would have used the sandby sealed inside me to destroy the entire village. Hyuga can't help but think as he ran out of the cave. Obito's plan for Kirigakure was simple. He had already taken out Hyuga from the village, and with that, he planned to use the two sides to kill each other for as long as possible. Having Samahata in the hands of Momochi Zabuza made his strength around the same level as Terumi Mei, and with Mei's character, she will definitely protect the village to her last breath. Since the Mizukage is not in the village, so the two sides will have to continue their fights, one in search of Mizukage so that they can kill him, and the second side so that they can protect the village. Of course, Zetsu clones will be used to fuel the fire, and when the opportunity is right, and everyone is exhausted, Obito will make his move on Kirigakure. Hyuga himself will completely destroy Kirigakure just like he wanted to use Rin to destroy Konoha, and this will be Obito's revenge upon Kirigakure and Hyuga for using Rin. For this reason, Obito also made sure that Hyuga can see everything he is doing to Kirigakure, because only then will he understand the pain that Rin experienced when she became a puppet in the hands of Kirigakure. Of course, Hyuga doesn't know all this, but he does know that Obito wanted to use the sandby sealed inside him to destroy Kirigakure. But it seems Obito's plan failed, and now Hyuga has the opportunity to stop the ongoing civil war in Kirigakure. Just as Yonde Mizukage walked out of the secret room, he encountered three people, and they are none other than Hoshigaki Kisame, Chinoike Majida, and Kagaya Takashi, the three new recruits of the Akatsuki organization. Seeing Mizukage hurriedly coming out of the room, all three thought, "Is it finally time?" and asked, "Are you going to make your move, Toby?" Obviously, these three are unaware that the Mizukage standing before them is no longer being controlled by Toby. Even if had controlled his anger, and even he tried to be rational, when he saw the faces of these three, anger burned in his heart, and only one cold word came out of his mouth: "Die." Majida of the Chinoike clan instantly realized that something is wrong here. "Be careful, you two, he is no longer being controlled by Toby." Majida's words were more than enough of a warning, and the three instantly acted. The intentions were obviously to subdue the Mizukage. "Die!" Mizukage said coldly, and instantly used his Suitun Jutsu, Suitun, Mizukagami no Jutsu. Water style, Aqua Mirror Jutsu. Instantly, a water mirror appeared in front of him, and Hyuga used his club to tilt it down. Then very next moment, three identical figures of Majida and Takashi appeared out of the water mirror and rushed towards the three. Chapter 402. Looking at the exact copy of themselves coming towards them, the expression on the faces of Kisame, Majida, and Takashi were serious. As elite shinobi working in the Umbu for quite a while now, they understand that Aqua Mirror Jutsu used by the Mizukage is no simple jutsu. As long as the chakra supply is maintained, this jutsu is extremely hard to beat. Not only are the reflective copies capable of showing the exact same level of strength as their originals, but they are also capable of copying the Kekkei Jinkai of all the copies to the level of absolute perfection. As such, dealing with this jutsu is extremely hard, especially when the user of this jutsu is a Jinchuriki. Kisame's clone collided with Kisame. Majida's clone collided with Majida. Takashi's clone collided with Takashi. Loud muffled sounds of bones colliding, sounds of metal collision, water, and blood crashing could be heard. Repelled by their own reflections, Kisame, Majida, and Takashi jumped backward and were ready to continue the battle. "Say, Majida-kun, you are from Chinoike clan, are you not? So, is it not possible for you to perform the same jutsu but using blood as a medium instead of water?" Kisame asked Majida. Majida had a thoughtful look on his face, That certainly is a nice idea. I suppose I can give it a try in the future, but not now while fighting the Mizukage, although I am certain this jutsu's limitation is the amount of light present in the surrounding, and considering that today is the moonless night, so this jutsu used by Mizukage is not at its full power. Takashi said, which means defeating these reflective copies wouldn't be so difficult. Hyuga scolded the three individuals. Kisame, as a shinobi born and raised in Kirigakure, someone as loyal as you to have betrayed the village to the likes of Akatsuki. Do you have no shame? Or is it that your loyalty to the village was a lie all along? Hyuga is not only angry at them but he is also shocked, especially at Kisame. He is really sad and angered that someone as loyal as Kisame would betray the village and take refuge in Akatsuki organization so easily. Kisame said with a melancholic smile, I have long since come to understand that this world is filled with lies. Someone from Akatsuki vowed to create a world that is not filled with lies. As such I chose the Akatsuki over the village. Is that so? In that case, I have nothing more to say to you, Kisame. And what about you, Takashi? Did you believe the words of that guy so easily? Your life being spared had nothing to do with him or the Akatsuki. I spared you of my own intention. I had hoped that you could become an asset to the village, but now I think that was a mistake. Are you not ashamed of yourself? Hyuga questioned Takashi. Takashi was silent when faced with Mizukage's questioning. He was indeed a bit ashamed, but he knows that he doesn't have much longer to live. As the last member of the Kagaya clan, he does not want the clan to just up and vanish in the annals of history. Akatsuki has promised him a cure, and he has had several talks with Tobi, therefore, his mind has already been made up. I do not care for this village, never have and never will. So that's your answer, huh? Hyuga said with a bit of sadness, then continued with his previous angered tone, in that case, both of you will die as the traitors. And the next instant, he along with the three reflections rushed towards the three Akatsuki recruits. In Kirigakure. While fending off the attacks from a traitor shinobi, Ao looked at the Mizukage building not far away with a serious expression. After a while, he turned to Mei who was fighting against several shinobi not far from him, and said, there are still no signs of any activity from the Mizukage-sama, and with how the battle is going on, the situation in our side seems a bit disadvantageous. How did the situation turn out like this? Last I checked, Momochi Zabuza did not have so many supporters under him, so what just happened in such a short period of time? Mei can't help but frown. She has started to sense that more than just Momochi Zabuza is involved in this coup d'etat. Ao said, even I am not sure, but if this continues, we will never be able to check the situation of Mizukage-sama as we intended to do. The objective of the people led by Mei is to verify the situation of Mizukage. They want to use this chaos to their advantage to do so. Terumi sighed helplessly when she remembered her past discussion with the elders of Kirigakure. She also realizes that this coup d'etat started by Momochi Zabuza is a good opportunity to verify the condition of the Mizukage, but Mizukage doesn't seem to have any intention to make his appearance, and when she sees the shinobi of Kirigakure fighting and killing each other, she doesn't really feel good about it. After melting another shinobi with her vapor style, Mei asked Ao, where is Momochi Zabuza? Why is it that he hasn't appeared until now? Ao had no answer to Mei's question. Both Mizukage and Zabuza have yet to make their appearance in this coup d'etat. Amidst the coup d'etat going in Kirigakure, there is a third presence that nobody here has noticed up until now, or perhaps they have noticed but completely ignored this presence as nothing more than crows. This presence is obviously that of Uchiha Itachi. Using his Yatagarasu no Jutsu, Itachi has been observing the entire situation of Kirigakure as instructed by Tsukihei. After a while of observing Terumi Mei on the battlefield, he has reached the conclusion that she doesn't seem to be an appropriate candidate for the position of the next Mizukage. Neither her strength is up to the standard to crush the enemy in one fell swoop, nor is she charismatic enough to turn the shinobi on the enemy side to her side. At normal times she may have been a good candidate for Mizukage, but not when Akatsuki is at your tail. She doesn't have enough strength to be able to resist Akatsuki fellows. Let's see if Momochi Zabuza is up to the task. Thought Itachi as he observed Zabuza who was rushing towards a particular house in Kirigakure. Outside the house where the current Mizukage was confronting Kisame, Vegeta, and Takashi. Ha ha ha. I never would have expected that you would suddenly bring me intelligence that pointed towards the location of Yonde Mizukage. When I become the next Mizukage, I will make you a squad commander in the Umbu, said Zabuza to Akira Gyurjinin. I am unworthy of your praise, Zabuza-sama, said the Jinin with a respectful attitude. It's just that inside his mind other thoughts were going on. What happened to Obito so suddenly, and why did his control over the Mizukage suddenly disappear? I was left with no choice but to lead Momochi Zabuza here to support Kisame and the others. Sigh, I don't know what happened to the plan Obito had made for Kirigakure. This is just a parasitic Zetsu clone who has taken the form of a Kirigakure Jinin. Because of the support provided by various parasitic Zetsu clones, the coup d'etat initiated by Momochi Zabuza has been going quite smoothly. This is all according to Obito's plan. However, because of Obito's death at the hands of Tsukihei, the plan started to change as Mizukage suddenly regained consciousness, and even if Kisame, Vegeta, and Takashi managed to hold off the Mizukage, they are not strong enough to defeat Karatachi Yagura, who is a perfect Jinchuriki and probably the strongest among the current 5 Kages. Since the plan has failed, so the only option left here is to retreat, and Momochi Zabuza, the initiator of the coup d'etat, would serve as good enough of a distraction to give the chance for the three of them to retreat. It would also allow Kisame to get his hands on Samahata. And the poor Zabuza does not know that he is being led around by others for the entire time. In his eyes, the seed of the next Mizukage will soon be his, which is just a Jinjutsu, as it will never be fulfilled. Hearing the noise coming from the house in front of him, and the excited Samahata in his hands, Zabuza is more than certain that Mizukage is inside and fighting against someone. Realizing this, Zabuza feels closer and closer to the seat of the Mizukage. Now I just have to defeat the Yondaime. After that, I will become the next Mizukage. With a smirk, Zabuza waved the Samahata sword and ordered the subordinates to follow him, surround this building, and prepare for the attack. Our target is Yonde Mizukage Karatachi Yagura. Anyone who lands the killing blow on him will gain the position of Elder Advisor when I become the Mizukage. Yes. The shinobi following him nodded vigorously and started to rush inside the house. Amidst the coup d'etat going in Kirigakure, there is a third presence that nobody here has noticed up until now. Or perhaps they have noticed but completely ignored this presence as nothing more than crows. This presence is obviously that of Uchiha Itachi. Using his Yatagarasu no Jutsu, Itachi has been observing the entire situation of Kirigakure as instructed by Tsukihei. After a while of observing Terumi-Mei on the battlefield, he has reached the conclusion that she doesn't seem to be an appropriate candidate for the position of the next Mizukage. Neither her strength is up to the standard to crush the enemy in one fell swoop, nor is she charismatic enough to turn the shinobi on the enemy's side to her side. At normal times she may have been a good candidate for Mizukage, but not when Akatsuki is at your tail. She doesn't have enough strength to be able to resist Akatsuki fellows. Let's see if Momochi Zabuza is up to the task, thought Itachi as he observed Zabuza, who was rushing towards a particular house in Kirigakure. Outside the house where the current Mizukage was confronting Kisame, Vegeta, and Takashi. Ha ha ha. I never would have expected that you would suddenly bring me intelligence that pointed towards the location of Yonde Mizukage. When I become the next Mizukage, I will make you a squad commander in the Umbu, said Zabuza to Akira Gyurjinin. I am unworthy of your praise, Zabuza-sama, said the Jinin with a respectful attitude. It's just that inside his mind other thoughts were going on. What happened to Obito so suddenly, and why did his control over the Mizukage suddenly disappear? I was left with no choice but to lead Momochi Zabuza here to support Kisame and the others. Sigh, I don't know what happened to the plan Obito had made for Kirigakure. This is just a parasitic Zetsu clone who has taken the form of a Kirigakure Jinin. Because of the support provided by various parasitic Zetsu clones, the coup d'etat initiated by Momochi Zabuza has been going quite smoothly. This is all according to Obito's plan. However, because of Obito's death at the hands of Tsukihei, the plan started to change as Mizukage suddenly regained consciousness, and even if Kisame, Vegeta, and Takashi managed to hold off the Mizukage, They are not strong enough to defeat Karatachi Yagura, who is a perfect Jinchuriki and probably the strongest among the current 5 Kages. Since the plan has failed, so the only option left here is to retreat, and Momochi Zabuza, the initiator of the coup d'état, would serve as good enough of a distraction to give the chance for the three of them to retreat. It would also allow Kisame to get his hands on Samahata. And the poor Zabuza does not know that he is being led around by others for the entire time. In his eyes, the seat of the next Mizukage will soon be his, which is just a Jinjutsu, as it will never be fulfilled. Hearing the noise coming from the house in front of him, and the excited Samahata in his hands, Zabuza is more than certain that Mizukage is inside and fighting against someone. Realizing this, Zabuza feels closer and closer to the seat of the Mizukage. Now I just have to defeat the Yondaime. After that, I will become the next Mizukage. With a smirk, Zabuza waved the Samahata sword and ordered the subordinates to follow him, surround this building, and prepare for the attack. Our target is Yondaime Mizukage Karatachi Yagura. Anyone who lands the killing blow on him will gain the position of Elder Advisor when I become the Mizukage. Yes. The shinobi following him nodded vigorously and started to rush inside the house. Chapter 403, Roar. The sorrowful roar of Sanbai resounded throughout Kirigakure. The inception of this chapter's publication is linked to N0V3LB11N. All the fighting going on within the village suddenly stopped. Some were panicked, some had joy and hope on their faces, while the others were skeptical. The evacuating villages were the panicked ones, a bijou running amok on top of the ongoing civil war. This is the worst nightmare. But compared to the ignorant villagers, the shinobi were not so panicked. They were calmer. They are aware of the fact that the Jinchuriki of Rokubi is not present in Kirigakure, so the only Jinchuriki currently present in the village is the Mizukage. And everyone knows that the Mizukage is one of the few perfect Jinchuriki in the shinobi world. As such, he has perfect control over Sanbai, so there is no way he will lose control over the bijou even in the liberated state. Has Mizukage-sama finally decided to make his move? This thought resounded in the minds of many shinobi. Terumi Mei is one of these many. Without any need for being reminded, Ao immediately looked in the direction from where the roar came, and after carefully observing the situation with his Byakugan, he described to the shinobi around him, there are several strong chakra reactions in that direction. Aside from Mizukage-sama, who has already liberated the bijou, there are 5 more potent chakra reactions. An old man asked Ao with an extremely serious expression, Ao-kun, can you be absolutely certain that Mizukage-sama is among them? Byakugan wouldn't deceive me. That is definitely Mizukage-sama's chakra, and currently he seems to be covered in the Sanbai's chakra. The density of chakra around Mizukage-sama is so overwhelming that I am having difficulty in distinguishing other small chakra reactions. Moreover, it's not just the violently overwhelming chakra. For some reason, I am getting the vibe that Mizukage-sama is extremely angry over something, Ao said his conclusion. The fact that Yondaime has to rely on the bijou sealed inside him already means that the 4 shinobi he is facing are giving him quite a hard time. The old man who asked the question from Ao was a bit flustered now. What sort of people can force the Mizukage in such a situation that he would have to rely on the Sanbai? Mei questioned with a frown, are those people any of the subordinates under Momochi Zabuza? Ao nodded. Momochi Zabuza along with the Samahata is one of them, but I do not think that the other 3 are his subordinates. Mei continued, if that is the case, do you recognize any of the other 3? I do recognize one of them, only he can have such monstrous chakra despite not being a Jinchuriki. It is Hoshigaki Kisame, all right. As for the others, I am certain of their identities, but I can make some guesses for their identities. Ao said. Mei asked, and what are your guesses? One of the other 2 seems to share a similar type of chakra as that of extinct Kagaya clan shinobi. As for the other one, I am not sure, I have never seen that type of chakra. Its color is blood red, but what's strange is that the other one seems to possess a dojutsu type chakra. Ao said his guesses. A dojutsu type? Both Mei and the old man questioned at the same time. Their brains were running at fast speed and trying to figure out who can that person be. After all, the numbers of dojutsu possessing clans are not so many in the shinobi world. So Hoshigaki Kisame, an unknown Kagaya clan survivor and an unknown shinobi with an unknown dojutsu are also present around Mizukage-sama, huh? Who is fighting whom? Mei asked again. The four of them seemed to be confronting Mizuki-sama, Ao said with a serious expression. All four of them? Mei's expression changed upon hearing Ao's words. No wonder Mizuki-sama has been unable to quell the coup d'etat up until now. Others are supporting this coup too. Now she has to consider whether to rush there in order to support the Mizuki or stay here and deal with these traitors. The old man saw through Mei's dilemma, and said, I think we are more than enough to clean up things here. You and Ao-kun should go and support Mizuki-sama. This will also give them a chance to check on the condition of Mizuki. Besides, even if something is wrong with him, Karatachi Yagura is still the current Mizuki, and therefore, his life is more important than anyone's life in the village. After listening to the old man's words, Mei did not hesitate anymore and instructed the squad following her, Go! With Mei's order, the squad following her nodded, and under Mei's lead, they rushed in the direction where Mizuki was fighting the four enemies. On the Mizuki side. Smash! Crack! Accompanied by bone-cracking sounds, Takashi, who was swept away by the turtle tails of Mizuki, collided with a house and again broke a few more bones. Getting out of the pile of rubble, he coughed violently, then wiped the blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, and said with an excited expression, Never expected that Yondaime when using the power of Bijou would be so strong. It makes my bones tingle in excitement. Come on. I am all up for it. The physique of Kagaya clan shinobi is different when compared to others, as such bone injuries that may affect the combat power of normal shinobi are nothing for those of the Kagaya clan. Moreover, those of the Kagaya clan are generally the battle-hungry types, so fighting monsters such as the Mizuki obviously excites them. Majida said to the only person who was not focusing on the battle against the Mizuki, What do you think you are doing, Kisame? The two of us alone cannot hold off the Mizuki. Come on, don't be such a buzzkill. I was just getting myself a nice little sword here. Since Sabuza is not up to the standards at being able to wield it, I decided to take it for myself. With Samahata in hand, I think we will have quite a good chance of defeating Yondaime, don't you think, Samahata? Kisame said as he removed all the bandages wrapping Samahata. Boom! Majida said nothing more. Samahata is known for devouring chakra, and using it in the fight against the Mizuki, who is a Jinchuriki, would be advantageous. As for what happened to Zabuza, well, that guy is unable to wield Samahata anymore because the chakra of Kisame and Yagura is tastier for Samahata. As such, the sword betrayed Zabuza. After leading Zabuza, the sword was rushing towards Yagura to eat the chakra of Sanbai, but midway, Kisame appeared and managed to tame the Samahata, which did not surprise the people here. Kisame is known as the monster of Kiridikure, and tailless-tailed beast for a reason. Samahata in the hands of Kisame would really work well, and now they can easily defeat a Jinchuriki. Now, they have Takashi to hold off the Mizuki in terms of taijutsu, while Kisame uses the Samahata to devour Sanbai's chakra, and just when the three were planning to kill the Mizuki for good, Majida suddenly said, I don't think we have the time to take care of the Mizuki anymore. Many shinobi under the lead of the Kunoichi from the Terumi clan are rushing here to support the Mizuki. I think it would be best if we retreat. Kisame and Takashi took a second to process Majida's words and instantly decided to retreat. After all, even if they are individually strong shinobi and have the ability to defeat everyone, fighting a battle of attrition without any substantial gain is pretty pointless. As such, retreating right now is the best option, else there is no telling what would be the consequences. In the blink of an eye, Majida, Kisame, and Takashi flashed away and disappeared from their position, but not before devouring a large part of Sanbai's chakra so as to stop the Yondaime from being able to chase them. Zabuza has also fled upon realizing that with his current strength he stands no chance of defeating the Mizuki. But how can Mizuki allow these four people to flee so easily? So, he obviously gave chase after the three new recruits of Akatsuki. On the roof of an abandoned house in Kiridikure. On the roof of this house, a large murder of crows gathered together from all the directions of the village and took the form of Itachi. He had witnessed everything that happened in Kiridikure and is still doing so by using his crows. After seeing everything that happened in Kiridikure, Itachi had quite a lot of thoughts running through his mind. Whoosh! At this moment, another figure appeared on the roof. Itachi did not need to look at this person to recognize his identity. This is because he knew it was none other than Uchiha Tsukihei. After her fierce battle against Obito, Tsukihei left the Mizukage building, and of course, she did not leave Hiramakiri behind. Itachi observed the state of Tsukihei and asked, "Tsukihei-san, are you alright?" Tsukihei nodded. "I am alright, just a bit tired after my battle against Tobi." Itachi nodded, and said, "And, did you manage to kill him?" Tsukihei shook her head. Unfortunately no, he might have realized that he had no chance of winning, so he retreated. Itachi nodded and did not question anymore. This time Tsukihei questioned, "So, what all happened in Kirigakure while I was fighting Tobi?" Itachi nodded and started explaining all the events that happened in the village. After he was done, Tsukihei had a thoughtful look on her face. That is to say, neither Terumi Mei nor Momochi Zabuza is suitable enough to be the next Mizukage. I suppose I will think about this a little bit more and then decide. After a pause here, she continued with a serious expression. However, it really concerns me that not only Hoshigaki Kisame, but 2 more shinobi with strength higher than that of an elite jonin have joined the ranks of Akatsuki. A user of Shikatsumiyaku, and a Ketsuryugen user. Day by day, Akatsuki is growing more and more frightening. Itachi can't help but nod. Is this the true meaning of the butterfly effect? Tsukihei can't help but think. Chapter 404, Sai. I guess we will have to focus on further increasing our strengths, Tsukihei. Itachi nodded. For the first time since awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan, Itachi has started to feel that he needs to further increase his strength if they want to stop the Akatsuki. Because the organization is becoming more and more of a threat to the stability of the shinobi world than one can imagine. Anyway. Cough cough. When Tsukihei was again about to speak something, she suddenly coughed out blood and collapsed on the floor. Itachi was surprised and immediately helped her. "Tsukihei-san, it doesn't seem that you are in good condition." With the help of Itachi, she somehow managed to stand up, and said, "Don't worry Itachi-kun, it's just chakra exhaustion. After some time of rest I will be alright. Anyway, we should hide until the situation in Kirigakure calms down. After that, we will decide on the course of action to take from here on." Itachi nodded, and after sealing Hiramakiri in a storage scroll, he along with Tsukihei left the roof of the house. A few minutes later both of them arrived at an empty house in Kirigakure. Here Tsukihei sat on a chair and took some rest, and while doing so, she can't help but think, "Guess I overdid it, huh?" as she started to observe the movements going on in Kirigakure. It's really pitiful that one of the 5 great shinobi villages has reached such a point. Tsukihei can't help but mutter as she observed the state of the village. Perhaps this would have been the same situation of Konoha should Uchiha clan started the coup d'état. Itachi can't help but mutter with some sadness in his tone. Tsukihei was silent upon hearing Itachi's words. If the Uchiha clan had started a coup d'état, then that would have been the start of the 4th Great Shinobi War, the biggest and most destructive war ever seen. Tsukihei said with a mild smile, "But that situation would not arise to that point, so there is no reason to worry." Itachi nodded. After this short conversation, Tsukihei focused her attention back outside. The village has obviously become a mess and a large part of the village population has been evacuated to shelter, but this does not mean that all the villagers have been evacuated. Those who did not trust the village authorities or those who did not have the opportunity to escape to the shelter rushed outside the village their families with the hopes of escaping the influence of the ongoing civil war. The leader and initiator of the civil war may have fled the scene, but the dissatisfaction, fear, anger, sadness, grief, and other emotions buried in the hearts of the populace is not so easy to resolve. The ambitious and traitorous are still fighting fiercely against the loyal ones. Then there are those from the other villages who are taking the advantage of internal strife and causing damage to the village and causing further chaos. Of course, Tsukihei does not know that many of them are transformed Zetsu clones who are breeding further conflicts in order to cause as much damage to the village as possible, thus her thoughts. But anyway, should I kill Yagura or should I not? Was the thought on her mind at this moment. To be honest, this kind of chaos is really convenient for her to assassinate the Yonde Mizukichi to complete the mission, but from the information given to her by Itachi, it is pretty obvious that Karatachi Yagura has regained himself, and is no longer a puppet in Obito's hands. While Tsukihei was busy considering several things, Itachi noticed that her hair was in a mess because of being untidy, so he took out a hairband from one of his pockets and handed it over to her. "Tsukihei-san, here." Tsukihei thought that it was the scroll of Hiramakiri that Itachi was giving her, but when she saw that it was a hairband she was surprised, and asked, "Do you even carry such a thing as a spare?" Itachi nodded. Don't you carry one yourself? Your hair is quite long, won't they get in the way of a fight if they are left untied?" Tsukihei was speechless. "I have never thought about it, tied or untied, it's not that big of a problem." Anyway, while Tsukihei tidied her hair, Itachi also passed her the scroll of Hiramakiri, then said, "Anyway, what are we going to do now, Tsukihei-san?" Tsukihei asked after a bit of silence, "Have you prepared what Kuroto-sama asked you to?" Itachi nodded. Tsukihei nodded. "All right, the situation may have changed, but our goal is still the same. We will still be doing what we came here for, only a few things will change." Itachi said, "All right, in that case, I will make the preparations." While Tsukihei and Itachi were discussing their further course of action, Mizukichi and several shinobi under his command who were chasing after Kisame, Takashi, and Majida were forced to return to the village because the situation in the village was becoming more and more unstable. Eliminating the traitors is certainly very important, but stabilizing the situation in the village is more important for Yagura. Not to mention, Kisame, Takashi, and Majida when combined together are a force to be reckoned with, so defeating them will take a lot of time, and there is no telling what will be the state of the village by then. As such, Yagura, as the Mizukichi, had no choice but to delay his revenge on the Akatsuki and focus his attention on the village for now. It took a few hours, but with the joint efforts of the Mizukichi, several elders, and many elite Kiri shinobi, the traitors partaking in the civil war were either died or managed to flee, so overall, the situation in Kirigakure was stabilized. The casualty count was in thousands, and this casualty count not only included Kiri shinobi but even the common folks who couldn't escape in time. The death toll is so high that the streets of Kirigakure were piled with corpses, walls covered in blood, and a heavy stench of death lingered in the village. Even nature cried for such a high death toll. At some point, while the conflict was still going on, the rain started to befall the village, and it continued until every last corpse wasn't buried. When the rain eventually came to an end, it washed away all the blood on the streets of Kirigakure, both literally and perhaps even metaphorically, or maybe not. Not long after, the rain clouds cleared, the soft light of the rising sun appeared on the horizon. The light of this morning sun gave a new breath of life to the village that has always been hidden in the bloody mist. Yonde Mizukichi, who had been busy all night with various things, did not have any time to rest or enjoy this rare morning sun. He directly convened a high-level meeting in the destroyed Mizukichi building. All the elders and the elites who were part of the meeting were a bit nervous about what's about to come. After all, the fear of the Yonde Mizukichi is still evident in the hearts of all, and nobody here knows the exact purpose of the meeting. This is also the reason why, despite being a gathering of all the high-level shinobi of Kirigakure, nobody had the courage to even whisper a word. Seeing everyone's silence, and looking at the fearful expression on the faces of all, Yagura sighed. Of course, what else can I expect after what I had put them through? Since no one had the courage to speak, so Yagura had to break the silence. After all, his reason for convening this meeting is already decided, so he stood up in his position, and addressed to all the people present. Without beating around the bush, Yagura directly revealed the fact that for over a year now he has been under the control of Akatsuki organization, and it was only yesterday night he managed to break free. The sudden reveal of the news caused an uproar in the room. Nobody could believe their ears, and they had to listen to it thrice to believe that what they heard was indeed not wrong. Yonde Mizukichi, Karatachi Yagura, became a puppet in the hands of Akatsuki organization? When everyone realized the gravity of this information, a silence dawned upon the room. Everyone was so shocked that they didn't know how to respond. Without a doubt, Karatachi Yagura is not only the strongest shinobi in the current Kirigakure, but he is also the Jinchuriki of Sanbai, and not just any Jinchuriki, but a perfect Jinchuriki. Someone who has complete control over the beige is sealed inside him, and such a shinobi became nothing more than a puppet. If this is not ridiculous, then what is? Even if everyone had expected something to be wrong with the Mizukichi for a while now, but when they hear the fact that Mizukichi was being controlled by Akatsuki, it does shock them to their very core. After the shock, there was anger not only at Akatsuki for controlling the Mizukichi but even at the Mizukichi for becoming a puppet. However, can Mizukichi really be blamed? If it had been before, maybe they could have blamed him and his lack of ability, but now? How can they? It was only a few days ago when the news of the defeat of Tri-Alliance at the hands of Akatsuki in the Summit War resounded throughout the entire shinobi world, and in that battle, the Yondaime Kazekage inexplicably went missing. There has been no news of Kazekage since then. From this news, everyone knows that the Akatsuki organization is not just any run-of-the-mill organization. Their strength is more than enough to suppress the combined strength of at least 2 great shinobi villages at the same time. And when people know and understand the real feats and true strength of Akatsuki, it is not very difficult for them to accept the fact that Mizukichi became a puppet in the hands of Akatsuki. This also explains why he suddenly becomes so different a year ago after the second Gakage summit, and suddenly sent an elite shinobi squad to Amigate Cure in support of Akatsuki. When all was said and done, every detail about Akatsuki Yagura knew, however minuscule it may have been, was revealed to everyone. An awkward atmosphere dawned in the meeting room. Everyone knew that even if Yondaime Mizukichi is not be blamed for the losses their village suffered in the past year, but it is also understood that he cannot remain the Mizukichi any longer for all the losses the village suffered because of him. After all, someone has to take the blame for everything, and it has to be Mizukichi because his leadership brought such chaos to the village. But can anyone here ask the Mizukichi to abdicate? Or does anyone here have the guts to dethrone him? No, because that would be incredibly foolish. The current of Kirigakure has withered to its weakest point. Hardly any high-level combat personnel are left in the village, and at this time, if they were to condemn Yagura or force him to abdicate, then that would be tantamount to self-harm. Yet, Yagura can't remain the Mizukichi any longer for what his leadership brought to the village. Such a dilemma, in such a situation, if Yagura-sama were to willingly abdicate, was a momentary thought in the mind of someone. Yagura also realizes this. He need not be reminded. While everyone was troubled as to what they should do from here on out, Yagura got up and bowed to everyone. Please forgive me for what my leadership brought to the village. Once the matter of the civil war is completely settled, I shall take the blame of everything, and abdicate from the position of Mizukichi. Hearing that Mizukichi is willing to abdicate, the elders breathed a sigh of relief. This is undoubtedly the best solution. The blame will be taken by Yagura himself, so the next Mizukichi can begin anew, and Yagura can still work as a Kirigakure shinobi. After a few more things were discussed and settled, and the meeting was concluded, Yagura led Terumi Mei, AO, as well as the remaining elites and other senior officials of the village to the underground floors of the Mizukichi building. The reason was obvious. They have to see what exactly happened on the underground floors yesterday night while the civil war was going on. And looking at the scene before them, whether it was Mei, or AO, the elders, the elites, or even the Mizukichi himself, everyone was taken aback. One of the jonin crouched down, and while tracing his hands on the metal sticking on the ground, he muttered, "I can be certain that this sword was a Mito, for it to have melted." Another jonin looked at Mei and questioned, "The metal used in Mito is extremely resistant to high temperatures. Was it melted using Yotan?" Mei shook her head, and said with a serious expression, "No, Yotan can melt things, but its working principle lies in corrosion and dissolution, so it couldn't have been done through Yotan. The way this sword and all the rest of the swords have melted shows that they have been heated to their melting point." This chapter's initial release occurred on the N0V3 Bin site. AO looked at the entire floor with his Byakugan, and said with a solemn expression, "It has to be fire, but no ordinary fire can do such damage." "But who could use such a fire that is capable of melting such high-grade metals?" questioned another shinobi. Mei asked AO, "Are there any chakra signatures left that we can give us any clue?" AO shook his head, "No, however much I try to see, there are no chakra signs left here." At this time Yagura said, I can feel the breath of the man who controlled me, and he most likely fought against someone here, so probably that person." May hurriedly asked, "Who?" Yagura shook his head. "I do not know, but I can be certain that it wasn't anyone from the village. As for the result, it is pretty much clear given the fact that I regained consciousness." Upon hearing this, everyone's faces were gloomier. Two outsiders fought in the most secret and the core part of the village, the place which hosts records of almost all the secrets of their village, yet no one in the village was aware of it. This is beyond humiliating for them. Chapter 405, Somewhere in the Land of Water. Kisame, Takashi, and Majida, who had managed to get rid of Kirigakure's chase, were now sitting by a small stream, resting and treating their wounds as well as pondering over the actions they must take from here on out. Cough cough. After coughing out blood, Takashi cursed, "Damn it, where the hell is this Toby?" Naturally, Takashi's mood is a bit upset. After all, the day he joined Akatsuki, he is already being chased by the Mizukage, although it's no such a big problem in the big picture. However, given that there are no signs of Toby whatsoever during the whole fiasco, nor anyone else from Akatsuki is contacting them after all the trouble they have gone through, it is obvious that he is annoyed. "I think it's worth celebrating that we managed to escape from the chase of Mizukage and so many of Kirigakure shinobi without any serious injury," Kisame said with a playful smirk. He wasn't being serious here, as was clearly evident from his tone. To be honest, he wasn't much afraid of Mizukage, rather he is confident enough to be able to go toe-to-toe with the Mizukage and still come out of it alive. After all, Kisame's overall strength with Samahana in his hands is easily mid-Kage level. In the original story, Kisame managed to easily subdue the Jinchuriki of Yanbi, could push Killer Bee to use the seventh tail of Hachibi and still be the dominant party of the fight, and even forced Might Guy to use the seventh gate, and still survived. Along with several other feats that speak for his strength, as such he wouldn't have had much of a problem in dealing with the Mizukage. The only thing that could have troubled him would have been Mizukage's Aqua Mirror Jutsu, but he would have had found a way to deal with that jutsu too. After all, every jutsu has its weakness, you just have to find it. While Takashi and Kisame expressed their thoughts, Majida had a thoughtful face. He was wondering what could have gone wrong with Toby that the Mizukage, who was supposed to be in a Jinjutsu, suddenly managed to release himself. At this time, Majida suddenly looked vigilantly in one direction, because he suddenly noticed someone in the vision of his Ketsuryugen, and said loudly, "Who are you? Come out!" Majida's loud shout and his battle-ready stance alerted both Kisame and Takashi, and both of them were instantly battle-ready too, while they vigilantly looked in the direction where Majida was looking. Shush shush. And for a while, the sound of grass swaying could be heard, which made the three frown. "Come on out now, or you won't remain in the condition to be able to walk anymore," Takashi said as a bone spike grew out of his hand. Eek! The sound came from behind the bushes, and instantly a figure jumped out of the bushes, and no, I am not the enemy. I was just sitting there and observing the three of you and trying to figure out what's it like to poop. All three of them frowned. Poop? The person nodded. Right. Kisame asked with a smirk, and did you manage to figure it out? But the figure shook his head, and said with a sigh, unfortunately no. Can any one of you tell me what's it like to poop? Kisame said with a chuckle, ha ha, he is sure is a funny guy. Takashi lifted the bone spike and asked Majida and Kisame, should I kill him? Majida shook his head, and said, no, not yet. Look closely, he is also wearing Akatsuki cloak, not to mention his mask. It's just like Toby, but it's different. His mask is white, and the aura he is giving off is different. Kisame said upon taking a closer look. After a bit of observing this person, Majida said, additionally, when I see him with my Ketsuryugen, all I see is an empty shell. It is as if he has no organs whatsoever, and his sense of presence. Just what exactly are you? The white spiraled masked fellow, wearing the traditional Akatsuki cloak, folded both of his hands over his chest, and said proudly, I am Toby. Huh. All three frowned. Wasn't that guy Toby? White Toby nodded. He is also Toby, but he is junior. And I am the senior. You all can call me Toby Senior. Junior, senior, what exactly is up with these guys? Takashi muttered with a frown while looking at the Toby Sr. Kisame said, both of them seem to share similar personalities. So, I suppose it makes sense if they're both Toby. I think it would be interesting to see both of them at the same time. At this time Majida asked again, what happened to the other Toby? And why did the Mizukage suddenly regain himself? That is a bit hard to explain. Anyway, I have been ordered by my and Junior Senior to escort the three of you to the headquarters. My senior, Zetsu, will explain the entire situation to the three of you, so follow me. Toby Sr. said and started to walk in a particular direction. Kisame, Takashi, and Majida looked at each other, and after a bit of mulling they put away their weapons and followed Toby Sr. On their way, Kisame asked, so, where are we going? Toby Sr. said enthusiastically, we will be going to the Land of Waves. There we will meet up with another new recruit. After we have her in the team, we will go to one of the Akatsuki hideouts in the Land of Waves, where we will meet up with Zetsu and Toby Jr. Majida questioned, and who is this new recruit? Toby Sr. took some time in thinking, then said, her name. I think it was called Kahayo. Kisame narrowed his eyes at the mention of that name, and repeated, Yuki Kahayo, huh? Well, I'll be damned, he didn't speak any further, because that kunoichi is really extremely strong one, no wonder Akatsuki would recruit her. Lead the way then, the three said and went in the direction of the Land of Waves. Somewhere inside a cave in the Land of Water, a spiraling void appeared, and Obito, still in his Toby, or better yet Toby Jr. disguise, walked out of it. Currently, he had a fatigued look. His consumptions, along with the cost of using Izanagi, wasn't any less. With Obito's arrival, Zetsu also sprouted out of the ground, and Black Zetsu asked Obito, what happened to you? Who was the intruder in the Mizukage building? Obito did not reply. He was silent and thinking over something. At this time Zetsu leaned forward and saw the missing arm of Obito, then questioned, the intruder was able to hurt you so badly, it wouldn't happen to be the leader of Amatsukami, would it? After all, the last time Obito was hurt so badly was in the battle against the Yondaime Hokage during the Kyuubi's attack. Other than that, Zetsu can't remember Obito being pushed to such an extent since Obito awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. However, Obito shook his head, and said with a gloomy tone, it wasn't Yama, but Homusubi. White Zetsu smirked, heh. A battle between two Manjikyu Sharingan users? Heh, I would have loved to watch that battle. Anyway, since Homusubi is now dead, we have one less problem to worry about. Contrary to the positive answer Zetsu expected to hear, Obito shook his head, as he removed his mask. No, I was unable to kill Homusubi. This obviously shocked Zetsu, but he was more shocked when he saw the grayish-white pupil in Obito's left eye socket. You even used the Izanagi, and still couldn't kill him? Using Izanagi means that Obito already died once while fighting Homusubi, and this is obviously surprising. It is hard to imagine that someone could kill Obito who has Kamui as dojutsu. That woman was playing with me the whole time, Obito muttered in a gloomy tone. Woman? White Zetsu muttered in surprise, then said, Homusubi is a woman? Obito nodded. I was surprised too, but it doesn't really matter whether Homusubi is a man, a woman, a child, a beast, or something else entirely. What's important here is that she seems to know the mechanism of Kamui, and she utilized this knowledge very well. In fact, the approach she used to kill me even surprised me. If it hadn't been for Izanagi, I would have surely died. While Zetsu asked Obito, does she also know your true identity? Obito said with a thoughtful expression, she did not do anything specific that would give away the fact that she knows me, but I'm not so sure. Not so sure? Black Zetsu thought, Amatsukami seems to know the secret of both Nagato and Obito. Is it possible that Amatsukami also knows about Madara? Or, about me? But then he shook his head. Nobody other than Kagaya knows me, not Obito, not Madara, not Indra, not Azura, nor Hagoromo, neither Himura, and certainly not Amatsukami. It is impossible for them to know who he truly is. Obito continued, well anyway, I did manage to figure out one of her dojutsu. It is related to buffing the physical aspects of anything she wants to the extent she can increase the strength of her Susanoo quite a lot. Black Zetsu said, "That's quite a practical ability. As long as she has enough chakra and visual prowess, she might even be able to turn a dried wooden twig into something as hard and strong as current Hokage's adamantine staff." Obito nodded, and said, "Increase the threat level of Homasubi to just below that of Yama. Given all the abilities she has, killing her won't be an easy task for weaker members." Zetsu nodded and relayed the information to his other clones. At this moment, Obito sat on a small rock and thought about a lot of things. The defeat today was a very big blow for him. Not only his plan of destroying Kirigakure was ruined, but it also revealed the fact that the enemy knows the intelligence about his abilities through and through. All these events since the War of the Summit, especially the ones related to Amatsukami, are making him feel powerless. This kind of powerlessness reminded him of the scene of Rin's death. At that time he was unable to do anything to save Rin. Black Zetsu said, "The threat of Amatsukami is too great. Even if we do not talk about the other members, the threat posed by Yama is too much. The only reason we survived that time is that Geto Mazo is indestructible, else everyone, even Nagato, would have died." He did not speak anything about Yama's golden sword, or those black balls, but as Kagaya's will, Black Zetsu obviously knows that those who are able to use Gudadama are incredibly strong. In fact, Nagato would have died, had it not been for Tobi Sr. to have attached himself to Nagato and saved him in time. Obito asked with a frown, "So what are you suggesting?" Black Zetsu said, "It's time to make up your mind." As soon as Black Zetsu spoke, Obito's face turned gloomy, his eyes turned cold, and he said in a chilling tone, "Do not speak of it." But Black Zetsu was unaffected, and said, "It is yours, to begin with, so why the hesitation?" After a brief silence, Obito shook his head, "It is not mine. It doesn't belong to me." "Does that mean you want to give up on Project Tsuki no Mi?" asked Black Zetsu. Chapter 406, Do Not Question Me, Black Zetsu. Project Tsuki no Mi will be completed no matter what it takes, Obito said decisively. "Really?" After a pause, Black Zetsu sneered, "But the way you are right now, you don't seem to be able to do anything. Even the likes of Homasubi managed to kill you. How do you plan on continuing from here on? All we have managed to do is capture a single bijou, and the whole shinobi world is already aware of Akatsuki's intentions. What do you plan to do from here on out? Fire great shinobi villages, and Amatsukami. How do you plan to oppose them all with that meager strength of yours? Even those without space-time jutsu managed to kill you. To me, you look nothing more than a pathetic loser." Drip. The gloomy cave fell into silence, and only the faint sound of water dripping could be heard. It is not the first time that Black Zetsu and Obito have discussed this topic. Since Akatsuki's defeat in the Summit War, Black Zetsu has repeatedly brought out this topic. Black Zetsu couldn't understand the reason behind Obito's hesitation. In Black Zetsu's view, anything that is useful and will benefit them should be taken without any hesitation, whether it belongs to them or not, and here they are talking about something that is already Obito's, so why the hesitation? No, to mention Black Zetsu, even the relatively simple-minded White Zetsu doesn't understand what's stopping Obito from taking back something that is already Obito's. Questioned by both Black and White Zetsu, Obito was silent. He couldn't bring himself to say it. After all, that thing no longer belongs to him. It was his last gift to Kakashi. At the same time, it also carries the hope that Obito no longer has from this world. If it is really taken back, then even the last bits of Uchiha Obito who once dreamt of becoming the Hokage would completely disappear. Aside from his intention of not wanting to face Kakashi, Obito does not want to personally bury the last bit of his innocence himself. But Black Zetsu does not care about Obito's intentions, nor does he care about Obito's emotions. At the moment, when he saw the leader of Amatsukami, and the kind of powers the leader of Amatsukami has, Black Zetsu felt unprecedented crises. Being a product of Otsutsuki Kagaya's will, Black Zetsu obviously realizes that the kind of powers the leader of Amatsukami was using are similar to that of Hagoromo and Himura. There are various theories in his mind about the possible identity of Yama, and if any of them are correct, then he is going to have serious trouble reviving Kagaya from here on out. Therefore, he has spared no effort in increasing Akatsuki's strength to further his plans. And increasing Obito's strength is also one of them. After all, there has to be a counter of Nagato, because Nagato is just a puppet necessary to bring Madara back to life at the right opportunity. Zetsu has to consider the possibility that Madara might not be revived with how things are turning out, so it is necessary for him to increase Obito's strength to ensure that Project Tsuki no Mi is completed, whether through Madara or through Obito, it must be completed. After all, Nagato's intentions are to suppress the shinobi world with force, and bring peace using pain. He has no knowledge of what the Project Tsuki no Mi truly entails, and Zetsu is quite sure that Nagato would not support the idea as well. But Obito's goal is Project Tsuki no Mi, so Obito is a good alternative, but the alternative has to be strong too, otherwise, the strength of revived Kaguya would be very weak. Therefore, Obito's strength must be increased for the grand scheme of things. Seeing Obito's silence, Black Zetsu said, "If you do not want to take it back yourself, why not use other Akatsuki members? If you want, we can use Toby Sr. too. It's my business, I will take care of it myself, you do not need to intervene." Obito said coldly, then asked, "Is there any news about Shino?" "I have had my clones track his whereabouts, although I did not find any information that would directly point to Shino. However, I did manage to get a hold of one of Shino's former subordinates. He used to be a shinobi of the Land of Sky and was quite a close aide to Shino, but for some reason, he betrayed the Land of Sky and even quit his life as a shinobi. Perhaps because he had some conflicts with Shino's methods. Anyway, after I obtained all the information from him about Shino, I was able to find the location where his base should have been," Black Zetsu said. Obito raised his eyebrow. "Was there? Does that mean it's no longer there?" "What do you mean?" Black Zetsu said, "I am not too sure either. It seemed that Shino had his subordinates turn an old ruined temple into some kind of air fortress, which is probably the place he is hiding in." Obito said, "If he is really in an air fortress, tracking him would be almost impossible." Zetsu nodded. "Yes, I couldn't find anything else that would give me any more information about his whereabouts. Moreover, since he has betrayed us, he hasn't made any more public appearances." The inception of this chapter's publication is linked to N0V3LB11N. Obito had a thoughtful look on his face, and questioned, "So what is your input in this?" Black Zetsu said, "If I have to think, then I would say he is probably already dead." "That does make sense. With his character, I don't think he is the type who would remain silent for such a long time, and it can only be Amatsukami who could have killed him so silently," concluded Obito, and thought, "It's also possible that Amatsukami's hideout is somewhere in the sky. This would also explain why all our search to locate Amatsukami's hideout has turned into vain." After reaching this conclusion, Obito made sure that he would try to find a method to carry out aerial investigation no matter how incredibly hard it may be. Next, Obito asked, "Is there any information about Orochimaru's whereabouts?" "I do have some leads that might possibly lead to Orochimaru, but I am not so sure," Zetsu replied. Obito asked again, "Where is he?" White Zetsu said, "If the information is correct, then he should be somewhere in the land of rice fields. Oh sorry, now it is called the Land of Sound. The country has been renamed into the Land of Sound some time ago." "Land of Sound?" Obito repeated. Zetsu nodded. "Yes, there are rumors about a new shinobi village coming into existence in the Land of Sound. They call themselves Otogakure." "Otogakure, huh? Does this have anything to do with Orochimaru? Is there any connection between them?" Obito asked. Zetsu said with a sigh, "As I mentioned, I am not so sure." "But what do you want with him?" Obito thought a little. "Let the new recruits go after him, and see how that turns out. Each of the four of them has quite the potential. It would also allow me to test their abilities and figure out on what level they truly stand and plan out my further strategy." Zetsu nodded, then asked, "Do you also want to send Toby Sr.?" Obito shook his head, then said, "Not him. I don't want to reveal his existence right now. He will be one of the trump cards. Let Biwa Juzo go with them. It would be a reunion for the Kirigakure shinobi." Zetsu nodded, "But will they be able to kill Orochimaru?" Obito sighed, "Hard to say. Even I am not sure if killing Orochimaru is even possible or not. let's just use him for testing out the 4 of them, then we can have Nagato deal with Orochimaru. Zetsu then said, and what do you plan to do with Kiradikure now? Obito said, the fact that Yagura was being controlled by me has already been revealed to the high level of Kiradikure and Amatsukami, so it's pointless to take control of Kiradikure again. The standby sealed inside him is important, but I suppose that can wait for now. When the other villages hear news about this, it will cause an uproar and complicate things a little bit, but I suppose it changes nothing in the end anyway. Let Akatsuki lay low for a while until everyone has recovered. 4 Kage have already become prey to Akatsuki. Both Sandame and Yondaime Kazekage were killed by Sasori, Yondaime Hokage died because of Akatsuki, and Yondaime Mizukichi became a puppet in Akatsuki's hands. With this, it is natural that the Kage will become incredibly vigilant and more aggressive to hunt down Akatsuki, so it is better that Akatsuki lay low for a while, until everyone has recovered to their full strength. Zetsu nodded, and with everything discussed, both Zetsu and Obito left the Land of Water and went into the direction of the Land of Waves. Chapter 407, a few nights later in Kiradikure. You, plop. Was all this particular Kiradikure Umbu managed to say before his consciousness became dull and he fell asleep on the floor, snore. After taking care of the Umbu, Itachi withdrew his gaze and said to the person who came from the other side of the passage, the guard in this passage has been taking care of Tsukihei-san. The one on my side has also been resolved. Let's move forward, said Tsukihei, then together with Itachi she started to go deeper inside the Mizukichi building. As both Itachi and Tsukihei walked side by side, Itachi suddenly said, the security here is a bit abnormal. Tsukihei knew but asked Itachi nonetheless, why do you think so, Itachi-kun? Itachi said, the number of guards is very low, moreover, their strength is also not nearly enough for the job. Tsukihei nodded with a thoughtful expression, that is true, I suppose. The level of security is indeed quite low, it's almost as if someone is inviting us inside. The level of security in the Mizukichi building is indeed abnormal. After sneaking inside the Mizukichi building, Tsukihei and Itachi have only encountered about 6 guards up to now, and their strength was only at the level of an elite genin. Such a low level of combat force is being used to protect the Kage of a great shinobi village, not to mention a shinobi village that has just gone through a civil war 3 days ago. It's obvious that the situation is a bit abnormal, and Tsukihei does not deny this. Itachi said, do you think this is a trap, Tsukihei-san? Tsukihei shook her head, it's possible, but I don't think that's the case. I am more inclined to believe in the other possibility. The other one? Meaning Kiradikure higher-ups are pressuring Mizukichi-sama to abdicate as early as possible? Itachi asked with a thoughtful expression. Tsukihei nodded, probably one of the many means Kiradikure elders are using to pressure Karatachi Yagura into abdicating as soon as possible. Following his confession, Yagura's political power has been taken away completely, and Yagura did not pose any resistance to it, but no one in Kiradikure has enough strength to match up to Yagura, as such no one can openly ask him to quit the position of Mizukichi, so these are just roundabout methods they are using. After the events following Kiradikure's civil war, Kiradikure's senior management has been doing everything in their power to force Yagura's abdication as early as possible. All the blame for the civil war was also transferred to Yagura's head by secretly manipulating information. The fact that Mizukichi became a puppet in the hands of Akatsuki for over a year is only known to a few people, which only includes the Kiradikure higher-ups and a few elite jonin. None of the other shinobi or civilians in Kiradikure, nor any other shinobi villages are aware of this information, yet. So putting the blame for everything on Yagura's head has been very easy. Moreover, there has been no statement from Yagura himself to deny the blame, perhaps because Yagura does feel guilty about what all happened to Kiradikure. After all, in a way, it was partly his fault, so the accusations against him are not wrong either. Overall, public opinion has completely shifted in Yagura's favor, and people are demanding that he abdicates the position of Mizukichi as early as possible. Such things are happening even after Yagura has already stated that he will abdicate from the position of Mizukichi, but it seems that few people who lust for power can't wait anymore, or perhaps they are skeptical about Yagura's words. After all, this is Kirigakure, and Kirigakure's Kage is not selected by the public or the elders of the village. According to the rules and traditions, the strongest shinobi of the village becomes the Mizukage, regardless of their age. This is also the reason why Zabuza dared to launch a coup d'état. He knew that, if he proves to be the strongest shinobi in Kirigakure by killing Karatachi Yagura, then everyone, even the elders, will have to accept him as the Mizukage. Although he failed to become the Mizukage, the rules still remain the same. Therefore, even if Yagura has lost his reputation, his strength is still the strongest in Kirigakure, so anyone weaker than him cannot force him to abdicate up front. As such, they are using these indirect, underhanded methods, and exploiting the guilt in Yagura's heart. Tsukihei does not know how Yagura died in the canon, but suicide is also one of the many possible causes of his death. Similar to how Hatake Sakumo killed himself, it is possible that Yagura also killed himself. And if Yagura were to die, then without a doubt Terumi Mei will become the next Mizukage. Itachi and Tsukihei have already reached the conclusion that Mei's strength does not meet their requirement for the next Mizukage, and since Zabuza was also a disappointment, so Yagura is the best choice. The fact that Yagura hates Akatsuki helps a lot, and this hatred in Yagura's heart can be exploited, so overall, Yagura can be a good pawn. As such, Tsukihei does not want this good pawn to die, at least not before he has proven useful to her. Therefore, she and Itachi are here to make sure that Yagura remains the Mizukage, and at the same time becomes a loyal subordinate of Amatsukami, similar to Pakura, the Godame Kazekage. Itachi said with a sad expression, no matter which village, there are always people who struggle for power and forget the side of what's truly important and what truly matters. This is the kind of world we live in. And this cannot be changed. People will always struggle for such petty things. War may stop, peace may come or it may not come, but these basic desires and faults within a human's heart will never change, and these qualities and differences give rise to conflicts. So in a way, it wouldn't be wrong to say that peace will never come, and if you want to accomplish your dream of ending all wars, then you have a very long road ahead of you. Just being the strongest won't help you in this, Tsukihei said. Itachi had a thoughtful expression on his face as he pondered over Tsukihei's words. Tsukihei did not disturb him, and the two continued to silently walk further inside. The reason for bringing Itachi is fairly obvious. Tsukihei wants to subdue Yagura without causing much of a ruckus. In the blink of an eye, the two of them arrived on the first underground floor of the Mizukage building. Along the way, they only encountered two more guards, both of whom were easily taken care of by the two of them, and after extracting information about Yagura's position from one of the guards, Tsukihei and Itachi proceeded. Somewhere on the underground floor, Yagura rubbed the corner of his eye as he tried to make out anything that would give him some lead for the information he has been trying to figure out. The young adult's face shows clear signs of fatigue and emptiness. Physical fatigue because of tirelessly working for the past few days is another thing. Yagura is more fatigued because of the pressure from the elders. After heaving a sigh, Yagura pondered over his deduction. Just when he thought that he has reached a conclusion, his mind suddenly shifted, and a bad premonition surged in his heart. Yagura immediately leaned against the wall adjacent to the door of this room to hide, and then tried listening to the sound of silent footsteps. Chapter 408, 1. Only a single person? Yagura muttered while listening to the light sound of footsteps coming from a few passages away. Considering that it is midnight currently, any shinobi from the village should not be coming to meet him at this time. And before coming here, Yagura had already instructed the leftover few guards in the Mizukage building to not disturb him, so, according to common sense, and with what little respect they have left for him, nobody would disturb him unless there is an emergency, the possibility of which can't be ruled out. Is there something wrong in the village? This was a momentary thought, and a logical one too, but Yagura denied this possibility. Because if it was really an emergency, then the pace with which this person was coming towards him would have been rushed and panicked, not so quiet and relaxed. Moreover, Yagura wasn't sensing anything going on in the village. If some kind of chaos was going on in the village, then he would have felt that for sure. After all, vibrations are still detectable. An assassin to kill me? Was another guess. This one wasn't wrong either. Given how much pressure he has been facing for a few days now, it's quite logical that some of them would also use the means of assassination to get rid of him early. When he thought of the possibility of an assassin, Hyuga had a bit of hesitation on his face. Am I really allowed to live after what I have led the village into? Perhaps I would be better off dead. Perhaps the village would be better off with me dead. Guilt was already killing him. It would change nothing if he were to die early. It's not as if anyone's going to mourn his death after what he has led the village into. But what's if it's an enemy who wants to use the weak period? Was another thought as the image of the masked man, blue-haired kunoichi of the paper style and ripple-patterned-eyed shinobi flashed from his memories. And along with memories, anger also appeared in his mind. Normally, shinobi are not influenced by their emotions, but Hyuga couldn't restrain his anger when he thought of those Akatsuki members again trying to do something to the village. With a gloomy expression, Hyuga picked up his double-hooked club and prepared for a battle. If it is Akatsuki then, thought Hyuga as he disappeared from this room. Hyuga was controlled by Akatsuki, and based on the information he has studied about the Akatsuki, their goal is to collect all the 9 bijou. They already have Nibi, and since Ichibi is dead, so it's possible that their next target is Sanbai. But Hyuga did not care whether their goal is Sanbai or him. He has to make sure that the village remains safe at all costs. After all, no one in Kiridikure can match up to their strength. The worst comes to worst, he will die, but the village should remain safe. Whoosh! With the sound of breaking past the wind, Hyuga appeared in front of the intruder, Bija chakra coating his body, killing intent in his move, and with anger surging in his heart his double-hooked club with all his strength. He did not want to be careless, because he recognizes the identity of the person standing before him. A black cloak with a golden pattern, and a flame mask. Hyuga may not have directly met this person before, but he does know the information about this person. Everybody does. It was none other than a member of Ematsukami standing in front of him. To be more specific, it was Homusubi. Ding! But instead of killing the enemy with a single blow, a loud metal symphony resounded in the underground passage. The reason was that Homusubi blocked his club with a kunai, and only took a single step backward to cancel off the momentum of his strike. Hyuga wasn't surprised. Ematsukami is on organization at the same level as Akatsuki, so it is obvious that killing the enemy won't be so easy. As such, he entered version 2 Bijou mode. Do not think this village to be a playground for you people. And lunged a kick at Homusubi's head. Boom! But the kick was easily blocked by a red hand made of chakra that extended from a ribcage type chakra wrapped around Homusubi. Once a Jinchuriki enters the Bijou mode, the strength behind each of their moves is increased several times. This increase in strength is much more in the version 2 mode, so Hyuga was sure that even if it won't kill Homusubi, it would at least send him flying, but the fact that Homusubi stopped that strike so easily was nothing short of a surprise. Even the coral that was supposed to have trapped Homusubi was broken away by that ribcage structure. What is this red chakra? Hyuga muttered to himself while analyzing the opposite party's move. It couldn't be Susanoo, became based on the intelligence. Homusubi's Susanoo is golden, but that shape and that evil chakra. Be careful, Hyuga, that is undoubtedly Susanoo, was what Sanbai said to him. Is that so? In that case, I must use Bijudama. Anything else won't work on him. Hyuga said and started to condense Bijudama. Amaterasu. But before he could fire the Bijudama on Homusubi, black flames suddenly appeared on his body. Katon? Thought Hyuga, but soon realized that's not the case here. This is no ordinary fire. Hyuga soon realized that what engulfed him is no ordinary fire. It won't just go away, and he could only writhe and scream in agony and pain as all his attempts to get rid of the fire proved to be fruitless. In just a short few moments Hyuga collapsed, still burning from the heat of Amaterasu. Damn you! Uchiha, was his last thought as he lost consciousness. After Hyuga lost consciousness, the bijou cloak on his body disappeared, and the black flames also faded away under Homusubi's command. Defeated him already, huh? Your strength sure has improved, Itachi, said Tsukihei as she walked out from the shadows. She observed the entire fight that did not even last 30 seconds, in which Itachi made short work of the Mizukage. Homusubi removed his mask and said, I am still not strong enough to match you, Shisui-san, and Kuroto-san. Tsukihei just smiled and said, you will reach there eventually. Then continued after a pause, anyway, let's see the state of Mizukage. Itachi nodded and gave way to Tsukihei to walk closer and check upon Karatachi Yagura's state. Looking at the miserable figure of Yagura, with several burns on both his hands, legs, face and other body parts, Tsukihei had a pitying look in her eyes. But Tsukihei's pitiful suddenly changed and she covered her nose and asked Itachi a more important question. Amaterasu deserves to be the strongest Keton ninjutsu, he won't die, right? The reason being that the smell of cooked meat was permeating in the air. Amaterasu is obviously stronger than her Ashihomi because of its characteristics of burning for 7 days and 7 nights. It may not be as violent as Ashihomi, but it still ranks above Ashihomi. This is also one of the many reasons why Tsukihei made sure to bring Itachi with her. In the canon, Itachi easily defeated Yagura by the use of Amaterasu. Itachi nodded, he shouldn't die as long as he receives timely medical attention. Tsukihei nodded and said while she printed the hand seals, all right Itachi, in that case, prepare to use what we have planned, I'll make sure that Sanbai does not interfere. After that, she activated her Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in order to stop Sanbai's interference. Chapter 409, Kuchios no Jutsu. Poof! From the cloud of white smoke, Shisui in his umbu costume appeared. Is it time? Shisui asked Itachi who has summoned him. Mizukage-sama has been defeated, so let's start. Itachi said to Shisui. Tsukihei and Itachi have already explained everything occurring in Kirigakure to Shisui in the past few days, as such, no further explanation was needed. All right. Shisui nodded without any hesitation and activated his Manjikyu Sharingan, then he lifted up the unconscious Mizukage by the neck and opened Yagura's eyelid with his other hand. Before starting he asked Tsukihei, you are keeping the Sanbai in check, right? Don't worry, Sanbai will not be interfering. Tsukihei nodded. She had already placed Sanbai in a Jinjutsu with her Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, as such the second biggest turtle of the shinobi world was completely unaware of what exactly was happening to its Jinchuriki. Shisui nodded, and after brewing sufficient ocular power in both of his eyes, he started, Manjikyu Sharingan, Kodo Amatsukami. Ba-bump. The moment Shisui used Kodo Amatsukami on the Mizukage, both Tsukihei and Itachi heard a loud sound of a heartbeat. However, both knew that this wasn't any heartbeat, but the resonance of the will caused by the dojutsu of Shisui's Manjikyu Sharingan. At this moment, Yagura's will was already under Shisui's control and can be modified as per Shisui's desire. Kodo Amatsukami is different from normal Jinjutsu, it does not hinder chakra flow, it directly affects the brain and modifies the will and thought processes of the subject. And because it does not disturb the subject's chakra flow, as such it is impossible to detect whether someone is under the effect of a Jinjutsu, or more specifically under Kodo Amatsukami or not by any means, even other dojutsu or chakra flow sensory ninjutsu cannot see or detect Kodo Amatsukami. The only reason Shimura Danzo, who was manipulating Mifune, was caught red-handed by Ao during the Gakage summit is that Ao recognized Shisui's chakra color in Danzo's bandaged eye, and from there he made some guesses based on his suspicions which proved to be true. The reason for Ao's suspicion was Mifune's strange behavior and favor towards Hokage and Konoha. It was not that he detected Mifune being under a Jinjutsu or anything as such. Anyone who is being manipulated by Kodo Amatsukami will always remain under control, and never be found out, even if the caster dies. So, as long as Yagura does not behave strangely or uncharacteristically, no one will figure out that Yagura is in a Jinjutsu. In fact, even if Yagura does behave out of character, it can be attributed to the shock and horrible experience he has gone through, so figuring out Yagura being under control is almost impossible. This is why Kodo Amatsukami is the ultimate Jinjutsu, because it is incredibly hard to counter. At this moment, Shisui asked Tsukihei, alright, I have completely invaded his thought process. What is the change Kuroto-san wanted in his thought process? Is it the same one as Godame Kazekage or different? Tsukihei said, the same as Pakura, Yagura needs to be a secret loyal subordinate of Amatsukami. If the Kazekage or the Mizukage were to become loyal to Konoha, or anyone in specific, then their behavior and orders will be for the benefit of Konoha or for that person, which will obviously make others suspicious, in which case, even if they are not suspected to be under Jinjutsu, they will still be suspected to have taken refuge or bowed down to Konoha, and if that were to happen, then they wouldn't be able to remain the Kage of their villages. But if they are secretly loyal to Amatsukami, then they would secretly work for the benefit of the organization, which won't be so easy to figure out, because no one other than the members of the organization knows what is the true goal of Amatsukami and what are they working for. As such, no one will be able to figure out that the Mizukage and Kazekage are Amatsukami's secret subordinate. Reasonable enough. Shursui nodded, and while looking in the eyes of Yagura, he said in a deep voice, "Karatachi Yagura, from this moment forth to the end of your being, as a living being, as a dead being and even somewhere in between, you will be eternally loyal to Amatsukami." Yagura, who was still unconscious, nodded in a mechanical tone. "I am a loyal secret subordinate of Amatsukami. I will remain eternally loyal to the organization while alive, even after my death, and somewhere in between." After Yagura's mechanical acceptance of his fate from here on, Shursui closed his eyes and gasped for breath. Even Yagura, who was held by him, was dropped to the ground. "Shursui-san!" Itachi exclaimed and helped Shursui. Shursui regained himself and said, "I am all right, it's just that my visual prowess has completely diminished. And this is just the backlash from using Kodo Amatsukami at its full potential." Tsukihei observed Shursui's state carefully. At this moment, Shursui's eyes have completely lost light, meaning that Shursui cannot see anything, and he cannot use Manjikyu Sharingan. Itachi asked Shursui, "Shursui-san, will you be able to continue your mission?" Shursui nodded, "I will manage somehow." Tsukihei nodded, "All right, in that case, you can go back. After you return from your mission you will go to Hashirama cell implantation. Kuroto-sama has informed me that all the preparations for that are completed, so if everything goes well, your vision will soon return to normal." Shursui nodded, "All right." Then Itachi released the summon, following which Shursui disappeared from her into a poof of smoke and went back to continue his mission. Now with Shursui gone, only Tsukihei, Itachi, and an unconscious Mizukage were left. Itachi asked Tsukihei, "Now that Mizukage has been controlled, what comes next?" Tsukihei thought a little, then said, "Firstly release Jinjutsu on all guards and also erase their memories of what happened tonight, clean up all of our tracks. Meanwhile I will take care of our new subordinate and make sure he doesn't die at least, or else this will all be pointless." Itachi nodded and disappeared. Now with Itachi gone, Tsukihei picked up Yagura like a sack of potato, also picked up Yagura's club, and walked into the nearby room. "Let's see what can Kirigakure give me," was a thought in her mind. One of the many reasons why Amatsukami has controlled the Kazekage and Mizukage is to solve the problem of funds required for the functioning of the organization. So, aside from complete access to their jutsu library, Tsukihei also hopes to gain some economic benefits from these two great shinobi villages. After all, a fund of billions of ryo is not so easy to collect, even with all the missions from the black market. Moreover, as the experiments have progressed, and the technology has improved, Tsukihei has also realized that her initial calculations were not accurate. There are many more things and many more expenses than she initially took into account: maintenance of Anchor Vantien, funds required to raise Gaara, and Karen, as well as many other expenses. So, it's about time Tsukihei starts using other shinobi villages for her benefits, otherwise what good it would be to control 2 of the 5 great shinobi villages if they're not used for anything? Chapter 410, Sometimes later in Kirigakure archive room. Tsukihei was quietly studying the scroll in her hand. Sometimes she would have a frowned expression, and sometimes a look of realization would dawn upon her face. The scroll she was studying recorded the Suka no Jutsu, Hydrification Jutsu, a hallmark ninjutsu of the Hozuki clan. The Hydrification Jutsu of the Hozuki clan allows the user to liquefy any part of her body at will, from the hair on the head to muscles in the arms. Although not the absolute best, it is still one of the best jutsu to negate physical damage, as all attacks except for the ones caused by Raitun just pass through the user, leaving them unharmed. The reason for studying Suitun ninjutsu is obviously to increase the strength of Suijin clone, as well as increase its adaptability to water for the project godhood. And to also understand natural energy in a better way. In order to master Senjutsu, the closer Suijin clone will be to water nature, the easier it will be to adapt to natural energy, and the easier it will be to absorb natural energy without turning into stone or going mad or any other types of repercussions while mastering Senjutsu chakra. After all, to master Senjutsu, to absorb the natural energy, and sense the natural energy, the user must also become close to nature itself. Natural energy must also have its types, just as there are 7 basic chakra natures. And it would depend on the user which type of natural energy suits them the best. Since Suijin clone represents water, so the natural energy closer to water should be easier to sense and absorb. Of course, to do so, Suijin will have to reach the state where he will be perceived as water itself. For that Suijin does have a plan, upon further mastering all physical states of water, that being, water, ice, vapor, etc. will Suijin be perceived as water itself. And mastering Hozuki clan's hydrification jutsu is one way to reach that level. However, the secret jutsu of the Hozuki clan is not so easy to master. Just as Tsukihei was thinking about it, the Mizukage who was covered in bandages came to his side. The chakra OS Sanbai is healing his burns, but the healing provided by Sanbai is not as potent as the QB, therefore, his injury is not completely healed, yet. But it would heal eventually, and Karatachi Yagura will again become a pretty boy. Yagura didn't seem to care about his injuries, and while looking at the scroll held by Tsukihei he said, "You will not be able to master the secret jutsu of the Hozuki clan." Kodo Amatsukami may have made him loyal to Amatsukami and implanted a new goal in his mind, but his manner of thinking, his personality, and his behavior haven't changed. Tsukihei glanced at Yagura, and asked, "Why are you so sure? Have others ever tried to master hydration jutsu?" Yagura nodded. Tsukihei frowned. "Now are you going to tell me that the hydrificating jutsu of the Hozuki clan is not some secret jutsu, but a Kekkei Jinkai?" Yagura thought a little then shook his head. "In a way, it is something like a Kekkei Jinkai, at the same time it isn't." Tsukihei asked with a confused expression, "What are you saying? This gives no explanation. There has to be some method to learn this jutsu, right?" Yagura folded his hands over his chest, then said indifferently, "Up until now only those who share the blood of the Hozuki clan have been able to master this ninjutsu. As for the others, they have tried it a lot, but no one was able to master it yet." Tsukihei grinned, and said, "Those who bear the blood of Hozuki clan, huh?" Yagura nodded. There were a few instances where the shinobi of Yuki clan were able to master this jutsu, but the thing is, those shinobi were the direct descendants of the members of Hozuki clan, members who were married to other shinobi clans. Tsukihei had a thoughtful expression. "So, those of the Yuki clan can learn this jutsu if they are directly related to those of the Hozuki clan? This is nothing new. Kekkei Jinkai works in this manner." Yagura continued, "Yes, this is because there have been several inter-clan marriages between the Yuki clan and Hozuki clan for hundreds of years. As such, when a member of the Hozuki clan copulates with a member of the Yuki clan, the probability of the resulting child being able to use hydrification jutsu increases. But unfortunately, the Yuki clan is nearly extinct, so this is meaningless. Even for Suijin, unless one of his parents was a member of the Hozuki clan. Gene selection? Is that anything new? Thought Tsukihei as she shook her head. This jutsu will be mastered in Suijin clone, no matter how much effort it takes to be able to do so. Seeing Tsukihei's thoughtful expression, Yagura said to Tsukihei, "And what about Hiramakiri? I want that sword back." Tsukihei asked curiously, "Why though?" "It's not as if anyone in the current Kirigakure can even use Hiramakiri, so what's the point in having it? Do you want it to just lie around?" Yagura shook his head. "I have found someone with the potential to be able to use Hiramakiri. I am going to revive the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure, and for that, I need all the 7 swords. Aside from the Samahana and Kubikuri Bocho, which have fallen in the hands of Akatsuki, the others can still be collected. And Hiramakiri is with you, so it's obvious that I want it back." Besides, it's not as though it is useful for you. Tsukihei thought a little, then nodded. All right, but the method of recovering Hiramakiri has to be arranged. After all, I cannot just give it to. Do remember that Hiramakiri has been stolen by Amatsukami, so it cannot be retrieved without any solid explanation. Hiramakiri is really not that useful for her. As such, Tsukihei doesn't mind giving it away if the strength of Kirigakure can be increased even a little bit. Then Tsukihei asked, by the way, who is the potential child who can use Hiramakiri? Yagura said, currently there are two, one is a child named Chujiro, and the other is a member of the Hozuki clan. His name is Hozuki Mangetsu. The second coming of the demon thought Tsukihei, the shinobi who had the potential of mastering all the 7 swords. Hozuki Mangetsu is a very talented shinobi. But similar to many talented shinobi, he too died too early, and could never reach his true potential. When thinking, Tsukihei said to Yagura, all right, but make sure that Hozuki Mangetsu does not die an early death. Yagura did not speak much, he just nodded. At the point where Kirigakure seriously lacks talent and good shinobi, Yagura has to greatly value the geniuses like Hozuki Mangetsu and Chujiro who can become the future of Kirigakure and support the village as pillars. Tsukihei said, anyway, have you brought the diary that I instructed you to bring? Yagura nodded and passed a diary he was holding in his one hand to Tsukihei while also asking, this is Kirigakure's financial ledger. Are you sure you want to see it, girl? Tsukihei nodded. Of course, how else am I going to calculate how much funds I can take from Kirigakure? Yagura sighed, and passed the diary to Tsukihei, while adding, I think you will be greatly disappointed. Tsukihei took the diary with a frowned expression at Yagura's words. Then she opened the diary and started reading all the accounting details. As she skimmed through the pages, her face turned from curious and frowned to pale, and by the time she had completed all the final calculations, all she could do was mutter with a shocked expression, 11 billion ryo in debt? Then asked with an angered expression, what the hell were you people doing that such debts have been collected? Yagura looked downward with a downcast expression. This is another one of the effects of Obito controlling the Mizukage. In such a situation, I cannot take even a penny from here. Tsukihei muttered. Tsukihei was now sure that the reason for Yagura's suicide wasn't the guilt in his heart, but it was this debt of 11 billion ryo, definitely this debt. Even Tsukihei would have done the same thing if she was in Yagura's position. Damn you, Obito! Tsukihei can't help but curse Obito for leaving such a troublesome situation. She has to obviously solve this trouble, else all of her efforts of controlling Kirigakure will result in a failure. Chapter 411, A Debt of 11 billion ryo. As soon as Tsukihei thought of this, she felt a headache. Now Tsukihei finally understands another reason why even after Terumime came to power, the overall strength of Kirigakure did not recover much and still remained the weakest of the 5 great shinobi villages. After a while of silence, Tsukihei said to Yagura, before I used to think that Kirigakure is a really pathetic shinobi village. It wiped out many of its shinobi clans, and the 7 elite swordsmen defected or died, but your village couldn't do anything to recover the 7 swords. There is also the fact that one Jinchuriki ran away, and the other Jinchuriki, who is also the Mizukage, became a puppet in the hands of someone else. There is also the regular defection of many shinobi from the village. Yagura asked with a cold expression, what are you trying to imply? Tsukihei said, just the fact that I have started to look at Kirigakure in a better light upon rethinking a few things. Yagura frowned. What do you mean? Tsukihei said with a smile, the fact that your village has not disappeared yet, even after everything it has been through, and the fact that it is still considered one of the 5 great shinobi villages is what surprises me. Yagura was silent and waited for Tsukihei to continue. After putting a copy of the scroll of Hydrificating Jutsu in her shinobi bag, Tsukihei continued, as things stand, even if Kirigakure is no longer engulfed in the flames of civil war, it will again be sooner or later, because such economic debts will only bring more poverty and hunger in the village. People will fight over food, and Kirigakure would continue on the path of self-destruction. Yagura said, but how to solve this issue? Daimyo does not support the village much because of our unstable history. There are no good subordinates left in the village who are willing to swear their loyalty to me. Elder Council is pressuring me through all kinds of ways in order for me to abdicate as soon as possible. We don't receive as many mission commissions as other shinobi villages because of our reputation and because we are away from the mainland. Considering all these things, I don't see any way for the village to recover. Upon hearing Yagura, Tsukihei thought, in fact, Kirigakure had to change its policies drastically for the sake of existence. As a result, it became a popular tourist destination during Rokudai Mizuki's term of power after the Fourth Great Shinobi War. A shinobi village became a popular tourist destination? It's one of the most hilarious things one can imagine. The name of the village of the Bloody Mist that was once feared by all countries for their exceptional shinobi and cruel nature became nothing more than a joke during the term of power of Rokudai Mizuki. The reason for such a thing happening is also pretty obvious. They had to do it and had no other choice. Their roots were cut so deeply that there was no other hope of recovery otherwise. The losses Kirigakure suffered for so long had consumed its vitality so thoroughly that no other options were left. It is nonetheless surprising that even with all these winds and rain and storms Kirigakure has faced over the years, it still managed to thrive even if they had to resort to something as ridiculous as changing their village into a tourist destination. However, Tsukihei is obviously repulsed by the idea of Kirigakure becoming such a joke in the future, and she won't allow it to happen no matter what. In her opinion, the village being wiped out and ceasing to exist is a much better option than becoming a tourist destination. Yagura asked Tsukihei, "Is there any help the organization can give me and the village?" Before Tsukihei, there was no one Yagura could talk to and discuss his problems with, but after becoming a subordinate of Amitsukami, there are people he can speak to and share his problems, and also ask for assistance to resolve those troubles. Tsukihei also thought about how to solve these problems. To solve economic problems, money is needed, but money won't come out of thin air. To get loyal subordinates, people must be willing to follow you, but their hearts won't change so easily, especially after the fact that Yagura once became a puppet in the hands of Akatsuki. The history of Kirigakure is what has already occurred in the village. It cannot be changed. So building a positive reputation is not so easy either. After much deliberation, Tsukihei picked up another secret scroll, and while studying it she said, "Firstly, you don't have to worry about abdicating. You are still the strongest in Kirigakure, as such no one can force you to abdicate if you don't personally take the initiative." The scroll she was studying right now is the secret Jutsu Joki Boy, Steaming Danger Tyranny. Steaming Danger Tyranny is Nidane Mizuki Hozuki Jinjutsu's Mugen Bakuhan Ninjutsu, Infinite Explosion Ninjutsu. A very powerful and practical ninjutsu, thought Tsukihei as she remembered the particulars of this jutsu when used by Jinjutsu. Yagura said, "I am afraid that's not the case. Many members of the Elder Council have put their hopes on Terumi Mei, and even if she is not at my level she is still quite strong. She might be able to catch up to me sooner or later. After all, she uses 2 Kekkei Genkai, Futon, Boil Release, and Yoton, Lava Release. She is fully qualified to replace me." Tsukihei chuckled. "If you think that's the case, then make your moves in such a manner that she doesn't take the position of Mizuki." Yagura asked in surprise, "Are you saying that I should assassinate her?" Tsukihei shook her head, and said, "Assassinating her is also an option, but I would say you rather not do so. Assassinating her would solve this problem for the time being, but it would further weaken Kirigakure in the long run. Moreover, I find her to be useful. People might not be willing to trust you, but they would be willing to trust her, and the fact that she loves this village makes her a good chess piece. To prevent her from becoming the Mizuki, you will have to make the elders and herself realize that she is not yet ready to be the Mizuki, which she truly isn't. As for the matter of solving the problem of loyal subordinates, start with gaining Mei's loyalty. That would be your first step. If the candidate to become the next Mizuki becomes your loyal subordinate, then you can use her as a means, or your representative, to further gain the loyalty of others. Specifically, she will help you reinstate the entire Kirigakure under your command." Yagura breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that he wouldn't have to assassinate Terumi Mei. He wanted to ask something further, but did not upon noticing that at this moment Tsukihei was indulged in studying the Steaming Danger Tyranny, therefore, her attention was not on him. As such, Yagura decided to wait because what Tsukihei was doing was more important compared to Kirigakure. Nide Mizuki used Steaming Danger Tyranny along with his special Mirage-type Jinjutsu with the help of his summoned giant clam to fight and kill the Nide Tsuchikage, albeit at the cost of his own life. Nide Tsuchikage was in an incredibly powerful and hard-to-kill shinobi. He had mastered Jin-Tun, Dust Release, along with a special ability that made it almost impossible for anyone to detect him. Dust Release alone cannot be underestimated as it is a Kekkei Tota which is superior to Kekkei Genkai. It is a combination of earth, wind, and fire release and is capable of disintegrating anything and everything at the molecular level. Its power is so destructive that its users are generally unmatched in a fight and are capable of fending countless enemies. And yet Nide Mizuki with his Steaming Danger Tyranny was capable of killing the Tsuchikage. This alone shows just how powerful this jutsu is that is capable of exploding infinitely. All while Tsukihei was busy studying, Yagura patiently waited like a good servant without making any noise so as to not disturb Tsukihei midway. I must say, Hozuki Jinjutsu was indeed a genius. To be able to create such a jutsu that is worth the praise. Tsukihei muttered. Then she put a copy of this jutsu in her shinobi bag without asking for Yagura's permission. Yagura naturally did not care if the organization took these jutsu, so without minding her, he asked, "So? How should I make Terumi-Mei loyal to me?" After pondering for a while, Tsukihei said, "To gain her loyalty, use weaknesses in her heart. Pose yourself as the victim and exploit her guilt and pity, or perhaps even kindness and love if possible." Yagura looked at Tsukihei strangely. "Are you telling me to seduce her?" Tsukihei nodded. "Do it if you have to. Love and affection are very powerful emotions. It can make her totally bound to you, value you above everything else, even above the village." Yagura said, "But I am already married and even have a child." Tsukihei said, "It's up to you. Use extramarital affair if you to, or perhaps go for polygamy, or whatever that suits you. Of course, if you don't want to, then use some other means. In short, exploit her emotional weaknesses to make her loyal to you. Just make sure to not threaten her as that would be counterproductive in the long run." I guess I will think about it." Yagura nodded, albeit with a bit of hesitation. Then he asked, "And how to make the elders realize that Mei is not yet ready to become the Mizukage?" After pondering for a while, Tsukihei said, "Bringing back Utakata, the Jinchuriki of Rokubi is important for your village. In this matter the elders should not oppose your decision. So, assign this mission to Terumi-Mei. If she can bring back Utakata, then you will immediately abdicate, but if she fails then that means she is not yet ready." Yagura asked, "But shouldn't Utakata be kept under the custody of the organization so that the chances of him being hunted down by Akatsuki decreases?" Tsukihei shook her head. "No, if more than one Jinchuriki were to disappear, it would be suspicious, and Akatsuki will be able to discern that Utakata is in the hands of Amatsukami. Which would mean needless trouble." Yagura did not ask any more and nodded, then asked again, "All right, but what happens if Mei is able to bring back Utakata?" Tsukihei grinned. "Amatsukami will not let her." Yagura said, "That will make things easier. However, I am afraid it will not convince the elders." Tsukihei nodded, "But Mei will realize that she is not yet ready, and if she realizes it, then naturally she would be unwilling to become the Mizukage even if elders insists. After all, she does love this village, doesn't she? As such, she will not do anything that would threaten the safety of the village." Yagura nodded. I suppose. As for the economic problems of Kirigakure, maybe we can have Itachi play as Ishikawa Gomen as he did in Suna to threaten the daimyo and make him realize just how much he needs Kirigakure," thought Tsukihei as she looked at Itachi, who was studying some jutsu on the other side of the secret room. 2 days later. Terumi-Mei walked out of the Mizukage building with a thoughtful expression. Ao and an elder immediately asked her, "So? What did the Mizukage-sama say?" Mei answered as she revealed a scroll. This scroll has a map which records the last sighting position of Utakata. Yondaime-sama has ordered me to form a hunter unit in order to capture and bring back Utakata. After a pause, Mei continued, "He also stated that if I were to complete this task, he will take the initiative to abdicate immediately and appoint me as the Godane Mizukage." "That's great," a few followers of Mei cheered. But Ao was different, and said with a frown, "If we want to capture Utakata, I am afraid it will be very difficult. The probability of completing this mission is very low. It might even be more difficult than killing him." Mei nodded with a sigh. "Even I am not confident enough of capturing him in a one-to-one fight." According to Mei and Ao, the shinobi most suitable for completing this mission is either Yondaime himself, or perhaps Kisame, but Kisame has defected, so he is no longer an option. So the best choice is Mizukage himself, who is also a Jinchuriki. But Yondaime has given Mei this mission as a test to check whether she is eligible to inherit the position of the Mizukage. As such, Mei has no other choice but to accept this mission. If she were to refuse, then that would mean she will also lose the qualification to become the next Mizukage. And given that she is the only candidate currently eligible of becoming the Mizukage, so if she were to lose this qualification, then no one would be able to replace the Mizukage. The elder asked, "Is there any condition Mizukage-sama placed for this mission?" Mei shook her head. "None. I am allowed to use all the resources available." Ao said, "That makes things a bit easier. Maybe we can overwhelm Utakata with numbers. And since we know his approximate location, so we can prepare advanced traps and ambush him." Mei's expression became firm, then she instructed all her subordinates around her, "Prepare everything, we will depart in an hour." For this mission given to her by Mizukage, Mei did not feel anything wrong with it, because if she can't even complete this mission, then she really wouldn't be qualified to inherit the position of the next Mizukage. Chapter 412. In the dim light of the setting sun, a squad of shinobi traveled through the rugged mountain roads, their speed extremely fast, and their steps did not make any sound. They traveled through the mountain ridge and went down the valley. This squad of shinobi is the one led by Terumi Mei, all for the purpose of completing the mission assigned to her by the Yondaime Mizukage. While running at the center point of the squad, Mei looked at the shinobi around her. When the elders of the council heard of the mission assigned to her, they all decided to provide her with strong support. The importance of Rokubi and Utakata, who have it sealed inside him, is very high for the village, so, in addition to making Mei the next Mizukage, their intentions are obviously to bring back Utakata. As such, the shinobi following her on this mission are not just her trusted subordinates, but even a few shinobi from the Umbu, example, Tsurugi, and a few others, including the subordinates of elders who are experienced in sealing bijou. There is one more individual, named Harasame, the master of Utakata, for extra reassurance to bring back Utakata. Overall, the entire squad consists of 16 shinobi including her, all with exceptional skills at the level of Tokubetsu Jonin or higher. Ao, who was running very next to Mei, said to her at this moment, "I think with this squad we should be able to bring back Utakata quite easily." Mei shook her head, and said with a sigh, "But the problem is not just Utakata, there are also Akatsuki and Amitsukami. I fear that they might also be pursuing him. Mizukage-sama warned me that there are chances of encountering the members of Akatsuki and Amitsukami, and if we do encounter them, then it would increase the difficulty of this mission to a very high level." Ao was silent upon hearing Mei's reasoning. Indeed, if it was just Utakata, then with this line-up, bringing him back would have been fairly easy. Utakata's strength is indeed extremely good, but unlike Yondaime Mizukage, he is not a perfect Jinchuriki. And since he cannot display the full potential of the bijou sealed inside him, since he cannot risk losing control over him, as such he would avoid using the power of Rokubi if he doesn't have to. Moreover, Utakata doesn't have any reason to not come back to Kirigakure, especially after he learns of the fact that Yondaime Mizukage was being controlled by Akatsuki. So, the probability of Utakata resisting until the bitter end is very low. But it would all be a different case if Akatsuki or Amitsukami were to be involved too. "I do hope that I can bring back Utakata safely," thought Mei. Soon the hunter team led by Mei passed through a ravine and came across another valley. According to the intelligence given to her by the Yondaime Mizukage, since disappearing from the land of rain, Utakata has been aimlessly wandering around. Sometimes he would visit a town or a small village, but most of the time he would remain in forests and mountains so as not to attract much attraction. The forest past this valley is the last place where Utakata was last spotted, so this is obviously the first search point to find out the clues in order to discern the direction he went. Everyone be careful, we have company. But just as the squad entered the forest, Ao suddenly warned the squad of 16. The squad of 16 hurriedly scattered. Mei asked, "Who is it and where?" Ao did not reply to Mei, but pointed in a direction and said, "There." Everyone looked in the direction Ao pointed at and noticed nothing except for the tree, and can't help but frown in confusion. Mei said, "Nobody is there." Ao shook his head, and said, "No, someone is there, he is using some kind of ninjutsu to turn himself invisible. Come on out, I have already noticed you." "Ho! You managed to locate me even though I was invisible, I gotta hand it to you, Byakugan truly is a nemesis of invisibility jutsu." A voice came, then the figure of a shinobi also became visible to everyone, but, I must say I am surprised that someone who is not a shinobi of the Hyuga clan can master the use of Byakugan to such a degree. He was carefreely sitting on the tree branch pointed out by Ao while dangling his legs in a to-and-fro motion. But even though he sat there without a care in the world, and did not do anything, no one could take him lightly. Everyone felt extreme pressure on top of their heads and had sweat flowing down their temples. He wore a golden-rimmed black cloak with various symbols on it, and a blue mask with the symbol of water chakra on it. "He is none other than, you are Suijin of the Amatsukami," muttered Mei. Suijin looked at Mei, then said with a grin, "Nini, you are Terumi Mei, aren't you? What are you people doing here? Is it possible that you people are here to greet me? Are you people a fan of mine? Do you people want my autograph? Or do you want a picture with me?" While Suijin spoke, Mei signaled everyone to take a combat stance, then she said to Suijin, "Our purpose for coming here does not concern you, leave now, and we can resolve this issue without a battle." Suijin chuckled, "Ha ha, you are funny, do you really think that just because you are asking me politely, I will withdraw?" Mei frowned, and asked, "Then what else?" Suijin thought a little, then said, "How about an answer first?" Mei asked curiously, "Answer? Answer to what exactly?" Suijin chuckled, and asked with a mocking smile, "I heard a rumor recently according to which the Yandere Mizukage of Kirigakure had become a puppet in the hands of Akatsuki, is it true?" Mei's face turned cold, "That's just a baseless rumor without any evidence to proof." She was trying her best to make sure that the shock on her face wasn't visible, the same was the case with the people behind her. Some were surprised by this revelation because they were not aware of such information, but was it true or not? Suijin shook his head, and said, "It's not a baseless rumor, I know for a fact that your Yandere Mizukage had become a puppet in the hands of Akatsuki, in fact, you people ought to thank the Amatsukami, after all, it was one of us, specifically, Homasubi, who fought and defeated the person who controlled the Mizukage in the underground floor of the Mizukage building." "What?" everyone exclaimed upon hearing Suijin's words. It seemed that Suijin was enjoying everyone's shock, and said, "Kirigakure is really finished." Mei calmed her shock and asked with a solemn expression, "You have stopped us here, it wouldn't just be to talk nonsense, would it? What could you possibly want from us? Trying to change the topic, are we?" Suijin said, then continued, "But I suppose it's pointless to speak about that for now. Anyway, since you people have come here with the kind of formation, I take it that you people are here for the Jinchuriki of Rokubi, aren't you?" Mei gritted her teeth, she knew where this was going, she did not want this to happen. Suijin did not care about Mei's reaction, and said, "If you people value your lives then go back, Amatsukami is interested in the Rokubi and few of its abilities, so we are going to capture Utakana." Ao said furiously, "Don't joke around. Rokubi belongs to Kirigakure, do you think that we will just let you capture Utakana?" Suijin sneered, "Even your Mizukage is not necessarily yours, what are you talking about claiming ownership over a bijou? Hurry up and leave, else I don't mind taking a Byakugan with me too." Mei stopped Ao from wasting his breath against Suijin, and said, "It appears that the events of Yandere-sama have made people underestimate us Kirigakure shinobi who have grown in the village of the Bloody Mist. Since you of the Amatsukami have set your sights on the Rokubi, then there is nothing left to talk with you." After speaking so, Mei quickly printed hand seals, and then shouted, Yoton, Yokai no Jutsu. Lava release, melting apparition technique. Instantly a lot of lava was spit out by Mei. This lava was like a high-pressured spray, and went towards Suijin as if it would melt him. Poof! With a poof of smoke, Haramakiri appeared in Suijin's hands. He separated the sword into 2 parts, then with 1 part in each hand, he poured chakra into the sword, which soon took the shape of a hammer, and he waved the sword in the direction of the incoming lava spray to block it. The chakra hammer blocked the lava form coming on him, but it still splashed on many nearby trees, burning them. PSSSHHHH. PSSHHH. PSSHH. That attack was barely even effective. Is that the best you can do? Because if that's really the case, then I am going to be so disappointed. Suijin said in a disappointed tone. That sword. It's Haramakiri. Ao muttered in shock. It just means that what he spoke was indeed the truth. Tsurugi, the commander of Hunter Nin of Kirigakure, said. Harasame said, we have to assume that other members of Amatsukami are also nearby, so we will have to resolve this fight as early as possible. Ao nodded, and after printing hand seals, he released mist from his mouth. Kirigakure no Jutsu. Whoosh! The mist released by Ao seemed to have covered the entire valley in a thick cover of mist. It was already past dawn, and with thick mist in the air making it very hard to see anything. Next, the shinobi of Kirigakure, who are experts on silent killing of Kirigakure, scattered under the cover of smoke, waiting for the opportunity to kill Suijin. Heh, that was a big mistake, thought Suijin as he flashed from his position. His objective, knock out all the Kirigakure shinobi. Chapter 413, Smash. Arg! Plop! In the thick cover of mist, Suijin vs. Kiri was going on. Since Suijin's objective wasn't to kill the Kirigakure shinobi, therefore, he focused on beating the hell out of them, but also made sure to not kill them. Ding! Ding! Ice release, ice-breaking fist. Suijin covered both his hand in hard ice and smashed them in a shinobi's guts. Arg, cough cough. Another one fell unconscious while coughing out blood. Mei asked from Ao, that's the 4th one already. Where is he, Ao-san? Chukichi-san, do you sense him? Yes, I see him, but his speed is too fast. At one instant he is at one place, and the next instant he disappears and appears near another shinobi. Ao said with faint traces of sweat on his forehead. Even though the temperature of the surrounding has fallen to the freezing point, he still can't help but sweat. Tsurugi said, Ao-san, the density of mist is too high. I think this is too much for even us. Ao nodded with a solemn expression, and said, I did not intend to make the density of mist this high. Suijin must have used his own chakra to cast the same jutsu in order to make mist this dense. Chukichi said, and the fact that he is able to move perfectly in such a dense cover of mist means that he is also a sensor nin with very good abilities, on my level, or perhaps even better. Ao nodded, he couldn't agree more. Ao's intention of using hiding in the mist jutsu may have been to hinder Suijin's vision, but he as well as others soon realized that his move was a big mistake, because not only was Suijin perfectly capable of seeing, reacting, and acting in the cover of the mist, he was, in fact, using the cover of mist to his advantage. In several instances, he used Kirigakure's silent killing technique to deal with the shinobi of their squad. This was beyond even Ao's expectations. Ha ha ha. It's too late for regrets, Suijin said, and knocked another one out cold. Having Byakugan obviously made the thick cover of mist quite useless, so locating the Kiri shinobi trying to hide themselves using the cover of mist proved to be quite easy for Suijin. As such, Suijin made short work of them quite easily. In any case, we have to clear the mist and use another strategy, Harasame said, and after printing hand seals, he breathed wind out of his mouth in an effort to clear away the mist. Futon, de Tapa. Wind release, great breakthrough. With Harasame's jutsu, the mist slowly cleared to reveal Suijin standing at the center of the field, along with several beaten up and bloodied bodies lying all over the field. So, who's going to be my next prey? Suijin questioned with a bland tone. His manner of speaking depicted that he could easily defeat all of them here without any effort. This chapter's initial release occurred on the N0V3LB1N site. Damn it, 6 of us have already been defeated? And yet, there is not even a scratch on him. Tsurugi cursed in frustration upon noticing that 6 of their men were already lying bloodied on the ground, yet there was not even a single scratch on Suijin's cloak. Mei asked Ao with a serious expression, "What is their state? Are they Ali? They are alive, their chakra signs are weak but they are indeed alive. He did not kill them. It appears that Amatsukami truly is as they say," Ao said with a solemn expression. He was also pondering over what to do from here on. Mei was now in a tough situation. Should we withdraw? But if we withdraw, then Amatsukami might be able to get their hands on Utakata. And if they reach Utakata before us, then not only will Amatsukami obtain Rokubi, but it would also mean that I failed the test given to me by Yondaime-sama. Plan C. Even if she was considering whether to withdraw or not, it did not stop her from issuing instructions to the squad of shinobi around her in order to stall Suijin. Harasame nodded. After printing hand seals, he slammed both of his hands on the earth and shouted, "Doton, Chidakaku. Earth release, moving earth core." Under Harasame's control of earth, a section of the earth beneath Suijin's feet sank suddenly, and because he had instantly lost his footings, Suijin fell inside. Mei did not waste any opportunity provided to her by Harasame, and started to print the hand seals, Yoton, Yokai no Jutsu. Lava release, lava monster jutsu. Instantly, Mei spat out viscous fluid from her mouth. The fluid spat out by her filled the hole created by Harasame. The objective was to drown Suijin inside the highly corrosive fluid and kill him, or at least stall enough time so that they can retreat along with the injured ones. The hole was filled as she intended, and for a while, there was no movement from Suijin's side. It felt as if the attack succeeded in killing Suijin, and Mei started to instruct the order for them to retreat. "I am not sure how long will it hold him. Everyone, pick up the wounded and retreat." But Ao knew better. "Don't relax your guard, his chakra has not faded in the slightest." Ao's words here not finished, and instantly a cylindrical ice pillar about the same thickness as the trunk of a giant tree rose from the hole. Upon further inspection, the shinobi of Kirigakure could see that Suijin was standing on top of the pillar, completely unharmed and unfazed by Mei's attack. "Ha ha ha! Retreat? Do you think I would allow it?" Suijin smirked and jumped off from the ice pillar. The pair of divided Hiramakiri was still in both of his hands, and he dashed towards their group. "Come on, now show me what you people can do. The shinobi of the village of the Bloody Mist entertain me. Show me what you people are capable of." Harasame said with a solemn expression, "We have to overwhelm him with numbers." The others all nodded and under Ao's lead rushed towards Suijin for close-quarters combat. Ao is very good at close combat, more so after he got himself the Byakugan. Tsurugi is also not bad either. After all, he is the commander of the Hunter Nin of Kirigakure for a reason. Then there are Jinryu, Gonbi, Heki, as well as 2 other kunoichi, so together they truly have the potential to hold any Kage-class shinobi. Or at least that should have been the case, but unfortunately, Suijin's nintaijutsu and kinjutsu proved too much for them, and within a few minutes, most of them were collapsed on the ground, beaten up and bloody with cuts and bruises and frost all over their bodies. Now the only people standing were Mei, Ao, Harasame, and Shikichi. Shikichi looked at Mei and said, "Mei-sama, what should we do? If we were to try to carry the injured with us, then we wouldn't be able to retreat. We have to do something, and find some other way to get to Utakata. This guy is a monster, we don't have enough strength to defeat him." Mei was about to nod, but suddenly she felt something touching her back. A hand? Was a thought. The next moment she heard a voice from behind her, "Hyro no Jutsu. Ice Prison Jutsu." As soon as she heard that voice behind her, she wanted to turn around and back away, but suddenly felt extremely cold, so cold that her blood would have frozen solid in an instant. It didn't take her long to realize that everything below her neck was encased in ice. "Shit," was all she could think as she was frozen solid, and all she heard close to her ear was a heavy, ruthless, and cold voice. "What's the hurry? How about we have a dance?" "Dance?" Does Suijin wants me to be his dance partner? Does that mean he wants to date me? And marry me? Now that I think about it, he is indeed manly. I would give him that. But I don't know what he looks like beneath that mask. However, my instincts tell me that he is definitely good husband material, was a momentary thought in her brain, and she blushed at her thought. Sigh, if only he wasn't a criminal, our relationship could have blossomed, but she instantly pushed that thought aside by shaking her head and started to release her lava chakra in order to melt the ice. However, the ice was too cold and too hard, so the speed at which the ice melted was too slow. Being subject to such low temperatures generally means instant death, but may manage to stay alive thanks to her circulating lava chakra around her body to keep her body warm. Ao, Chikichi, and Harasame reacted instantly as soon as they realized that the one standing before them was a mere ice clone and the real one has put Mei in an ice prison. Mei-sama! At the first moment, Ao and Chikichi took the initiative in confronting the real Suijin, while Harasame tried helping Mei remove the ice. You have guts, I will give you that. You both are also not half bad either, but the enemy the two of you are facing is just too strong for you both, said Suijin as he started to cover his hands in ice chakra. Ice release, ice-breaking fist. Ice release, ice-breaking fist. With both of his hands encased in cold ice, Suijin started another round of nintaijutsu battle, but this time, the battle was more dominated by him, and the opposite two were one-sidedly crushed by him. Taking advantage of Ao and Chikichi's tiredness and breathlessness, Suijin instantly flickered towards them while printing the hand seals. They did notice Suijin coming towards them, however, they were unable to react to his speed. Now then, let's end this, shall we? Suijin said and slapped both his hands on Ao and Chikichi's chest. Ice release, chakra locking cuffs, on Ao. Ice release, ice collar of subordination, on Chikichi. Instantly, a few accessories made out of ice appeared on Ao and Chikichi's bodies. I can't mold my chakra, Ao muttered in panic upon realizing that as soon as these ice cuffs appeared over his hands and feet, his chakra also seemed to have been sealed. And there was no reply from Chikichi because he has become a puppet because of the ice collar around his neck. Suijin smirked, this is just the best part. Now then, since I have already defeated all of you, I shall reap the reward of my efforts. But before that, Chikichi-kun, would you mind keeping away that companion of yours away so that he does not interfere in this ordeal? Chikichi, who has become a puppet because of the ice collar around his neck, nodded with a dull expression, and after turning around, he started fighting Harasame to make sure that the old man does not interfere with what Suijin had planned to do. On the other hand, Ao's face turned pale upon seeing Chikichi become a puppet, and because of hearing Suijin's words, he knew exactly what reward Suijin was talking about. He still hoped that it wasn't what he thought it was. But his hope was proven useless, and his guess was soon proven correct when he noticed Suijin's right hand coming close to his right eye, the same right eye that is covered with an eye patch, and the very same right eye in which Ao transplanted the Byakugan stolen from a Hyuga he defeated during the Third Great Shinobi War. Ao wanted to stop Suijin from gouging out the Byakugan, but given the fact that his chakra was sealed by these handcuffs and leg cuffs, neither could he mold chakra, nor could he run away. He had become a helpless duck at the mercy of Suijin. The other party can do whatever it wants to him, and he cannot pose any resistance, and from the looks of it, he won't be able to get any help. I just hope that he is unable to break the seal I have placed. This was his only thought as Ao tried to figure out a way to save himself and the Byakugan to fall into the hands of Suijin. But it appeared that he expected too much from himself, and too little from Suijin, because Suijin instantly deactivated the talisman seals on Ao's earrings. Ao was shocked. He was shocked for two reasons. One is that Suijin easily deactivated such a complex fuinjutsu in less than a second, and second because at this very moment, Ao also noticed a familiar chakra coming towards Suijin in him, and the speed of this familiar chakra was fast speed, almost or perhaps even faster than Suijin himself. From the looks of it, from how Suijin's back is in that direction, he doesn't seem to have noticed this chakra, thought Ao. This gave Ao some hope. Please hurry, you are our only hope. The speed of the other party was too fast, and by the time Suijin's right hand touched Ao's Byakugan, he suddenly heard a sharp whistling sound, which alerted him, but he didn't seem to have had enough time to react, as following the sound, Suijin felt a sharp stinging coming from his back. Puff! 2 sprays of blood spurted at the same instant. "Why, you are..." Suijin muttered in surprise as he looked at the iron hook piercing through his chest. Plop! Unable to stand any longer because of the lack of energy because of being pierced through the chest, Suijin soon collapsed to the ground. Chapter 414, Puff. "Why, you are..." Cough cough. Suijin muttered in a horrified tone as he looked at the iron hook piercing through his chest and blood dripping from his chest. Plop! Unable to stand any longer because of the lack of energy due to being pierced through the chest, Suijin soon collapsed to the ground. The sudden change of events shocked everyone. But despite everything, their panicked face soon gained a new light. "Mizuki-sama," everyone shouted in unison and with a respectful tone. That's right, the one to appear is none other than the Yonde Mizuki Karatachi Yagura. Mei asked with confusion, "Mizuki-sama, you are here?" She did not expect Yagura to show up here. Don't misunderstand her, Mei is certainly glad that Yagura has come to their rescue, but she was confused nonetheless. After all, he should have been in the village. How come he is here? Yagura looked at Mei, and said faintly, "Although I gave this mission to you as a test to see whether you are ready to take the position of the Mizuki, it's not just a test. Capturing Utakata involves the safety of the village. This mission must be completed no matter what." Mei looked down in disappointment. Yagura's meaning was very clear. Being defeated at the hands of Suijin means that Mei has failed to complete the mission, as such she has failed the test too. And now he has no choice but to complete this mission himself because bringing Utakata back to the village is very important. However, Terumi Mei soon recovered herself. She is not the kind of person who would pursue self-goals. The betterment and safety of the village are more important to her than personal glory, so she did not let this setback affect her and nodded. "Everyone, fear not, know that I am here. I shall ensure that none of the shinobi of my village are harmed in my presence." Yagura declared that as long as he is around, none would be harmed. For a moment, everyone was left surprised by Yagura's words, and they can't help but look at their current Mizuki in awe. They can't help but wonder if he is the same Mizuki, who until a few days ago was nothing more than a puppet in the hands of Akatsuki. Because at this moment, his small figure was giving off a lot of power and hope to the collapsed spirit of these shinobi. At this moment, to those present here, Yagura seemed the most dependable he has ever been. Honestly, it was overwhelming and exhilarating. Nobody expected him to suddenly appear here, but not only did he come to their unexpected rescue, he even managed to land a successful hit on Suijin, critically wounding or perhaps even killing Suijin. When the matter of killing Suijin came, one of them muttered while looking at the corpse of Suijin that was lying lifelessly on the ground at the feet of Mizuki, is he dead? Did Mizuki-sama really manage to kill him? Attracted by his question, everyone was out of their thoughts and looked at the corpse of Suijin. Yagura lifted his club and poked Suijin's core with it. He wanted to verify whether Suijin was alive or dead. And it seemed that Suijin was indeed dead, as there was no more movement from him. Yagura nodded in satisfaction, and while everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Yagura asked Ao-san, "Are you all right?" Ao did not reply. Yagura was confused and looked at Ao, who had collapsed on the ground. Suijin may have died, but the ice cuffs on Ao's hands and feet were still present. Yagura looked at Ao with a frown, but he wasn't able to because Ao's head was bent downward. Trip! 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 In the silent night where not even the sound of the wind was heard, a few drops of liquid fell on the ground. These drops were red in color and dripped down Ao's face. Ao lifted his head and the sight of an empty right eye socket and blood dripping from it came to light. "Mizuki-sama," he managed to gouge out the Byakugan. As soon as Ao's words fell, a Suijin's corpse, which lay there lifelessly until a second ago, turned into a high-pressure geyser and shot out of the ground underneath Yagura's feet. It completely engulfed Yagura inside it, and for a moment it felt as if it would drown the Mizuki inside it. "Mizuki-sama!" Everyone exclaimed in worry and shock. They wanted to help but did not have the strength to do so. As Ao's Churko was still sealed, Chukichi was still a puppet, and Mei was still encased in the ice prison. At this moment, creepy low laughter echoed throughout the valley. Ha ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. I finally did it. I managed to take the Mizukage by surprise. Now then, it's time for Amatsukami to take control over Kirigakure, otherwise, there would have been no point in making Kirigakure free from the clutches of Akatsuki. And to do so, we must first make Karatachi Yagura a puppet. Ice Release, Ice Collar of Subordination. With Suijin's jutsu, an ice collar similar to the one on Shikichi's neck appeared around Yagura's neck. By the time the water geyser that had engulfed Yagura disappeared, Suijin made sure to use one of his most practical jutsu, Ice Collar of Subordination, on Yagura. Harasame, having had the taste of this jutsu firsthand while facing Shikichi, informed others, "Everyone please be careful, this jutsu makes others into a mindless puppets. There is no telling if the Mizukage-sama is still himself or has fallen into Suijin's control." The Ice Collar of Subordination is a jutsu that steals away its target's ability to make coherent thoughts. As a result, the subject under the effects of this jutsu becomes nothing more than a mindless puppet who would follow all of Suijin's command without any question or thoughts. What? You are kidding, Harasame-san, even Mizukage-sama? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Mizukage has already once become a puppet in the hands of Akatsuki, and that has done too many losses to the village. Now, if Yagura was to become a puppet in the hands of Amatsukami too, then there is no telling what would happen to them and to the village. And looking at those dull eyes of Yagura, those dull pink eyes that seemed to have lost any light of self-consciousness, everyone knew their worst fear has come true. He has really fallen into the hands of the enemy. Yagura-kun, now come, and kill your former subordinates, Suijin ordered without making his presence known. I want you to use Hiramakiri to do this job. After all, it's only fitting if the puppet Mizukage kills his former subordinates using one of the famed swords of Kirigakure. Yagura did as he was ordered, and with a dull expression, he picked up the separated Hiramakiri lying close to his feet. Very good, now kill all your subordinates, and how about you start with this lava release girl? Suijin said as he appeared behind Mei, and after releasing the ice prison entrapping her, he lifted her up in the air by her hair, all while instructing Yagura, who under his command started to walk towards Terumi Mei. Mei tried to struggle, but those cuffs that appeared around her hands and feet did not allow her to pose any resistance, so any struggle was futile. Mei gulped nervously as she looked at Yagura walking toward her step by step. Hiramakiri in one hand, and his iron hook in the other. His eyes were dull and lifeless. There were faint signs of struggle on his face, but it seems that Suijin's jutsu was much more powerful. She again tried to break free of Suijin's grip but was unable to, and could only helplessly wait for her impending end. When Yagura had walked to just a distance of 2 steps away from her, he lifted the hand holding Hiramakiri up, and looking at that sword about to kill her, Mei thought, is this the end for me? Death was only a step away from her, and her face seemed pained. Was she afraid of death? No! The kunoichi named Terumi Mei has never been afraid of death. What she is afraid of is the future that awaits Kirigakure from here on out. In the end, I couldn't do anything for the village, she thought with a saddened expression. Any last words, girl? Suijin asked Mei as he traced his cold fingers over Mei's chin. Mei trembled at that cold touch. It was different than being encased inside the ice prison. The cold this time was not chilly, but rather scary. It frightened her. There were thousands of things she could have wished for, but when it came down to it, all she could say was, Mizukage-sama, please regain yourself. You are the dignified Mizukage of Kirigakure, not someone's puppet. The village needs you more than ever. You are not allowed to become a puppet in the hands of the enemy. Suijin smirked, and said with a mocking tone, unfortunately for you, girl, your last wish will never come true. The jutsu I have used on him is my second strongest when it comes to controlling others. No one can break free of it. Even if he is a perfect Jinchuriki, he cannot break free of it. Mei did not speak any further. There was unwillingness in her eyes. If only, countless possibilities raged in her mind, but in the end, she could only close her eyes, accepting her death. With this action of Mei, Yagura waved Hiramakiri, lopping the head off of his target. Chapter 415, Kill Her Hyuga. Suijin ordered the controlled Hyuga. With Hiramakiri raised high, Hyuga poured Sanbai's chakra in Hiramakiri, and when it was ready, he flickered forward and waved the sword. Slash. Everyone looked with horror as Hyuga waved Hiramakiri, and subconsciously closed their eyes. Nobody wanted to see the scene of Terumi Mei being beheaded by the Mizukage himself. Sanbai's chakra in the Hiramakiri increased the sharpness of the sword. The dense and pure chakra further extended outward, making the reach of the sword much farther than the base reach. And with this extended sword, Hyuga lopped off the head along with the upper torso of his target. Puff! The sound of blood spurting was heard. Plop! Plop! The upper and lower parts of the body fell to the ground lifelessly. POV Terumi Mei. Slash. That's it, this is how I die. I couldn't accomplish anything, Mei thought sadly as she heard the sound of a sword slash and wind brushing past her cheeks. Puff. But the expected pain did not come, and all she could think was, Mizukage-sama is so skilled with the way of the sword that he finished me off without even making me realize it? Plop. Mei collapsed to the ground but frowned because she could still feel her body working perfectly except for the fact that her chakra was sealed, but still, her hands and legs were functioning properly. Something's wrong. Why do I feel that I am still not dead? Confused, Mei opened her eyes only to see Suijin's body lying on the ground. Huh? Mei muttered in confusion, then looked at the Mizukage who had just sliced off Suijin's body, and thought, did Mizukage-sama regain himself? POV change. Hey, what do you think you are doing, Hyuga? Are you blind? I am not the girl you were supposed to kill. Suijin, whose body was currently divided into two parts, shouted toward Hyuga in anger. Hyuga looked at Suijin coldly and was annoyed at the fact that despite his body having been cut into two pieces, he wasn't dead yet. As I thought, you also use the abilities of the Hozuki clan, don't you? I was skeptical when I pierced your heart with my club and you still survived, but I am certain now. You are able to liquefy your body, which means normal weapons are pretty much useless to you, huh? Hyuga said while trying to analyze how to kill Suijin. Mei looked at Suijin with an incredulous expression. Even the abilities of the Hozuki clan? This guy. Suijin asked with a frown. Hey, hello. I asked you a question. You are supposed to be my puppet, how come you are able to defy me? Hyuga snorted, that's none of your concern. Suijin said, actually it is. This is my jutsu, and I know how it works. How are you able to defy me, when you shouldn't even be able to maintain a thinking process? Even Sanbai shouldn't be able to help you in this. Alright, since you are going to die anyway, then I don't mind sharing this information with you. It's not going to change anything anyway. People learn from experience, and the experience I have gained in the past year has made me attain complete control over my subconscious plane, and I have also taken additional precautions that would protect me against people like you. Therefore, such types of mental attacks won't work on me. Hyuga said coldly and prepared to kill Suijin. After a while of silence, Suijin said, is that so? I think I understand now. I might have underestimated you because you were once controlled by the Akatsuki. I think I will be more careful from here on. After a pause, Suijin chuckled, but you are making the same mistake that I did. What makes you think that you can kill me when all you have managed to do up to now has been useless? As soon as Suijin finished speaking, the water from the surroundings gathered and took the form of Suijin, completely unharmed, as if Mizukage's attack on him did not do any damage. Mastering hydrification jutsu in the short time of only a week was really tough, but I was able to do so because of my extreme mastery over water chakra nature. In fact, I even managed to combine it with my ice release. Thought Suijin as he prepared to fight the Mizukage with all his strength. His objective may have just been to put up a show that would make everyone here believe that Hyuga is the only suitable candidate to remain as the Mizukage, but Suijin also wants to see Hyuga's full strength, and fight against that full strength with everything he has for the greater body and soul fusion of the Suijin clone, and to test just how much he has grown. Slash. Yagura, who was standing in front of Mei, waved Hiramakiri to cut off the ice cuffs on her hands and legs, and said to her, "Now your chakra should no longer be sealed." Mei covered her body in her chakra as a verification, and nodded, "Yes, Mizuki-sama, I am able to use my chakra." Yagura nodded, and said, "Good, now, I want you to lead the others with you to some distance away. I have a feeling that the fight from here on out will be quite devastating, so you might want to take some cover for protection." Mei immediately said, "But Mizuki-sama, I want to help." Suijin also uses Hozuki clan's hydrification jutsu, so against this jutsu, my lightning release, lava release, and boil release should work to our advantage. Yagura shook his head, "Maybe, but the battle from here on out will most definitely reach the standards you are not yet ready for, so, just this once stand back and let me, your Kage, protect you. Let me be the Mizuki who will protect his shinobi." Mei bit her lower lip in frustration. She wanted to retort, but she knows that, as Mizuki-sama said, her strength is indeed not enough to be part of the battle from here on out, but should she just watch from the side and do nothing? Yagura seemed to have noticed Mei's worry and said while patting her head, "Do not worry, as the Mizuki, I give you my word that nothing will happen to me. I have yet to redeem myself, therefore, I am not allowed to die until I pay for my sins." Mei shook her head, and said bitterly, "It wasn't your fault, Mizuki-sama, it's the Akatsuki, and the Amatsukami." Yagura passed Hiramakiri to Mei, then turned around facing Suijin, and said to Mei, "Maybe that's true, but ultimately, it was my own weakness that led the village into what it has become now. I know I cannot undo what I have led the village into, but I must do everything in my power to not let the goals of people such as him come to fruition. So, trust me this once, I give you my word that I shall not fall here." Mei deeply into the eyes of Yagura, and his determination, then after a bit of silence, she nodded, "All right. I will do as you ordered, after all, a shinobi must follow the orders of their superiors." Then without waiting any longer, she used water clone jutsu to carry away the injured and unconscious shinobi. At the same time, the original her picked up the 2 parts of Hiramakiri and went away from the battlefield with Harasame, Chukichi, and Ao. Suijin didn't stop them. The objective is not to kill them, so obviously, he had no intention of stopping either of them from leaving here. With them gone, Suijin cracked his knuckles, and said, "Now then, show me what you can do, Yagura, else this will all be for naught." Yagura nodded. He then directly transformed into the version 1 state of his Bijou mode and rushed towards Suijin. Suijin smirked, "Heh, directly starting with the version 1 Bijou mode, are we? I have just the thing I want to use for situations like these." After speaking so, Suijin printed hand seals, and shouted, "Ice release secret technique, divine raiment." With Suijin's words, a large amount of water appeared out of the ground like a geyser. It engulfed Suijin in a high-pressured spherical wave and then started to freeze at an extremely high speed. An instant later, the frozen sphere of ice broke apart into countless ice particles, and Suijin, who was now covered with an armor made out of ice, came into the sight of everyone. As soon as Suijin, covered in armor made out of ice, came into the sight of everyone, he extended his hand outward to meet the incoming punch of version 1 Bijou mode of Yagura. Boom! A loud noise echoed in the surroundings. The ground beneath the 2 cracked, and high-pressure winds were generated by the resulting shock waves of the collision of 2 fists. Coral Palm Jutsu. With his fist colliding with Suijin's fighting for dominance, Yagura used his Coral Palm Jutsu in an attempt to bind Suijin and restrict his movements with a network of coral. Freezing Touch. Suijin was not about to be outdone by Yagura and used his Freezing Touch, a jutsu capable of instantly freezing anything at the slightest of touch. Chakra was poured into the 2 and the 2 jutsu collided. Coral Palm would continue to spread on Suijin, but the Freezing Touch would instantly freeze it and break it into countless particles of ice. And a taijutsu battle between Yagura and Suijin started. Boom! Boom! Boom 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 boom. The power and the speed of the 2 were so strong that it was difficult for anyone to keep up with them. Each of their moves resulted in a shock wave, trees were broken or frozen, and cracks kept forming on the ground. Wherever Suijin passed from, ice covered the area, and wherever Yagura passed from, he destroyed everything in sight. But no matter how much destruction was caused, then did not stop, and did not have any reason to stop. About half a kilometer away from the battlefield where Suijin and Yagura were fighting, the evacuated Kiridakure shinobi under the lead of Mei finally arrived here. While panting heavily, one of the Kiridakure shinobi asked, "Will we be safe here?" "Maybe," said Mei absent-mindedly as she looked at Suijin and Mizukichi fighting in the distance. The current position of Mei and the others are in a higher altitude, therefore, they are able to clearly see the state of the battle between the two, even if they are unable to keep up with the speed of the two. The shroud of Suijin used by Suijin surprised them, as they have never seen anything like that. Perhaps Reikichi's lightning chakra mode falls closer to this shroud of ice, but seeing such a jutsu was new for them. Heki observed the battle between the two, then asked Mei-sama, "Do you think Mizukichi-sama will win?" "I don't know." Even if she did not want to admit it, the types of jutsu and powers Suijin has surprised her, and she is really not sure whether Mizukichi can win. Mizukichi-sama seemed confident, perhaps he can win, perhaps he has something up his sleeve. As the battle continued on, everyone started to take note of the abilities of Suijin and tried thinking up the countermeasures they might be able to use, and any sign of weakness they can find. Obviously, they were discussing with each other and trying to find any situation if they can help Mizukichi-sama defeat the enemy. Only Ao was a silent one, as he did not participate in any discussion. He may have been looking at the battle, but his mind was somewhere else. Chapter 416, Boom 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 Boom. Smash. Explosion. Cough cough. Yagura, who was in the version 1 state, was repeatedly punched by Suijin and collided with a giant tree and coughed out blood. Frost has spread over his entire body, and the version 1 cloak was unable to keep up with Suijin. "Is that all you got? Is that all, you the Mizukichi, the perfect Jinchuriki of Sanbai, can do?" Suijin mocked. "Cough. I am not done yet." Yagura shouted as he got up, then let out more of Sanbai's chakra. With Yagura's action, all the three tails of Sanbai sprouted. The density of Bija chakra on Yagura increased several times, and he has without a doubt entered the version 2 state of the Bija mode. "Version 2, huh?" Suijin, while still in the ice shroud, muttered, then said, "It looks like I will have to take it up a notch too if I want to keep up with you." Then Suijin again printed the hand seals, and shouted, "Ice Release Secret Technique, Mode 2, True Absolute Armor of Okami." Whoosh! As soon as Suijin finished, the shroud of ice on him started to change. It expanded outward and became more solid. It changed shape from a simple shinobi armor to full body armor made out of ice. Translator's note: True Absolute Armor of Okami takes the appearance of Invel True Ice Kamui from Fairy Tail. With both of them now powered up, they again rushed towards each other and again started a melee battle. This time their attacks produced louder sound waves and more impactful shock waves. The literal air current in the surroundings started to change, and a high-pressure zone was created. The damage done to the valley is also enormous. All signs of vegetation disappeared and only barren land covered in ice and water was left. The intensity of the battle increased to the battle between two Kage. As such, the Kiridakure shinobi watching the battle from a distance had no choice but to retreat farther away from the battlefield in order to not be swept away or get injured as the collateral damage. It did not take long for the rain to start, which started to freeze because of the cold temperature of Suijin's armor of Okami. The special thing about the armor of Okami was its instant repairability. No matter how much damage it suffered, it continued to repair itself using water from the surroundings and from Suijin's body, thus making it a very strong ninjutsu, and a very hard one to beat even for Yagura, who is in the version 2 Bija mode. But Yagura wasn't to be outdone either. In the version 2 state, the increase in strength and speed was much more than previously. As such, he was easily capable of keeping up with, and sometimes even overwhelming Suijin. The freezing touch at this moment wasn't much effective, as the high temperature produced by the chakra mode melted all the ice around him. And given that both of them are already powerful shinobi even in their base state, so the increase in strength by ice armor and chakra mode increased their strength to a very high level. Boom! 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 After a while of testing each other, Yagura crouched down and opened his mouth. The moment he did so, red and blue bubbles started to form around him and then merged together into the shape of a purple chakra ball started above his mouth. After a while of testing each other, Hyuga crouched down and opened his mouth. The moment he did so, red and blue bubbles of chakra started to form around him and then merged together into the shape of a purple chakra ball above his mouth. As the size of the purple chakra ball continued to increase from the size of a tennis ball to that of a basketball and finally to the size of a giant boulder with a diameter of over a meter, it crushed the ground beneath Hyuga because of the sheer weight due to the high-density chakra it contained. When Hyuga was satisfied with the amount of chakra it contained, Hyuga bent forward and fired it in the direction of Tenseigan. Bijudama. A Bijudama is one of the most terrifying jutsu a Biju has in his arsenal, and a Jinchuriki can also use this jutsu. It is made up of positive blue chakra and negative red chakra in an 8:2 ratio. When fired, it moves at an extremely fast speed and is capable of destroying mountains. And at this moment, this very symbol of calamity was coming towards Tenseigan with the intention of killing him. But Tenseigan was not panicked at all. Bijudama? Ha! I have just the right thing for this. Tenseigan smirked and got ready to counter it. Countering a Bijudama is not so easy. The Bijudama used by Hyuga may not be at the full power that Sanbai is capable of when completely liberated, but it nonetheless bears extreme power. However, Tenseigan has created a jutsu that is perfectly capable of countering this weakened version of Bijudama, and Tenseigan is more than confident in this S-class jutsu of his. With this intention, Tenseigan printed the hand seals: snake, dog, boar, dragon, mirrored ram, dog, monkey, horse, ram, tiger, hare, snake, clap, then clapped both of his hands together, all while gathering enough chakra that he needs to use for this jutsu. Under Tenseigan's control, a very large amount of water from the surroundings as well as from his own chakra reserves was drawn, resulting in the manifestation of a colossal, oceanic dragon deity with an abysmal and fearful maw. The colossal water dragon, which is almost as big as that of the giant snake summoned Manda, was launched towards the incoming Bijudama at nonsensical speed. Water release secret technique, roaring great dragon god of the seven seas, Mizuchi. The moment Tenseigan's colossal water dragon god, Mizuchi, reached near the incoming Bijudama, it did something unexpected. It actually completely swallowed down the Bijudama, which shocked all the spectators, but that wasn't the end. It then started to absorb the chakra from the swallowed Bijudama as it continued to move forward. The chakra of the Bijudama that was supposed to have exploded, resulting in the destruction of the entire valley, was absorbed by the colossal water dragon and used as a fuel to increase its size from the colossal dragon size of 150 meters to grow bigger and bigger, and all the more powerful, reaching up to the size of the Manda too. Roar! The colossal water dragon let out a loud roar and rushed at Hyuga. His intention was to swallow down Hyuga as a whole too. That's bad. I cannot counter it in this form, muttered Hyuga, because he knew that in the version 2 Bija mode, he will not be able to resist that dragon. It's too powerful, and the torrent of water pressure will tear him apart. Now then, show me, Hyuga, what will you do? Nothing except for liberating the Sanbai sealed inside of you will work, and you have no other options. If you were to dodge, then the attack will hit the Kirigakure shinobi behind you, but if you don't, then you will die. So, show me how you will counter it. I want to see whether you truly have complete control over Sanbai as Killer Bee of Kumogakure has over Hachibi, or is it just false information? Tenseigan said as he watched the great dragon god rush towards Hyuga. Hyuga did not reply to Tenseigan's words. He just put back the version 2 cloak. The Sanbai's chakra on him disappeared. As a result, Hyuga was back to his base form. This action of Hyuga made the Kirigakure shinobi frown. They couldn't figure out what exactly Mizuki intended to do. They can only hope that he can resist that terrifying water ninjutsu. And just when everyone thought that the attack would hit, Hyuga shouted out loud, "Isabu!" Roar! With a loud roar that again produced large shockwaves, Sanbai appeared on the battlefield and instantly covered Hyuga inside its tortoiseshell. It needed not to be informed of what exactly was going on, as Isabu has been completely aware of the battle going on between Hyuga and Tenseigan. As such, the moment it appeared, it instantly rolled itself into a ball and moved at high speed in the direction of the water dragon. Shadow stroke! The rolling Isabu bulldozed the incoming colossal water dragon and a battle for dominance between them started. Chapter 417, Boom! Looking at the destroyed water dragon, Mei and the others who were observing the battle from a distance sighed with a relieved breath. Just now when they saw that the water dragon even absorbed the terrifying Bijidama, they were really panicked. After all, they could feel that the jutsu used by the Mizukage was extremely strong, and yet it was proven to be ineffective against the water dragon jutsu of Suijin. Ao muttered with a shocked expression, "Just how strong is that guy?" Even Mei had to nod her head. "I never expected Mizukage-sama to be so strong, not to mention, Suijin of the Amatsukami has been able to keep up with him." Heki asked, "But now that Mizukage-sama has revealed the Sanbai completely, he should be able to defeat Suijin, right?" Mei said while clenching her fist, "Mizukage-sama must win. To think you were able to overpower even this jutsu? It appears that I must take things seriously now," Suijin said with a surprised tone. Yagura asked with an incredulous expression, "Do you still have something up your sleeve?" Suijin nodded. "Of course, this is something I have come up with not long ago, although this form is not complete yet. However, I think I will give it a try." Yagura snorted, "Humph, no matter what you use, I will still kill you here." Suijin chuckled, "Heh, don't be so sure, I think you are in for a rude awakening." With that said, Suijin thought, although Ryumyaku is still in the process of evolution, I think it would be fine to test the changes for some preliminary experimentation, so merging Ryumyaku with me and taking chakra from it for this new jutsu that I managed to acquire should be alright. And without waiting any longer, Suijin started. The first thing he did was to lift the Ryumyaku seal and allow the Ryumyaku chakra to flow inside him. As Suijin felt the Ryumyaku chakra entering inside him, he also felt his consciousness inside his own subconscious plane. Suijin's subconscious plane. "You are still not ready for the Sennin transformation, Suijin," said a young woman who appeared to be in her later teens to Suijin. The woman has chin-length blonde hair, along with a pair of purple horns on both sides of her head. She is wearing a sleeveless white and gray robe along with a golden tiara and tomo-shaped blue earrings. Suijin looked at the woman in front of him and said, "I know Toyotamaheim, as such, I want to try what I discussed with you the last time. I think it would work perfectly in this situation." "Are you sure, Suijin?" the woman, named Toyotamaheim, asked again, for confirmation. Suijin nodded, "Yes, this is a good opportunity to test that form, since the fight with Karatachi Yagura is not a life-and-death battle, as such I want to test the limits of that form." Toyotama nodded after a bit of silence, but also added a warning, "All right, but you do need to understand that if the natural energy in your system exceeds what your body can bear, it will damage you. I don't think I need to remind you of what happened the last time, right? It was only because Ichikishimaheim sucked out all the natural energy out of your biological system in a timely manner that you managed to gain back your human form. And since you cannot summon her from the Ryuchi cave at this moment, therefore, you must show some restraint." Suijin nodded, "I think it will be all right with your help. Keep the natural energy in my body in check and make sure that I am not overloaded." Toyotama nodded, "All right, I was created for this purpose. I shall make sure that natural energy in your system does not exceed what you cannot handle." Suijin nodded, "Very good." Toyotama asked, "By the way, which form do you want to use?" Suijin removed his mask and said with a smirk, "Kurokami." Toyotama nodded, and without any more questions, she started to prepare for Kurokami to appear in the shinobi world, all while Suijin thought to himself about why he created Toyotamaheim. Toyotamaheim is an existence created by Kuroto as a consciousness for the Ryumyaku. Toyotama's appearance is actually that of Samui of Kumogakure along with several other dragon characteristics. The reason for this similar appearance is also very simple. It is because Kuroto created her from the soul of Samui he extracted from her body. The purpose of creating Toyotamaheim is also very simple. Over time, Kuroto has come to understand that he needs to solve the problem of natural energy invasion, but he has been unable to learn Sennin modes, so solving the problem of petrification seems to have become a distant thought. But because he can't spare much effort because of the pressure of Akatsuki, especially Nagato, as such, he decided to give Ryumyaku intelligence. As such, Samui, aka Toyotamahime, came into the picture. But even if Kuroto created her to solve this issue, there was still a problem, and that was the fact that Samui did not have any knowledge of natural energy or senjutsu while she was alive, and that's where Ichikishimahime came into the picture. Ichikishimahime is one of the snake priestesses of the Ryuchi Cave, who is a direct subordinate of the White Snake Sage. Signing a summoning contract with her was rather easy. As a necessary condition for signing summon contract with her, Kuroto had to pass her Jinjutsu test, and also agree to her condition by allowing her to sometimes eat some of his as well as Ryumaku's chakra, both of which she found to be rather delicious because of their purity or high density of natural energy. Kuroto did not have any problem with her condition because having her as a summon solved quite a lot of problems. The advantages far outweighed the disadvantages for him, so he agreed. Of course, Kuroto made sure that Shursui used Koto Amatsukami on her so that she keeps all her agreement with Kuroto a secret. This was done to avoid unnecessary trouble. In addition to her, Kuroto also signed a summoning contract with Aoda, another snake summon of the Ryuchi Cave. Aoda is also a snake summon as powerful as Manda and Garaga. Ichikishimahime is no weaker than Aoda, as such Kuroto now has quite a good amount of collection of summon. Anyway, after Kuroto made Ichikishima a loyal snake summon, he extracted her memories regarding Senjutsu, studied it himself, and also planted those memories along with a few others inside Samui, thus giving birth to Toyotamahime, who is well versed in snake Senjutsu and snake Sennin mode. And that's how we have come to this point. Translator's note: from here on out, Ryumaku will be renamed to Toyotama/Toyotamahime. Back to the real world. After his conversation with Toyotama, Suijin clapped both his hands and allowed Toyotamahime to aid him. The moment Suijin clapped both of his hands together, the ice armor on his body disappeared. And Toyotama started to direct her chakra inside Suijin and controlled the flow of natural energy inside Suijin's body. With the flow of natural energy, Suijin's body started to change. To be more exact, it started to morph from that of a human to something that wasn't a human. Initially, bluish-white scales started to emerge from his skin, then a pair of horns appeared on both sides of his head. The next moment a tail started to sprout behind his back, and even the shape and size of his two pair of limbs was altered along with the rest of his body soon following suit. Overall, when the transformation was completed, the size of his body changed and grew longer and longer. A pair of wings on both sides of the now elongated body appeared, in addition to a pair of golden horns on both sides of his head. One horn grew from his forehead, and his nose also elongated and sharpened akin to a blade. The new form appeared to be an eastern dragon, or perhaps more accurately a water and ice dragon, with bluish-white scales, and a pair of flippers like wings. He also had water coiling around his dragon body and a floating sea above his head. Roar! Chapter 418, Roar. With the loud roar that shook the heavens and the earth, the dragon named Kurokami made its presence on the battlefield. Looking at the dragon that Suijin transformed into, Yagura's face had a shocked expression. Even Isabu wasn't any different. Even if the tortoise has lived in the shinobi world for nearly a millennium now, it has never gotten the chance to witness a creature such as this. Isabu can be certain that the strength of this creature is at least on the same level as his, or perhaps even higher, because he could feel a terrifying amount of natural energy inside the body of that creature. Not to mention the volume of water hovering in the sky above the dragon. It looks like a mini sea. Yagura gulped and said to Isabu in his subconscious plane, "This is probably going to be the second most difficult fight. Be prepared." Isabu nodded and got ready to fight. At this time, Kurokami looked down with gloat in his eyes and roared. With Kurokami's roar, several whirlpools started to appear on the surface of the mini-ocean, and instantly, a thick pillar of high-pressured water was shot at Isabu. Water release, judgment pillars. The thick pillar of water crashed at an extremely fast speed, and Yagura knew that they cannot be hit by this pillar of water, so he instructed Isabu, "Dodge those pillars. We cannot afford to be hit by it. It would be tantamount to death." Isabu nodded and instantly curled himself into a giant ball, and started to roll and jump, and bounce all over the battlefield at an extremely high speed. Leaping bullet shell tower. Crash. The pillar of water crashed into the valley, producing shockwaves and tsunami-like scenery. But Aisabu and Yagura dared not stop just because they dodged one water pillar, because they could see more than a dozen water pillars were ready to come down and kill them. Crash! 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 They dodged and dodged and dodged and dodged and again dodged. The pillars of water didn't stop until the entire valley had turned into a large lake. Now Yagura and Aisabu could breathe a sigh of relief. After all, when inside water, Aisabu is extremely hard to beat, and his speed is also extremely fast. Moreover, the presence of water will reduce the threat from those water pillars. However, Kurokami still had that gloating expression as its tail touched the surface of the lake. And the next thing everyone witnessed was the freezing of the entire lake from the point Kurokami's tail touched the water surface. Ice release, freezing wave. And at this moment, both Aisabu and Yagura were encased inside the frozen lake. Roar! Aisabu roared and released an extremely strong shockwave, shattering the ice into millions of pieces, as a result, making its way out. The moment Aisabu came out, Kurokami made its next move. Ice release secret technique, all-killing rain. Whyish 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 whyish. Instantly, hundreds of thousands of ice spikes started to rain down from the sky. All with the intention of impaling Aisabu and Yagura. Coral covering. But Yagura did not panic and instantly used the coral of Aisabu to form a protective covering over the shell of Aisabu, making it extremely hard for the ice spikes to pierce the hard body of Aisabu. Now it is our turn to make a move against him, Yagura spoke. Aisabu nodded and instantly curled back into a giant ball and leaped high, leaping bullet shell tower. Using the high-speed momentum they acquired while dodging ice and water pillars, Aisabu leaped high into the sky and crashed its large body with the hovering body of Kurokami, shadow stroke, coral covering. The moment Aisabu tackled Kurokami's body, it also made sure to use coral covering jutsu on him in order to restrain Kurokami. Roar! But it appears that this approach was useless because neither Kurokami crashed down to the ground because of the monstrous strength of Aisabu, nor was it restrained because of the corals covering his body. Roar! Aisabu and Kurokami further tackled each other several times, but to no result. After a while of trying, Aisabu made its next move. It opened its mouth and shot a large, high-speed, high-pressured water jet at Kurokami. Kurokami did the same. It released a water dragon roar which collided with the water jet of Aisabu, causing a large explosion that produced a lot of mist. Taking advantage of the mist, Aisabu used its Jinjutsu ability, Jinjutsu Mist. A jutsu that traps its victim into the tormenting events of the past. But however strong this Jinjutsu may have been, it did not work on Kurokami as it was instantly dispelled by Toyotama even before it could take any effect on him. Seeing that all of its attacks were proving to be fruitless, Aisabu decided to use his trump card and started to condense an extremely large Bijudama. Bijudama! Roar! Kurokami was not panicked, and he too started to condense chakra above his mouth. Toyotama is also capable of using an attack very similar to Bijudama, but it is not a Bijudama, it is actually a Ryumyaku bullet. Theoretically speaking, the power of the Ryumyaku bullet should not be as exaggerated as a fully powered Bijudama because it does not use that chakra ratio as used in the Bijudama. However, because Toyotama contains a lot of natural energy, therefore, the attack is just as powerful as a fully powered Bijudama. Ryumyaku bullet. So, a fully powered Bijudama collided with the Ryumyaku bullet at an extremely fast speed, and after struggling a while for dominance over the other, both of their direction was turned towards the lake at the bottom where they collapsed and caused an extremely large explosion. Boom! On the side of Kirigakure Shinobi. What is that thing? Is this even a battle between shinobi? One of the Kirigakure Shinobis said with a frightened expression as he along with the other Kirigakure Shinobi ran. Since the moment that dragon-like existence appeared on the battlefield, all the Kirigakure Shinobi are running away to get as far away from the battlefield as possible. This is because the scope of the battle between Mizukage and Suijin has increased too much, and even if they are standing extremely far away there is no assurance of their safety. especially considering that mini ocean above that dragon's head. After all, if that dragon were to release that ocean all at once, then it would be certain death of them all. The attacks used by both parties are so strong that even a single touch would be instant death for anyone. No one replied to the question of this particular shinobi, because they have no answer. While still running away from the battlefield, Mei thought to herself as she looked back and watched that mushroom-shaped cloud, if even with such terrifying strength Mizuki-sama was still defeated and controlled by Akatsuki, then I stand no chance against that organization. In fact, none of the current Kage stand a chance, only Yondaime-sama may be able to contend with a few of them with the help of Sanbai sealed inside him. More distance away from the battlefield. Masked Tobito looked at the battle between Yagura and Suijin, the giant turtle and the dragon, and clenched his fist. Was it anger? Disappointment? Or frustration? It was hard to judge even for White Zetsu standing next to him. But Black Zetsu knew, witnessing this fight has finally forced Tobito to make up his mind into taking that back. Chapter 419. As the fight went on, the scene of Kurokami coiling himself around the body of Isabu appeared, making the resulting creature look like that of Jinbu from the legends. The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to N0V3LB1N. And while Kurokami and Isabu appeared to still be at each other's throats like two beasts, fighting, brawling, and biting each other, Suijin and Yagura started a conversation telepathically on a subconscious plane by linking their chakra. Yagura asked Suijin, "So you are taking the Byakugan that Ao had?" "Yes," nodded Suijin as if it was obvious, then asked, "Is there a problem with it?" Yagura shook his head. He had no objection to Suijin taking the Byakugan. "Not really, I just wanted to confirm." Suijin said, "After this, your position as Mizukage should be fixed, right?" Yagura nodded gratefully. "Okay, after the events of today, the pressure on me should decrease, and since Mei has realized that she stands no chance against the organization, therefore, I think she would be unwilling to take the position of the Mizukage, unless, of course, something unexpected happens to me." Suijin continued, "Bring the Jinchuriki of Rokubi back to your village as soon as you can. Currently, he is alone himself, so he is an easy target for Akatsuki to capture, which is something the organization does not want. Moreover, if you personally bring him back, then you will have Utakata as a subordinate you will be able to trust. Also, try to make sure that Rokubi cooperates with Utakata, because that would make Utakata a perfect Jinchuriki, thus Kirigiku's strength will increase, and this will also make it incredibly difficult for Akatsuki to hunt down Utakata, well, at least, a little difficult." As soon as Suijin mentioned Akatsuki, Yagura's face sank and he nodded. "I will bring him back, and I will have Isabu convince Rokubi into cooperating with Utakata." Suijin nodded, then spoke. "Next, announce the news of you being controlled by Akatsuki. That should also make things easier. Pressure from other shinobi villages will decrease. Amatsukami will, of course, add in their input from the sides to make your words believable, and also sign a cooperation treaty with Suna. If the Suna, who has lost their Yondaime Kazekage, were to support Kirigikure, then things will become easier for Kirigikure. Moreover, if Suna and Kiri were to sign a cooperation treaty, then the other villages would not dare to take the advantage of the weakness of the two villages." "Understood." Yagura nodded again. Suijin nodded, and said, "All right, with everything out of the way, I think it's about time we finish this up. I have other things to take care of. This is the extent of help that the organization can give you. It's up to you from here on. Do not disappoint the organization, Yagura." Yagura nodded. Back to the real world. At this time, nothing like the valley that once existed is left. If someone were to see the current state of this place, he would much rather call this place a wasteland, at the center of which lies an extremely large lake, and two creatures, a giant water dragon and a giant tortoise, brawling in the middle of this lake. As the dragon, named Kurokami, was about to bite the head of Isabu with his sharp teeth, he suddenly stopped midway and turned to look at the sky. The reason for suddenly stopping is because Kurokami noticed a person coming in their direction at an extremely fast speed. This person was flying and had wings made of black iron sand on his back. He wore the outfit of the Amatsukami, and everyone recognized him, even if only by his disguise. Kurokami asked with a frown tone, Fujin, what are doing here? Don't you see I am enjoying a fight here? Fujin said in an indifferent tone, that's all the playtime you get. Yama has ordered for you to come back. Something important has come up. Kurokami asked, what has come up? Fujin said, we have found the location, so you no longer have any time to waste here on the Mizukage or Bijou. The enemy this time is just as strong as Yama had expected, so the entire organization will act this time. Heh. Finally, found the location of their base? In that case, we should hurry there. Annihilating them is much more important and fun than fighting or capturing a few chakra pets, muttered Kurokami and uncoiled itself from Isabu. Then changed back into the Suijin form and said, Mizukage, our battle will have to wait. As you can see, something has come up, and it is much more important than defeating you, capturing Rokubi's Jinchuriki or controlling Kirigakure. As such, I won't be seeing you for some time, so you can live as yourself while you still can, because after that your happy days will be over. While simultaneously condensed a floating ice platform under his feet. After he had said so, Suijin did not wait for any reply from the Mizukage and flew away along with the Fujin while telekinetically controlling the ice platform. Isabu had an awkward expression because of the sudden action of Suijin, but he wasn't complaining and retracted inside Yagura. Yagura looked at the disappearing figures of Suijin and Fujin as he sensed the hurried arrival of Mei and the others. Mizukage-sama. Are you alright? Mei asked with a worried expression. Just now when they saw the arrival of another member of Amatsukami, the Kirigakure shinobi were panicked, because one is already such a big threat whom Mizukage-sama was barely holding back, and now a second one? Ads by PubFuture. If he were to attack too, then there was no doubt that Mizukage-sama was done for, and worried that the two would work together to kill or capture Mizukage-sama, the Kirigakure shinobi, regardless of all the consequences they might suffer, rushed back here, only to see both Suijin and the other one going away. Mizukage nodded with a confused expression, yes. Mei asked again, why did they just leave? Yagura shook his head, I do not know, but they did mention something much more important related to some enemy. Kirigakure shinobi were confused, something much more important than capturing a Bijou or killing the Mizukage? What could be more important than that? Before they can ask any further, Yagura said, anyway, it is a relief that they have gone. Now focus on finding Utakata. We must bring him back before Akatsuki or Amatsukami get their hands on him. Ordered by Yagura, Kirigakure shinobi can only nod and went in search of Yagura. On the side of masked Obito and Zetsu. Obito asked Zetsu, why did the two of them suddenly withdraw? Zetsu said, I cannot be certain, but the one called Fujin by Suijin said about founding the base of someone, and upon hearing that Suijin put away dealing with the Mizukage for the later date and decided to go with Fujin. Masked Obito frowned, do you think that they have found our new base? Zetsu said in confusion, hard to say, he did not mention anything specific, but he did say that the entire organization will be taking part, so maybe, it's possible. Obito nodded, let's go back, Nagato has yet to recover, so it's best that we don't risk it. Zetsu asked, and what about capturing the Jinchuriki of Rokubi? Let Nagato recover, all the Bijou can be captured after that. For now, until he has recovered, it's best that we stay at the base so that Nagato does not end up dead. Obito said as his figure disappeared in a spiraling whirl. Zetsu nodded and he too sunk under the ground. As both Zetsu and Obito went away, a greenish-brown snake that was coiling around the bark of a tree not far away also uncoiled itself and slithered inside the tree hole. At the same time, a crow that was sitting on the tree and keeping watch over Zetsu and Obito also flew away. Chapter 420. 1 week later, the figure of Hyuga Kuroto, or better yet, Watatsumi, can be seen walking towards the hideout of Team Ro, as well as the Umbu team led by Marino Ibiki. In the past week, a lot of things happened. After retreating from the battlefield, Suijin and Fujin met up with Homasubi, who was secretly following Utakata. Even prior to the arrival of Mei and the party at the valley, Suijin, with the help of Ichikishimahime, made sure to spread hundreds of simple snakes all over the battlefield to keep track of real-time movements around the battlefield. The purpose was to make sure that nothing unexpected or out of the calculation happens. Unexpectedly, Obito and Zetsu were also watching the battle, which didn't surprise Suijin. Perhaps they were also after the Jinchuriki of Rokubi, and probably wanted to use Kiridikure Shinobi to do the task for them, and reap the benefits without putting in much effort. But how can Suijin allow that to happen? Therefore, Suijin had instructed Homasubi to keep a watch on both Obito and Zetsu, as well as protect Utakata from the shadows to make sure that Akatsuki doesn't get their hands on Rokubi. In fact, even the last statement of Fujin about finding the enemy's base was also a ruse to make sure that Obito retreats and does not hinder Kiridikure in bringing back Utakata. And of course, after retreating away from the battlefield, Suijin and Fujin met up with Homasubi and watched the whole process of the Kiridikure unit led by Yagura bringing Utakata back to the village. After they had done so, Fujin and Suijin retreated back to the Anchor Vantien. Fujin had to watch over Gara-sama and Karen-sama, while Suijin had to collect data on a lot of things, as well as store both Suijin and Homasubi's bodies in his laboratory. On the other hand, Homasubi went in the direction of the capital of the Land of Water, and under Suijin's instruction started to create trouble for Water Daimyo while posing himself as a samurai by the name of Ishikawa Gomen, an honored samurai. His task was to steal from the daimyo and other higher authorities and distribute it to the poor people of the Land of Water. In just 2 days, the samurai named Ishikawa Gomen created so much trouble for the authorities of the Land of Water that the daimyo had to literally beg the Mizukage in solving the problem named Ishikawa Gomen, else the country might have collapsed and ceased to function. Now obviously it is rather strange that the daimyo would beg the Mizukage, but he had no other choice. In fact, Daimyo was more so worried about the safety of all his secret lovers, concubines, and even his official wife who suddenly went missing, that he did not hesitate to beg the Mizukage, who is the strongest shinobi in the Land of Water. The rescue went without a hitch, but in just these few days, the name Ishikawa Gomen became a legend in the world, and Ishikawa Gomen was renowned as the legendary outlaw hero. Anyway, after everything was said and done, and since the mission was completed, Itachi sneaked back and merged with the Team Ro. And now, Kuroto has also returned back, and since he made sure to not hide from his teammates, therefore, he was soon greeted by them. Of course, after verification of his identity, Akame asked, "Captain, did you complete the mission?" The news of Yagura being a puppet at the hands of Akatsuki has yet to be announced by Kiridikure, therefore, nobody in Team Ro is aware of this news. Moreover, none of the four, except for Weasel, is aware of what exactly the mission was, so they can only hope that Captain had managed to complete it. But unfortunately, they had to be disappointed as Watatsumi shook his head and said, "No, I didn't." Rabbit said, "Captain, the failure of the mission is not just your responsibility, all of us are responsible for it, so the punishment will be given to all of us. You do not need to bear it alone." Akame lowered her head and nodded. "We were the ones who were a burden to you. If not for us getting injured so early and had managed to provide support, maybe the mission would have progressed differently and completed without a hitch." Hana also nodded. "Yes, we will all bear the punishment." The only one who was silent was Weasel, as he had nothing to say. To be honest, he actually felt sorry for the other 3 members of Team Ro for being kept in the dark the whole time. The mission wouldn't have succeeded even if we were there. Watatsumi chuckled at the behavior of the 3 and said while shaking his head, "Don't worry, there would be no punishment. I never said that the mission was failed. I just said that I did not complete the mission." Akame, being the vice captain of the team, asked with a frown, "What do you mean, Captain?" Watatsumi said, "The situation in Kiridikure has changed. I am sure everyone is aware of the civil war that occurred in Kiridikure recently, right?" The 4 nodded, "Yes." Watatsumi nodded, and continued, "So, because of this civil war, there have been several changes, and because of these changes, the mission was no longer necessary to be completed." Hana muttered, "Is that so?" Watatsumi nodded, "Yes, so anyway, let's retreat back to the village. We have to pass the information I obtained back to Hokage-sama as early as possible." The other 4 looked at each other, then nodded. Team Ro bid farewell to Marino Ibiki and his team, then retreated back to the village. Of course, Watatsumi did give the Team Ro a short brief up on the events that took place in Kiridikure, but he made sure to not reveal everything until he informs Hokage-sama. Since the news to be delivered was extremely important, as such, the Team Ro rushed back to Konoha at full speed, continuous travel, with minimum breaks. Thus they managed to arrive back at the village in just 1 week. Arriving back in the village, Team Ro was instantly summoned to the Hokage office. Watatsumi passed the mission report that described all the events that took place in Kiridakure to Hokage-sama. Of course, the events and information were from the perspective of the Umbu named Watatsumi, and their description was only limited to what Watatsumi wanted Hokage to know, nothing about the personal business of Amatsukami. However, he did mention the rumor about Amatsukami also appearing in the Kiridakure. After reading the report, and upon learning the fact that the Mizukage was controlled by Akatsuki, the shocked look on the faces of everyone was clear. They were speechless. One Kage was killed and the other became a puppet? How much has the status of a Kage of a great shinobi village fallen? It must not be forgotten that the Kage of a great shinobi village holds extremely high combat power, and yet such results are happening? If this wouldn't surprise Sarutobi and the others, then what will? Seeing the thoughtful expression on Sandame's face, Watatsumi continued, since Yondaime Mizukage managed to break free of the Jinjutsu from Akatsuki, so I decided to not assassinate him, as that would have weakened Kiridakure, and Akatsuki could have used that opportunity to again take control over Kiridakure from the shadows. Moreover, the alive Mizukage who thinks of Akatsuki as the top enemy is much better. Listening to Watatsumi's words about assassinating the Mizukage, Akame, Hana, and Rabbit were incredibly shocked. The mission was to assassinate the Mizukage? And Captain actually sneaked inside Kiridakure to complete this mission alone? And, since Watatsumi never shared the exact detail of the mission with Team Ro, so they were more shocked because Watatsumi actually dared to complete such a mission on his own? Hokage-sama did not care about the shocked expression of the 4 standing behind Watatsumi. He had already read from the report that those 4 were left behind under the care of Marino Ibiki, but he was still shocked, and wondering what to make of the situation from here on. As he nodded, "Your decision was indeed correct." Then after a pause, he continued, "What do you think about the current situation of the Mizukage? Will he remain in power, or will he be forced to abdicate?" Watatsumi shook his head, and said, "The subordinate cannot judge." Sandaime nodded with a sigh and said with a tired look, "You have done hard work, now go back and rest. As soon as I get the next mission of Team Ro ready, I will inform the 5 of you. Now dismiss." Watatsumi as well as the 4 members of Team Ro nodded and left the Hokage office. Of course, there were many questions in the minds of the 3 regarding this mission, but none of them dared to speak anything as per the secrecy code issued by Hokage-sama, and silently went on their way to their respective homes. Chapter 421. After leaving the Hokage office, Kuroto did not directly go to his home, rather he sneaked into the Uchiha clan. The purpose was obviously to meet Shisui. Shisui greeted him, then asked, "Kuroto-san, everything in Kiridakure went as planned?" Kuroto nodded, yes. The problem of Kiridakure has been resolved, so there shouldn't be any more issues." "And what about your search in the Land of Demons? Did your team find any trace of Akatsuki in the Land of Demons?" Shisui shook his head. "No, we searched almost the entire country, but there was no trace of Akatsuki. It is likely that the Akatsuki's base is somewhere else." Kuroto nodded, then asked, "And how is the situation of the Land of Demons?" Shisui looked a bit saddened at the mention of the situation of the Land of Demons. Calming his emotions, he said, "As per the reports, the Land of Demons truly has become underworld. Every type of criminal from some small-timers to the cruelest and brutal ones can be found hiding somewhere in that country." Kuroto was silent and looked down. Most of the populace and authorities of that country were annihilated by Yomi and Shino. Since there is no one to manage that nation, so the criminals who have escaped from all the nations gathered there. And now it has become a den of dangerous criminals from all over the world hiding in that country, a land of demons in the truest sense. The 5 great nations also don't have enough means in their hands to solve this issue, because there is no end to this problem. They can clear up the criminals there, true, but how many times? Once, twice, thrice, but after that? A time will come when they will stop caring and let those criminals gather in one place, rather than causing trouble all over the world. Therefore, the 5 great nations have come to a unanimous decision to let that country be as is, and closely monitor it. But with all those criminals in that country, it is also possible that Akatsuki's new base is located in the land of demons. This is why Sandaime assigned a mission to Shirsui's team to search for the location of the new base of Akatsuki in that country. But it seems that these efforts were proven to be fruitless, as Akatsuki's base is unlikely to be in the land of demons. Kuroto sighed, and changed the topic. Anyway, I was here to inform you about the Hashirama cell implantation. Just give me 2 days. Within these 2 days, I have to take care of some matters. After that the implant operation can be done. Shursui nodded. I have discussed the problem of my blindness with Sandaime-sama and told him that the problem can be solved, but I would need some time, so after some consideration, Sandaime-sama agreed to give me a holiday. Kuroto nodded, and asked, You made sure to not mention anything about Hashirama cell implantation, right? Although Kuroto knew that Shursui would not be foolish enough to mention it, he still needed to confirm. After all, we are talking about the same Shursui who disclosed Koto Ematsukami to Sandaime-sama. Shursui nodded. I did not mention anything about Shodaime-sama's cell implantation. I said that it is secret Uchiha Jutsu. Kuroto nodded. This was necessary. Then looking at Shursui's expression, he asked lightly, worried that the operation will fail? Shursui nodded slightly. When it comes to matters of life and death, it is natural for people to feel a bit uneasy. Truth be told, Shursui is not afraid of death. Fighting and dying for the sake of the village and peace would be worth it, but dying on an operation table? It's the last thing he would want. Kuroto said in encouragement while lightly ruffling Shursui's hair, No need to be so worried. Before, I may have been a bit uncertain about the probability of the success, but now I can guarantee this operation will 100% be successful. 100% guarantee? Shursui muttered with surprise, then asked, If the operation is successful, will my visual prowess really return? Kuroto folded his hands over his chest, and nodded. Not only will your visual prowess return, but it will be enhanced as well. Moreover, once the implantation is successful, a lot of future prospects will also be opened that you can choose to increase your strength for the path ahead. Kuroto is not just giving assurance to Shursui, this is his confidence. After awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan, Shursui himself possesses a very potent Yin chakra, and once the Hashirama is successfully implanted into Shursui and he acquires the Yang chakra of Hashirama cells, then the Yin and Yang will bring a qualitative increase in Shursui's strength, which will not only increase Shursui's ocular power but also increase his physical strength significantly. In both cases, Obito is a clear example. On the night of Kyuubi's attack, he was able to control Kyuubi with just one Manjikyu Sharingan, and Kuroto obviously knows that Obito's Manjikyu Sharingan is not specialized in Jinjutsu like that of Shursui or Itachi or Fugaku's, and yet he controlled the Kyuubi. And it must not be forgotten that the Kyuubi that Obito controlled on the night of Kyuubi's attack was the complete Kyuubi, not the half-Yang Kyuubi that Yondaime sealed inside his child Naruto, and he did all that while battling Yondaime Hokage. This feat alone shows just how much visual prowess Obito had acquired. Then there is the matter of increase in his physical strength and defenses. The Yang chakra obviously enhances physical strength, and because of this, Obito was able to bear the damage from Rasengan. Yondaime-sama's Rasengan, as well as Naruto's Kurama chakra enhanced Rasengan in the face and hand, and yet only suffered slight scratches, so overall, he was perfectly alive and kicking. After listening to Kuroto, Shursui did not have any exciting expression, he just muttered with an eerie calmness, If that is the case, then I hope so too. After a pause here, he continued, But Kuroto-san, in the off chance that the implantation operation fails, and results in my death, then I hope that you can pass on my Manjikyu Sharingan to Itachi. Because of bearing the Tenseigan, Manjikyu Sharingan is of no use to you, but they may be useful for Itachi. Kuroto thought a little, then nodded. Although Kuroto is certainly confident that the operation will be successful, so there is no harm in agreeing with Shursui's request. Besides, Kuroto also knows that even in the canon, Shursui entrusted his Manjikyu Sharingan to Itachi. In fact, he did not just entrust his Manjikyu Sharingan, he even entrusted his will and the hope of protecting the village, Uchiha name, and peace to Itachi. Therefore, Kuroto wasn't surprised when Shursui said this to Kuroto. After some more talks with Shursui, Kuroto left Shursui's home. Within these 2 days, he has to complete a lot of things. Firstly, Kuroto has to sell the Byakugan he obtained from Ao to the Hyuga clan, then use the money he will obtain to pay off Tsunade-sama's debts in various gambling houses all over the Land of Fire. Then he has to also buy some pieces of equipment for his further experiments. Originally, such trivial matters were not so problematic and could be resolved pretty easily using the black market. However, because of Amatsukami and Akatsuki organization, the 5 great shinobi villages have almost paralyzed the underground markets in the 5 great nations and the surrounding countries. So, Kuroto would have to put some effort into it. Chapter 422. While Kuroto was busy dealing with the matters of selling the Byakugan and paying off Senju Tsunade's debts, 2 newly created teams of Akatsuki, consisting of Kagaya Takashi, with Chino Ike Majida and Hoshigaki Kisame with Yuki Kahayo, were also making their move in the newly reformed country, the Land of Sound. The mission of these 2 teams is to eliminate Orochimaru, and according to the intelligence given to the 4 by Toby Sr., their target, Orochimaru, was spotted in this country several times. After arriving at the border of the Land of Sound and Land of Fire, the 4 did not rush into the Land of Sound. Instead, they hid in the forest around the border waiting for the arrival of the leader of the team. As per the instructions given to them by the one called Zetsu, an official member of the organization will meet up with them in this small forest, and then the 5 of them will venture deeper into the Land of Sound to eliminate Orochimaru. But they have been waiting for quite a while now, and yet there has been no sign of this so-called leader, which has made Takashi a bit impatient. Is anyone going to come, or are we left alone just like what happened last time? If this continues to happen, then it's going to be really annoying. Kisame said with a smirk, perhaps our captain had to face some problem and couldn't come at the right time, just like the last time. Kahayo was silent and watched the discussion of the other 3 while sitting on a rock protrusion. At this moment, Majida said, everyone stays on guard, someone is approaching. Whoosh! Not long after Majida's words, a figure appeared in front of them. Similar to the other 4, he too wore the Akatsuki turtleneck cloak and had a large broadsword strapped on his back. This was none other than Biwa Juzo, one of the former 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure. The 4 were surprised when they noticed the person who appeared before them. Kisame said, I did not expect Juzo-senpai to be the leader of this mission. Does Akatsuki want us Kirinugnin to stick together or something? Juzo sighed, don't ask me. I really did not want to do this, but the leader's order, so anyway, the 5 of us will search this country to find any traces of the traitor Orochimaru, and kill him. And announce the content of the mission. The 4 nodded, they were very well aware of this. Juzo looked at them with a helpless expression. He did really want to deal with other Kirigakure shinobi, but what can he do? Orders are orders, and he has to follow them. In fact, aside from Obito's intention of reuniting the former Kiri shinobi, one of the main reasons why Akatsuki sent him is a different story altogether. It was because of Obito's supposed death. It was him who kept Nai Yujito, the Jinchuriki of Nibi in Jinjutsu, but because Obito died at the hands of Homusubi, so the Jinjutsu on Yujito was released. As such, she regained consciousness, and obviously she tried to escape. Nagato and Conan were not present at the base, because Nagato had to get familiar with his new strength. Similarly, Sasori had to create and repair all his puppets, and get familiar with the new form of puppetry. The same was the case with almost all the other members of Akatsuki, so the only person keeping watch over Nii Yujito in the immediate vicinity was a Zetsu clone and Kakuzu. Nii Yujito tried to sneak out but couldn't because of Zetsu clone. Angered and ashamed for what becoming a puppet, Yujito completely liberated the Nibi in an attempt to forcefully break out of the base. Nibi fully cooperated with her, so the power Yujito displayed was that of a perfect Jinchuriki, which was much more than what Kakazu alone could have handled, and then we all know how that went. Kakuzu was thrashed brutally. Even if he is strong and has 5 lives, it didn't change anything. Because a cat has 9. 4 of the 5 hearts Kakuzu had recently stolen to restock his hearts after the Summit War were destroyed by Yujito. In fact, the last heart would have also been destroyed as well if not for the fact that he managed to sneak inside the earth in time, and Uchiha Shinichi and Hirako, who were called by Zetsu clone, came out and suppressed the feline in due time. Although Yujito was controlled, however, the damage done to the poor Kakazu couldn't be undone. It was only a few days ago that he restocked all the 5 hearts and planned to go on a few bounty missions to acquire some of his dearest wealth, but those warm hearts that he worked so hard to acquire were lost again. Afterward, Akatsuki learned the reason why Yujito managed to break free of the Jinjutsu. However, this incident also made them understand that just a Jinjutsu is not enough to keep the Jinchuriki in check, because once the caster is in a serious problem, the control over the Jinchuriki would weaken. And that's where Nagato comes in. With his black chakra receivers, Nagato would be able to keep the Jinchuriki in check, but it would take some time for Nagato to complete his training session and come back, so until then both Shinichi and Obito/Toby Jr. are supposed to keep Yujito in check. And since Shinichi had to keep watch over Yujito, as such Juzo was free for the time being. Therefore, he was sent by Akatsuki to the Land of Sound as the leader of the 4 new members. His objective was to assess the abilities of the new members and also aid them in eliminating Orochimaru, if possible. Akatsuki is not so adamant about eliminating Orochimaru, firstly because they too understand that killing Orochimaru is not so easy, even if Orochimaru can be defeated, but killing him is another matter altogether. And the second reason is that Black Zetsu has secretly taken interest in one of the Kenjutsu Orochimaru is researching. So, sending these 5 members after Orochimaru is also for the purpose of testing out that newly created Kenjutsu. Of course, the 5 of them are unaware of all the plans, and without any more delay, and venture deeper in the direction of the Land of Sound, in search of Otogakure. These 5 are yet not aware, but Otogakure isn't actually a real shinobi village, but a network of laboratories composed of various hideouts and bases scattered throughout the Land of Sound and various other countries, including the Land of Wind, the Land of Grass, the Land of Waves, the Land of Rivers, the Land of Sea, as well as the Land of Demon, along with a few other countries. After a day and night of search based on the intelligence given to them by Toby Sr., the 5 of them finally arrived at a village, which according to them is somehow connected to this mysterious shinobi village called Otogakure that is further connected to Orochimaru in some way. This is a small dilapidated village. Most of the houses here seem to have been burned down, and the others have been collapsed. From the first look, it appears as if the village has been abandoned for years. After taking a look around, Kisame asked in confusion, what would Orochimaru be doing in a place like this? Ads by PubFuture. Kahayo said in an indifferent tone, perhaps looking for something? Juzo thought about Kahayo's words, and they seem reasonable with Orochimaru's character, so he instructed, look around more carefully. It's possible that we might find some clues that would point us to Orochimaru. But different from the other 4, Majida frowned upon looking at the village, then said, what we are seeing is not real, it's a Jinjutsu. A Jinjutsu? Everyone exclaimed and instantly disrupted their chakra. Following the chakra disruption, the sight before them changed completely. They were not present in a village but were in a forest, and were surrounded by many shinobi. Each of them was dressed in unusual clothing that does not belong to any known shinobi village. Their uniform consisted of light lavender color, and the common part of their clothing was a rope-like belt tied in an inverted bow around their waist. Additionally, they also wore a forehead protector with the symbol of a musical note. Kahayo asked in confusion, what are children doing here? What made them frown more is the fact that these shinobi were young children between the age of 7 to 13, even the oldest of them seemed to be only about 16 years old. The eldest of the children, the one with short brown hair, asked, who are you people and what are you doing here? Majida asked, are you children shinobi of the newly established Otogakure? The eldest of them nodded, and asked, yes, and what do you people want from us? Takashi asked Juzo, what to do with these children. Juzo put his hand on the hilt of Kubikuribocho, and said, they are just children, what's there to think about? Just eliminate them. But Kahayo immediately interrupted Juzo, no. They are just children, our target is Orochimaru, nobody said about killing young children. Juzo said, I don't care if they are children or not, we need information about Orochimaru's whereabouts, and they are likely to have it, so there is no reason to let them escape. In their eyes, whether children or not, it does not matter, what matters is completing the mission. But Kahayo still shook her head, and said in a chilling tone that clearly stated that she won't accept otherwise. Even if that is true, they shouldn't be killed, incapacitate, or knock them unconscious, but no one will kill them. Feeling the decreasing temperature around their surroundings, the other four looked at each other helplessly. Juzo said with a helpless sigh, "Do as she says, do not kill them, knock them unconscious and tie them up." The other three nodded, then started to move with the intention of quickly knocking down the kids. It's just that nobody here truly understands that these kids are not so simple, and even a moment of hesitation against these children will result in death. After all, these children have been personally trained by Orochimaru. Chapter 423, with Juzo's command, all five including Juzo acted. They have no intention of wasting too much time on these children because who knows where Orochimaru is hidden. It is even possible that he is watching them from the shadows waiting for the best opportunity to strike. Takashi was the fastest, and while bones penetrated out of his skin, he went after the kid with brown hair, but before he could do anything to the other person, two kids, one with white hair the same as his, and the other with orange hair, intercepted him with a heavy double kick in the face. Muff muff. As he flew away, Takashi regained his balance using the branch of a tree, then took a closer look at the two kids, and can't help but frown at the appearance of the child with white hair. Are you Kimimaro? Takashi was certain of his guess because even as a child, Kimimaro was quite famous in the Kagaya clan. His abilities and talents were so high that even the patriarch, the strongest of the clan, feared Kimimaro's potential. Kimimaro did not nod or deny, he just walked forward as many bones appeared out of his body, and he said, "We will be the ones fighting you." The moment Kimimaro said so, the boy with orange hair laughed maniacally. "Ah, that's right, your opponent will be us, so don't even think about going after Tenzo-san." Takashi frowned, as he looked at the child with orange hair who no longer seems to be a human, at least from all that stuff growing out of his body, along with his cruel laugh. He knew that Kimimaro isn't to be taken lightly, but this kid with orange hair is also not simple. Damn, are they really just kids? Putting aside the monster kid, Takashi felt really sad upon looking at Kimimaro. It's really a shame. Both of us are the last survivors of the proud Kagaya clan, and we are now fighting each other as enemies. It matters not to me whether we are of the same clan or of the same village, for there is only one person whom my loyalty is dedicated to. I shall kill you here and now," Kimimaro said, and rushed forward. "Hyuga, use Tactic 3. Hyuga nodded and started to create many jet-like appendages on his back. He then maneuvered through the air using the blast created by the jet-like appendages that enhanced his speed and rushed towards Takashi to deliver another solid kick in the face. Takashi smirked. "Big words for a kid who is only half as young as I am, but I shall listen to you now, and test whether you stand up to them. Besides, the least I can do as your senpai and teach you some of the jutsu of your clan." And met the attack head-on with spiked bones coming out of his skull. And while Takashi battled Kimimaro and Hyuga, another clan reunion going on the other side of the battlefield. Kahayo, wearing the Akatsuki cloak and a hooked mask over her face, printed the hand seals, and shouted, "Ice release, earthen chains of ice." As soon as her words fell, the temperature of the surroundings grew colder, the moisture condensed and ice started to appear. Earthen chains of ice can easily trap and restrain her targets in condensed ice. And under her command, ice chains condensed and rushed forward to trap both of her targets in ice, but this time, her attack did not work, because the children she fought aren't simple. Haku, wearing the Otogekure combat uniform and a hooked mask quite similar to the one used by Kahayo, rapidly printed hand seals, and shouted, "Ice release, demonic mirroring ice crystals." Haku then jumped inside the ice mirror and used it to escape the effect of earthen chains of ice, and said to his partner, "Girin-san, those particles of ice can freeze us to death, so be careful." The girl named Girin nodded, and said, "Fear not, no one can harm me unless I want them to." At the same time, she printed hand seals, and shouted, "Crystal release, crystal armor." Ads by PubFuture. Instantly, under Girin's command, the ice particles on her skin turned into particles of pink crystal, which further expanded and formed an armor-like skin upon her. Looking at the two children who survived her attacks so effortlessly, Kahayo was shocked. she was more shocked upon realizing that both of them are Kekkei Jinkai users, a child of the Yuki clan. Were there any survivors other than me and my brother? And the other one, she uses crystal release? After the first series of attacks, this time, Girin and Haku took the initiative. Girin printed hand seals, and shouted while touching the ground, "Crystal release, divine pathway jutsu." Instantly, a long stream of sharp blue crystals started to sprout out of the ground and rush towards Kahayo to bind or pierce her. Kahayo leaped backward in order to dodge that attack, but at the same time Haku leaned half of his body outside the ice mirror and shouted, "Secret technique, 1,000 flying water needles of death." Under Haku's command, thousands of water needles rushed towards Kahayo, who was still in midair. At the same time, Kisame with Samahana in his hands was looking at the 16 or 17 years old kid in front of him and asked, "So, what's your name?" The other boy was confused as to why would the enemy ask his name. But he decided to comply with either party's request and said, "It's Tenzo." Kisame nodded, then asked again, "Are you a shinobi of the Hoshigaki clan?" Tenzo frowned and asked, "Why are you asking me such a thing?" Kisame smirked and said, "Well, looking from here, 2 of my companions seem to be having a reunion with their clan members, so I thought that maybe you too are a shinobi of the Hoshigaki clan." But Tenzo shook his head and said, "No, I am not from Hoshigaki clan. I am Tenzo, Iburi Tenzo, a shinobi of the Iburi clan." Kisame nodded. "It appears that I was mistaken. No matter, let us begin. I shall see what sort of abilities you of the Iburi clan have." "Before we fight, would you mind telling me the purpose you people are here for?" asked Tenzo. Kisame chuckled, "Defeat me and I shall think about telling you." And without waiting any longer, Kisame rushed towards Tenzo with his Samahana drawn out. Tenzo wasn't panicked in the slightest and started weaving hand signs, then shouted, "Would release, silent strangle jutsu." Both of Tenzo's arms transformed into the shape of a wooden block and rushed toward Kisame in order to strangle him. Kisame was surprised, and can't help but think, a would-release user? Is there any Kekkei Jinkai we won't be seeing here? But even if he was busy with some thoughts, this didn't stop him from cutting the wooden blocks with his Samahana. As such, a battle between a tailless bijou versus a wood-style user who can easily restrain a bijou started. The fourth battlefield is different from the others, as it is completely covered in smoke. Chino Ike Majida was looking around vigilantly. He has already tried to get out of here several times, but no matter how much he tries, the cover of smoke does not end. "It's as if I am trapped in a Jinjutsu loop," thought Majida, "but I know for a fact that this cover of smoke is not a Jinjutsu." While Majida tried to figure out what sort of jutsu this smoke cover is, 2 kunoichi were watching him from a distance while they sat on a tree. The older one, who appeared to be about 13 years old, spoke with a bit of an unsure tone, "Hebiheim-chan, are you sure this method will work on him?" The younger one, about the age of 11 years old, with the name Hebiheim, nodded with a sly smile. "Do not worry, Yukimi-san. With the poisonous smoke covering this part of the forest produced by the Kekkei Jinkai of the Iburi clan that you possess, no matter how much he tries to get out of here, the cover of smoke will always follow him. And he will not be able to figure that the cover of smoke is also moving because I am covering the forest in a Jinjutsu. He will walk, and walk, and walk, but there won't be any exit or entrance. Slowly and steadily the light poison will start to affect him, and he will collapse. I do not know what dojutsu he possesses, but as long as he cannot see us, his dojutsu will be useless and he won't be able to sense the very light poison in the smoke." The older one, with the name Iburi Yukimi, nodded, then said, "But still, we must be vigilant. The people he came up with looks very strong, so we shouldn't let our guard down, because if he were to escape, then Orochimaru-sama might be disappointed with us." At the mention of Orochimaru, Hebiheim nodded fiercely with a heavy blush on her face. "I will also make use of my snakes to take him down early. He is in the possession of a dojutsu-type Kekkei Jinkai. Maybe Orochimaru-sama will be interested in his dojutsu, and if I were to bring his dojutsu to Orochimaru-sama, maybe Orochimaru-sama will praise me." Yukimi did not say anything at Hebiheim's comment of wanting to be praised by Orochimaru-sama, because Yukimi was already used to it. Besides, her thoughts were directed to somewhere else. "I hope you will be safe, Tenzo." Flashback no Jutsu, start. Following the events of the death of all but one member of the Iburi clan. You look just like my Oniai-san, Yamato-san, said a young Yukimi to a young Yamato as they witnessed the death of all the members of the Iburi clan. Is that the reason why you mistook me for him and referred me by the name, Tenzo? Yamato asked curiously. Yukimi nodded, Yamato was in deep thought upon hearing Yukimi's words. After a lot of consideration, he said, I do not have any memory of my childhood. The closest thing to me as a parent is Orochimaru-sama, but he never gave me a name, said that I must choose myself, so I took the name Yamato at that time. But if it's alright with you, I would like to take the name Tenzo because, in this way, I feel connected. I feel that I too have some past. Yukimi thought about it a little, then nodded with a cheerful smile. Alright, in that case, I will continue to call you Tenzo or perhaps Tenzo-san. Everyone including Orochimaru was surprised, but did not care much, and started to refer to him as Tenzo of the Iburi clan. Since then day, Yamato became Tenzo, Tenzo of the Iburi clan. And with the rest of the Iburi clan now dead, Iburi Yukimi followed Tenzo and became another subordinate of Orochimaru. Flashback no Jutsu, end. And finally on the 5th battlefield. It's really ironic, don't you think? Muttered Juzo with his Kubikuri Bocho in hand as he looked at the man standing before him. The man was alone and standing with a sword in his hand that resembled a large needle. This large needle-type sword is none other than one of the missing 7 swords of Kirigakure. It's the needle sword, Nuiburi. And the man wielding this sword is none other than the demon of hidden mist, the one and only, Momochi Zabuza. Zabuza looked at Juzo, and nodded. It really is. We the shinobi of Kirigakure are now at each other's throats. The most hilarious thing is that neither of us is fighting for Kirigakure. A cold wind blew rustling the clothes of the corpses lying around, and the curtain rose to another battle. Chapter 424, A Frog in the Well. Who has yet to gain even a bit of understanding of how this shinobi world works, Takashi said while shaking his head as he looked at Kimimaro rushing at him again and again, despite being knocked out countless times, then said to Yugo, Hey, the monster kid, what was your name again, Yugo? Stop him, will you? Else I don't mind killing him. But it doesn't seem that Takashi's words went through either of them, as both of them rushed at him again. Takashi sighed helplessly. If I kill them, then Kahayo would literally freeze me, but if I don't kill them, they won't just stop. Looks like I have no choice. If I injure them enough to immobilize them but not kill them, maybe it will work well. I guess I will do just that. As Takashi muttered so, his face took a sadistic look, and bones started to come out of his body. Bones pierced out from his palm, elbows, knee, as well as back. The large swords of bones were so sharp that they could pierce iron and steel with just little effort. Kimimaro still had a stoic, unsurprising look despite noticing the change in Takashi. Kimimaro crouched a little, and muttered, and instantly the same changes started to happen to him as bones from several of his joints started to come out too. What? Takashi's sadistic expression changed into a surprised one. For Kimimaro to be able to easily manipulate his osteoblasts and osteoclasts to such an extent at such a young age is terrifying, and even sadistic Takashi can't help but be surprised. Kimimaro may be half my age, but his talent is truly terrifying. No wonder the patriarch was so afraid of him. He needs to be nurtured. That way, he might be able to restore the glory of the fallen Kagaya clan. If it's the last thing I do before my death, with this thought in his mind, Takashi resolved himself not to kill Kimimaro, and said, I am truly amazed, and I think I must show you what true Shikatsu Myaku is like. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as he spoke, Takashi rushed towards Kimimaro at top speed, his speed so fast that several afterimages were left behind. Kimimaro did not say a word. He greeted Takashi. Boom! Boom boom boom! Bones from their bodies collided. At this moment, Yugo allowed more natural energy to gather inside him, extended both his arms, and coiled them around Takashi like sturdy chains in order to stop Takashi's movements. Kimimaro did not let go of that opportunity, and instantly extended several of his bones, all with one objective, pierce his heart. Ads by PubFuture. Tuck tuck tuck. But it seems that Kimimaro probably overestimated his current abilities, or maybe underestimated the opponent's abilities, because before his bones could pierce the opponent's heart, many bones extended from Takashi's body like the spikes of a black sea urchin. As a result, Takashi not only protected himself from the incoming attack but also damaged Hyuga's chain-like arms in the process. That was a very good opportunity. It seems he is much more strong than I imagined him to be, thought Kimimaro as he started to realize the difference between his strength and that of the opponent. And for the second time, another battle started between Takashi versus Kimimaro and Hyuga. Without a doubt, whether it is the taijutsu or shikatsu myaku, or any other attack, Takashi is able to single-handedly overwhelm both Kimimaro and Hyuga, and this is also natural, because despite possessing incredible Kekkei Jinkai and talent, both of them are fairly young and lack experience. On the other hand, Takashi is an experienced veteran who has also survived the Third Great Shinobi War. Plop plop. As a result, both of them were beaten back in blue and heavily collapsed on the ground. Got anything more left in you? Takashi crouched down and looked at the two, who were gritting their teeth in frustration. I will show you, Kimimaro said and immediately jumped up. Hyuga did too, but this time Kimimaro did not rush at Takashi. Instead, his expression condensed as he focused on the curse seal on his body. Curse seal of Earth, first seal, release. Instantly, an orange energy pulse came to life, and black lines started to appear on Kimimaro's skin. The black lines spread all over Kimimaro's body, including his chest, hands, legs, and face. Hyuga also went full body sage transformation. As a result, his murderous side grew instantly. Takashi had a thoughtful look on his face as he observed the further changes of the two, and the violent chakra fluctuations in their bodies. Their chakra increased significantly as soon as those markings appeared on them. What sort of jutsu is this? Curse seal of Earth, second seal, release. Boom! Immediately a heavy chakra pressure descended upon them, and Takashi's surprised look changed into one of horror. The increase in chakra this time is at least 10 times. Kimimaro revealed himself, only this time his appearance has changed completely. Skin color grew dark, the color of the sclera in the eyes changed, even the hair darkened, and several giant bone spurs had appeared out of the back. Finally, there is one additional tail sprouting from his tailbone. What have you become? Takashi asked. Kimimaro did not care about Takashi's words, and said calmly, if these are your last words, then please be on the road. Takashi sighed, I do not know what jutsu you are using, but even I can feel the increase in your strength. Unfortunately, you don't have much longer to live, Kimimaro said, as he got ready for the battle up ahead. The one dying today won't be us, it will be you. Takashi shook his head. I am not talking about killing you or anything. I am talking about something that you should know and will face as the descendant of the Kagaya clan. No matter how much you try, you too will never be able to escape it. Kimimaro asked with an indifferent look, and what is it? Takashi said with a bitter expression, it's about the curse of the Kagaya clan. Do you mean how those of the Kagaya clan lose their mind and become insane? Kimimaro asked. Takashi shook his head, no, that's just a passive adverse effect of our Kekkei Jinkai. The more we use our Kekkei Jinkai, the more war-hungry we become, although, I am surprised that despite using our Kekkei Jinkai to such an extent you have been able to remain calm. Takashi wasn't only surprised, but even amazed at Kimimaro's calmness. This is because the more use of Kekkei Jinkai, the more irritable and mad those of the Kagaya clan becomes, the greater the strength, the more unstable their mentality. Almost everyone above the level of a Chunin is a warmonger. Kimimaro asked, aren't you the same? Takashi shook his head, I am not calm, but I am restraining myself. There are very few shinobi of the Kagaya clan who can control their emotions, and Takashi is indeed one of them. This is also the reason why he chose not to participate in the rebellion of the Kagaya clan, instead took the sides with Kirigakure. Because he knew what would be the end result. Kimimaro said, it's the same thing in the end. Anyway, what's this curse of the Kagaya clan that you speak of? Takashi said, it's not the same thing. As for the curse of the Kagaya clan, it is a disease we of the Kagaya Elkian suffer from. I don't really understand it much either, but what you should know is that the more we use our Kekkei Genkai, the earlier we die. With your talent and usage, it would be a surprise if you were to survive past the age of 15, at least not without the secret medicines and blood-exchanging ritual. Kimimara's expression changed upon hearing the opponent's words. Even the murderous Hyuga's laugh and cursing stopped midway. Kimimaro hasn't spoken anything about it to anyone, but he has indeed started to feel a little uncomfortable for the past few months. He always thought that is only because of overusing his chakra during training sessions, and because of the physical tiredness, but despite how much he rests, this uncomfortable feeling just doesn't go away, which has started to bug Kimimaro and make him realize that something is wrong inside him. And now that Takashi, who says something about the curse of the Kagaya clan, which says something about the disease those of the Kagaya clan suffers from. Takashi continued, ordinary members of the clan, those who haven't awakened the Kekkei Genkai, do not need this secret medicine and blood-exchanging ritual. In fact, even the ordinary Genins and Chunin class do not have any specific need for it. But after that, the need develops and increases as the strength reaches higher. In fact, even the secret medicine and blood ritual can only delay death for some time. We need a constant supply of blood exchange, otherwise, there is no stopping our deaths. And even if we do get the medicine and use blood exchange ritual, there is still no stopping our death. This is the cost of using our Kekkei Genkai. And this is why, despite our superior bodies and advanced Kekkei Genkai, we were never invincible. It's all because of the curse we of the Kagaya clan suffer from. Kimimaro shook his head and said, whatever the medicine and blood ritual may have been, I do not need them. Kimimaro has absolute trust in Orochimaru. He believes that there is nothing that Orochimaru cannot do. Hyuga was silent. He wanted to speak something, but looking at his resolute eyes of Kimimaro, he chose to be silent. Don't get me wrong, I am not telling you all this because I have any intention of helping you. I am just giving you a pre-warning to be prepared for the incoming death. There is no stopping it. No matter what you do, death will ring your door by the time you are 15 or 16. I too will die sooner or later, even if I don't want to. The reality is cruel. In the entire history of the Kagaya clan, there has never been a shinobi who has crossed the age of 35. Even if we do not die in battle, we die of our illness. So there is no changing it. Takashi said, then thought with a regretful look, besides, even if I want to, I cannot help, because I am already quite close to my death. Chapter 425. While Takashi told Kimimaro and Hyuga about the curse of the Kagaya clan, a fierce battle between Hoshigaki Kisame and Iburi Tenzo was taking place on the other battlefront. Damn! Wood release is really no joke, Kisame muttered as he shredded another one of the many wooden stakes trying to bind him and Samahata, as well as absorb his chakra. Chakra absorption is supposed to be my advantage, but damn. For the entire battle, Tenzo has kept a good distance from Kisame and only used would release jutsu from a distance to make sure that his chakra is not absorbed by that sword, but he has made every attempt to keep doing the opposite, that is absorb Kisame and Samahata's chakra. Moreover, Tenzo's would release here also seems to be considerably much more strong when compared to his abilities in the canon, so the effect it has is quite superior, and this is all because of Orochimaru. Orochimaru wants the Sharingan, but the Sharingan he wants should be that of an Uchiha shinobi with very high potential, perhaps someone like Shisui, Itachi, or maybe Shinichi, and Tsukihei too if she hadn't died. Despite his repeated attempts, Orochimaru has always failed, but even after all that, he has not given up on Sharingan, which is why he decided to use Tenzo for this purpose. Tenzo possesses would release Kekkei Genkai, and Orochimaru knows that in the Battle of the Valley of the End fought between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama won, which means would release overpowered the Sharingan. This is why Orochimaru has relentlessly trained Tenzo in the past few years using all the means ranging from scientific to the forbidden and cursed ones, all for the sake of enhancing Tenzo's would release Kekkei Genkai, as well as increasing Tenzo's mastery over the Kekkei Genkai. And the result is quite evident. With his wood release, Tenzo has been able to put some fight against Kisame. Of course, Kisame isn't using all his power, and currently, he is only testing the limits of Tenzo, but even then Tenzo's performance is quite good. Sigh, this battle would have been much more fun if he was stronger, but I suppose there is no use complaining as he is still quite young and immature. Anyway, it's about time I end this battle, else who knows what might happen, Kisame muttered and threw Samahana up in the sky, which distracted Tenzo for a moment. Kisame did not waste the opportunity and immediately after weaving hand signs he shouted, "Water release," exploding water shock wave. Instantly, Kisame molded a large amount of chakra in his stomach, then immediately after changing the nature of chakra Kisame spewed out all the water. The volume of water spewed out by Kisame was too much, and the entire battlefront, that is the forest, was instantly covered in water. Kisame used the surging tide to his advantage, and after catching his Samahana back in his hand, he rode on the down wave and rushed towards Tenzo. The momentary distraction broke Tenzo's flow, and he was overwhelmed by such a big wave coming toward him, and because of already having consumed quite a lot of his chakra previously, he didn't have any solid counted to such a large jutsu of Kisame. In desperation, he barely printed hand seals, and shouted, "Would release, would locking wall." Tuck tuck tuck. Instantly, the roots of trees from under the ground were activated by Tenzo's chakra and rose out of the ground, forming a protective wooden dome of 3 layers over Tenzo, safeguarding him from the water wave. Crack! It's just that the wooden walls were only strong enough to protect Tenzo from the large wave, but not enough to protect him from Kisame, who waved his Samahana and destroyed the entire wooden dome with just one wave. With now Tenzo out in the open, and Kisame standing right before him while pointing his Samahana at him, Kisame asked, "Since you are not a little child, so I suppose Kahayo-san wouldn't mind me killing you. Now then, Iburi Tenzo, do you have any last wish?" Tenzo still had a resolute look in his eyes, and asked, "What is the purpose of you people coming here? I don't think we did anything that would offend either of the 5 of you, so why come to Odogekure?" Kisame was surprised that even now Tenzo wanted to know why. Ha ha ha. Well, since it's nothing important, so I suppose there is no harm in telling you. We are looking for a shinobi named Orochimaru. Got any leads? I think I can spare your lot if you do provide me with some useful intel. We do know that he is somehow connected to Odogekure, so, how about it? Kisame asked, while still pointing Samahana at Tenzo, waiting for Tenzo to answer. Tenzo's expression shrank at the mention of Orochimaru. So, they really are after Orochimaru-sama? Now that I think about it, their red cloud cloaks are quite similar to the one Orochimaru-sama wore until a few years ago, so maybe they are from the organization that Orochimaru-sama was part of at that time. Anyway, even if I know that they cannot do anything to Orochimaru-sama, I will still not give out anything. With that decision, he shook his head, and said decisively, "No, we don't know anything about him, and I don't think a shinobi of his caliber would do anything by associating with us. We are just people who do not have anywhere to belong and have found our way to this land upon being cast aside by this world." Those are some heavy words, but you aren't fooling anyone with them. As for founding your way here? Yeah, right, as if. All of you are children with such potential: ice release, dead bone pulse, crystal release, wood release, that strange monster release, then perhaps smoke release too, all found your way here? I wonder if there are others with different Kekkei Genkai too? Ads by Pub Future. The potential you lot hold is no less than a great shinobi village. This leads me to think, if you people aren't connected with Orochimaru, then are you people somehow connected to Amitsukami? Kisame muttered in a pondering tone. Tenzo's face was a bit pale as Kisame pointed out the flaws in his words, and he can't help but think, I did not think about this. I always thought that our powers were fairly common and nothing too special. Damn, I misjudged and made a grave mistake, and if these people think that we are connected with Amitsukami, then all of us are going to be in big trouble. I cannot let that happen. I have no other option. I must kill this man, and make sure that this misinformation does not spread, and to do that, I have no other choice but to use that Juinjutsu. Kisame noticed the change of expression in Tenzo, and thought, he seems to be panicked about what I said, although I was just making some random guesses. Is it possible that these children are somehow connected to Amitsukami? Curse Seal of Forest, Level 1, Release. Kisame did not have much time to think, as he noticed the sudden change in Tenzo, and he had to back off immediately, otherwise he would have been swallowed up by the trees that suddenly started to grow. Curse Seal of Forest, Level 2, Release. As soon as Tenzo released the Level 2 Curse Seal, a strange black pattern then had appeared on his body because of the release of Level 1 Curse Seal started to change, and his figure now became inhuman. The shape and length of his hair changed and became large tree vines reaching down to his waist. The color and texture of his skin changed from that of a human to that of a tree bark. Even the body structure changed, height increased, and overall, the person that appeared in front of Kisame was no longer a human but more like a tree man. Even if Kisame is used to non-human and strange people because of having the characteristics of a shark himself, when he saw the tree man-like creature standing in front of him, even Kisame was a bit flabbergasted. What are you? Are you a human, a tree human, or something else entirely? The 2-meter giant tree man looked at his body, analyzing that his body has indeed turned into something like a tree, then looked at Kisame and answered in a very cute tone, I am Groot. Translator's note: okay, that's just me trying to be a bit funny here by comparing this transformation with Groot's. In reality, he does look like Groot, however, not the good Groot that we see in Guardian of the Galaxy, but the evil Groot. Check out the image attached for a better reference. Groot? Kisame muttered in confusion. And what's up with the cute tone? The monstrous look with the cute tone made this more disturbing. But he did not have much time to think, as Tenzo on the opposite side has already raised his wooden arms and slapped them on the ground, all while transferring his chakra, would release secret technique, nativity of a sea of trees. Instantly, under Tenzo's command, trees started to sprout out of the ground and rushed towards Kisame, but this time, the number and size of trees were so huge that Kisame had to put quite a lot of effort into surviving, or else he would be strangled to death by these rising vines. Chapter 426, Crack Crack. On the third battlefield, a fight between ice and crystal can be seen. Most of the battlefront, if not all, seems to have been covered in water, mist, ice, or crystals of various colors. But the flow of the battle seems to have been decided from the very beginning. Despite a strong start, the difference in strength between Yuki Kaio and the two children, Haku and Guren, became clearly apparent, as both Haku and Guren can be seen gasping for breath and tired, while Kaio on the other hand seems to be perfectly fine. Even the crystallizing abilities of Guren's crystal release were proven fruitless in the face of Kaio's earthen chains of ice. Anything else you are able to use? Kaio asked Haku and Guren indifferently. Huff. Huff. While taking a deep breath to calm herself, Guren said to Haku, she is strong, very strong, we cannot allow her to go any further. Then what should we do? Haku asked with a bit of hesitation. Guren looked at the kunoichi standing opposite to them, then clenched her fist in determination and said, we must use cursed seal given to us, only then will we have some hope of stopping her. Haku nodded and instantly used the cursed seal implanted into him by Orochimaru. Damn it! How do I get out of this trap? Vegeta sighed while killing another snake that came to bite him. A while ago, Vegeta realized that the enemy is probably playing with him. Unfortunately for them, they don't realize that slow poison is ineffective on me, as I can just remove it from my body using blood control. But even if that's the case, just how do I get out of here? There is no end to this smoke. Even my strongest wind release jutsu is not blowing away the smoke. Running fast, body flicker, etc. is not working here. Just what sort of jutsu is this? And because of this cover of smoke, I am unable to find anyone, except for the snakes and trees. I have not seen even a single creature ever since I got here. Damn it, if I had known that this mission would be so troublesome, I would have never come here. On top of a cliff in the distance. Because of their fierce battle, the 5 Akatsuki shinobi, Momochi Zabuza, and the 7 other Otoge Kyunin did not notice the 2 figures standing on a high cliff in the distance. These 2 people are none other than Orochimaru and Kabuto, and they are observing the performance of the 7 children against the 4 members of Akatsuki. Zabuza is not counted because technically he is not yet an Otoge Kyunin, and Orochimaru himself is also not very interested in Zabuza's performance because Zabuza does not have any Kekkei Genkai. After observing for a while, Orochimaru asked Kabuto, "Kabuto, have you gained any new information about the identity of the other three?" Kabuto pushed his spectacles on the bridge of his nose, then said, "Yes, Orochimaru-sama, the one whom Kimimaro and Hyuga are fighting against is called Kagaya Takashi. Apparently, he is another survivor of the Kagaya clan. This file records all that I could find about him. The one trapped in the smoke world by Hebiheim and Yukimi is called Shinoike Majida. He seems to have been rescued from the Hell Valley by someone, and is probably the last survivor of the Shinoike clan." Orochimaru shook his head. He knew better than anyone that this fellow named Shinoike Majida is definitely not the last survivor of the Shinoike clan. After all, I think I should pay a visit to Enyahiro and inform him that a clansman has managed to survive the massacre and has now joined the Akatsuki and trade for something that I might find interesting. Perhaps I can even visit the Colosseum and see if any Kekkai Genkai there interests me. Kabuto did not notice Orochimaru's thoughts, and continued, "As for the Kunoichi, her name seems to be Yuki Kahayo, a Nukenin from Kirigakure. She seems to have left Kirigakure 2 years ago in search of her husband who went missing a few months before that." Who was her husband? Did he also possess ice-release Kekkai Genkai as she does? Orochimaru asked curiously, because if he does, then it's possible that he is Suijin of Amatsukami. However, Orochimaru had to be disappointed, as Kabuto shook his head. No, he did not have ice release. Although he was a pretty strong shinobi, a shinobi with the strength level of an elite jonin, from what I managed to gather, he had mastery over lightning release and water release, but no Kekkai Genkai. Orochimaru lost interest immediately, and asked with a bored expression, "So, did she find him?" Kabuto smiled at Orochimaru's lack of interest, and said, "Obviously, not. If she had, she wouldn't have joined the Akatsuki. I did some research and tried to track him down, to see if I can find something about him." "And?" Orochimaru asked. He could feel that Kabuto has managed to find the traces of her missing husband, and it was something important, else Kabuto would have never mentioned this detail to him. Kabuto looked in the direction of Kahayo vs. Haku and Girin battle, then said, "His corpse was never found, so there is no conclusive proof that he is dead or not, but it's not hard to assume he is dead because the mission he was performing was the protection of the concubine of the daimyo of the Land of Water. And the thing is, there was once a mission in the black market that asked for her assassination. And here's when things become interesting. That mission was taken by Suijin of Amatsukami and was successfully completed by him." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. "So she joined Akatsuki in her quest for vengeance on Suijin?" Kabuto shrugged. "I am not entirely sure. I did hear a rumor that she had quit her life as a shinobi 2 years ago and was living in the Land of Waves ever since. She did not pursue Suijin or Amatsukami at that time, but what suddenly changed and what prompted her to join Akatsuki, I don't know." "Interesting, she had quit her life as a shinobi, and then suddenly joined Akatsuki?" Orochimaru muttered, then said, "The fact that she did not want to kill children, and did not allow the other Akatsuki members to kill children either, signifies something. Try to find out more about her. There is more to her story, and I want to know what it is. She might just become a useful pawn in dealing with the Akatsuki." Kabuto nodded, then focused back on the battle, and said, "By the way, Orochimaru-sama, all 7 of them, including Kimimaro, Hyuga, Tenzo, Haku, Girin, Hebiheim, and Yukimi, seem to be performing quite exceptionally." Orochimaru looked back and said in a hoarse voice, "They are still far too immature. Although it may seem that they have been able to hold their own against the 4 members of Akatsuki, in reality, that's not the case at all. This is because neither of the Akatsuki members is truly trying to kill them, and secondly, only with their curse seal active are they able to barely hold off Akatsuki. Rather than saying that they are performing quite well, it would be more accurate to say that the Akatsuki shinobi are playing with them. Even though one of the Shinoite clan hasn't used any of the ability of his Ketsuryugen. The only one performing well enough is Tenzo, who in his tree human form has been able to put some fight against Hoshigaki Kisame." Kabuto did not deny Orochimaru's words, and said, "In a few years, they would become powerhouses who would be able to match up to the likes of elite jonin or perhaps even Kage-level shinobi." Orochimaru did not deny Kabuto's words, but said with a bit of a distracted tone, "Maybe, but they are still no match to Kuroto-kun." Kabuto's face was stiff at the mention of Hyuga Kuroto. Although Orochimaru may have never stated it specifically, however, during his years working as Orochimaru's assistant, Kabuto has come to understand that if there is someone in this shinobi world whom Orochimaru truly values and really considers his disciple, then it is none other than Hyuga Kuroto. Others all, including those 7 children, whom Orochimaru took some time to train, are nothing more than disposable pawns. In fact, even Kabuto himself is not that valuable to Orochimaru. Only Hyuga Kuroto is someone Orochimaru actually cares about and tries to keep tabs on him. Sometimes he even goes as far as to clean up the mess Hyuga Kuroto may have left behind, and Kabuto really feels jealous because of this. Chapter 427. After watching the battle for a while, Orochimaru muttered, "Is this the limit?" Kabuto asked with a bit of an anxious expression, "Orochimaru-sama, what now?" "We should help them, otherwise, the one with the Tenseigan might be able to extract information about you." Orochimaru nodded, and said, "True, but we do not need to do it ourselves." Kabuto asked in confusion, "Is there anyone except for Momochi Zabuza that you have arranged?" "It hasn't been very long since Otogekyure was founded. The manpower and resources are insufficient, so except for him and Orochimaru, there is no one with the strength to be able to resist the Akatsuki members." This is why Kabuto is both confused, but also curious. Orochimaru licked his lips and said with a sly smile, "Do you not think that this is the perfect opportunity to test out the new forbidden jutsu?" Kabuto's eyes widened in surprise. "The new forbidden jutsu? You don't mean that one, do you?" Orochimaru nodded. "Oh, I mean that one all right." Kabuto asked, But, are you sure, Orochimaru-sama? If information about that jutsu reaches Akatsuki or the 5 great villages, then it could prove to be troublesome." Orochimaru bit his finger and said while waving hand signs, "Oh, I have never been more sure. This is not only the perfect opportunity to test out the extent of that jutsu's current development, but also give out a message to Akatsuki to not come here recklessly. Capturing or killing me won't be as easy as they presume it to be." Then without waiting any longer, Orochimaru clapped his hand together and shouted, "Kuchios, Edo Tensei!" Boom! 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 With a bang, 4 coffins with the symbol of Shoin-I Sankaze and Yan appeared out of the ground, but instantly the coffins with the symbol Sankaze and Yan sunk back into the earth. Orochimaru frowned looking at the 2 coffins that sunk back. "I expected as much for the 4th, but even the 3rd? Is the soul of Sandaime Kazekage sealed somewhere?" Then he shook his head without care. "Oh, well, it doesn't matter, for now. I'll think about it later." Even Kabuto was surprised but did not say anything. The lids of the coffins with the symbol Sho and In opened and 2 dark figures who regained consciousness walked out of it. "Huh? What's going on?" The figure in red armor, with black hair, muttered in confusion. "Forbidden jutsu? Looks like this youth has summoned us from the realm of the dead using Edo Tensei." The one wearing blue armor with white hair answered the doubts first, and added, "He is something else." Ads by PubFuture. Tobirama. "I told you not to create this jutsu, now look what happens." The one in the red armor shouted at the one in blue armor. "Oh, shut up, will you san?" But the one in the blue armor was indifferent and did not care about his elder brother's scolding. Instead, he asked Orochimaru, "So? Why have you summoned us?" Orochimaru smirked and said, "To deal with a small problem, of course." Hashirama asked with a frown, "What problem?" "Well, you see, Shodaime-sama, Nidaime-sama, there are a few people after me. However, I am quite shy and do not want to show myself to them, so I will have you 2 deal with them this way. Konoha takes all the glory, and my problems will be solved." Orochimaru said as he brought out 2 kunai with a red sealing tag tied to them and put them inside the back of the head of the 2. The moment the red sealing tag was inside them, a burst of steam rose from the 2, their body temperature restored, and their faces became livelier. It was as if with every moment, they were looking more alive. "There's always fighting, no matter when you live," said Hashirama with a melancholic expression. Orochimaru said, One thing I can assure you of is that these people are not only the enemy of Konohagakure but the enemy of the entire shinobi world. And as the two former Hokage and god of shinobi, I think you will definitely love to protect the peace of this shinobi world along with your dearest village, isn't that right, Hashirama-sama? Tobirama frowned. What do you mean by the enemy of the entire shinobi world? Orochimaru shook his head and said, I think we can leave the rest of the talks for later. Right now, dealing with the problem comes first. Then Orochimaru waved the hand seal of confrontation, and instantly both Hashirama and Tobirama rushed towards the battlefield at an extremely fast speed. Orochimaru chuckled, now then, let's see the heroic figures of Shodame Hokage and Nidame Hokage in action. Kabuto pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose with an extremely exciting look. On the battlefield, Kimimaro, Hyuga, Haku, Girin, and Tenzo are lying on the ground tied up. Meanwhile, Zabuza was encased in Kahayo's ice, and unable to mold any chakra to fight back. Takashi asked Majida, are you sure Zabuza does not know anything? Majida did not answer. Currently, he was trying to peer inside Tenzo's mind so he couldn't answer. A few seconds earlier, Majida tried to peer into the mind of Zabuza, but couldn't find anything related to Orochimaru. Helpless, Majida tried with Tenzo, since Tenzo is the oldest of the bunch of Otogakure, so he is the one most likely to have the information about Orochimaru, but for some reason, Majida was unable to find anything inside Tenzo's brain too. What's going on? Do they really not know anything about Orochimaru, or is it the work of some jutsu? Kisame asked, how long is it going to take? Majida did not answer as he tried to probe into the minds of other kids, but the same result. Confused at this turn of events, he said to the other four members of Akatsuki, they really don't seem to have any connection with Orochimaru. Kisame asked, are they connected to Amatsukami? Majida again shook his head, no, these children don't have any connection with Amatsukami either. The four frowned, but before any one of them could say anything, Kahayo suddenly looked in the direction of a mist-covered forest and said, someone is approaching, and they are extremely fast. Majida instantly raised his head and looked in the direction pointed by Kahayo, and said, two enemies, not only are they fast, but they are extremely strong. Juzo was annoyed. Up until now, they haven't found a single trace of Orochimaru, and the troubles they are facing are already too much, and this thing has started to get on his nerves. Kisame raised his samahata on his shoulder, and said while looking at the two figures, something is not right with their chakra fluctuations. Majida nodded, with a serious expression. As a shinobi with the Ketsuryugen, he is naturally aware of the abnormality Kisame pointed out. As the two figures got closer, the 5 members of Akatsuki finally saw the appearance of the two clearly. One is wearing the iconic red armor of the Warring States period, has long black hair, and a Konoha forehead protector on his forehead. His very momentum speaks of his experience and his strength. The other person is wearing the iconic blue armor of the Warring States period and has small white hair. Their face seemed to be quiet and devoid of any emotion, but this quietness was giving out an inexplicable palpating aura. Huh. Why do they look a bit familiar, muttered all 5 of them. If Kakuzu was here, he would have instantly recognized the identity of the two at a glance, because one of them was a target he attempted to assassinate. Majida exclaimed, putting aside their strange chakra, the amount of chakra they have is too much, the one with the red armor's chakra is even higher than Kisame. Without waiting for anyone to respond, Hashirama suddenly came to a halt and clapped his hands together, would release secret technique, nativity of a world of trees. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by the terrible vibrations that shook the ground, countless trees emerged out of the ground and rushed towards the 5 members of Akatsuki. With style and that iconic red armor, coupled with his face and that forehead protector, it can't be. Is he really who I think he is? Majida stuttered, Shodame Hokage of Konoha, Senju Hashirama, the one and only god of shinobi? The expression on everyone's faces changed, shock, confusion, and most of all fear was clearly evident. And this is natural, anyone would be shocked if they suddenly faced someone who should have been dead for over 4 decades, not to mention that someone is the god of shinobi. While the 5 put all their effort to resist the world of trees, the one with blue armor printed the tiger hand seal and shouted, "Jin Jutsu, Infinite Darkness Jutsu." Instantly their world turned dark, and the trees they were resisting against started to bind them, and because they couldn't see anything, as such they slowly and steadily started getting overwhelmed. Naide Hokage, Senju Tobirama? Does this place has something to do with the Senju clan? Muttered someone, because they are already sure that the 2 people on the opposite side are undoubtedly the first 2 Hokage of Konoha. After swinging his Kubikuri Bocho to cut trees continuously trying to bind him, Juzo shouted, "This mission is a failure, run for your lives. If we survive then we will meet again at the gathering point. Now good luck to everyone." Nobody questioned Juzo's orders and instantly escaped in 5 different directions. Even if they could not see where they were going, they still did not stop because if they did then it would mean death. Chapter 428, on Orochimaru's side. Orochimaru looked unhappy upon seeing that the moment the 5 members of Akatsuki recognized the identities of Shodame Hokage and Naide Hokage, they fled in panic and didn't even dare to fight. Kabuto laughed, "Orochimaru-sama, they didn't even dare to fight. Is the deterrent effect of the first 2 Hokage so high?" Orochimaru nodded, "Perhaps. He was the god of shinobi, after all." Kabuto then said with a thoughtful expression, "If that is the case then we no longer need to fear Akatsuki or Amatsukami. As long as Shodame Hokage is on our side, Akatsuki is no longer a threat to us, and coupled with the fact that Shodame is an Edo Tensei, so he is practically immortal, and has infinite chakra, he might even be able to deal with both Yama and Nagato." Orochimaru nodded, but then shook his head. The current him is definitely not the opponent of either of the 2. This might be the case in the future when Edo Tensei is developed further and the reincarnated ones are able to display their full potential, but right now, they are not. Orochimaru is very clear about this. The fact that the 5 Akatsuki members managed to escape alone shows this, because if the 2 Hokage were at full strength, then the 5 of them wouldn't have been able to escape. Wood style and flying Raijin Jutsu would have put them out of their misery. Kabuto said, "In that case, we must develop Edo Tensei further to restore the strength of Shodame Hokage to his full potential." Orochimaru nodded. They have already improved Edo Tensei left by Naide Hokage quite a lot. Additionally, the strength and quality of the sacrifices used must also be improved. Kabuto nodded, and said, "All right, I will find the right sacrifices." The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to N0V3LB1N. Orochimaru said, "Do it as soon as possible, we have a big thing coming ahead." Kabuto's eyes widened, and he asked, "Do you mean you are accepting that agreement?" Orochimaru licked his lips and said, just perfunctorily, "I will be going to Konoha to discuss the alliance agreement between Konoha and Oto Geikure." When the news of a new shinobi village being established in the land of rice fields/land of sound was received by Konoha, Sandame Hokage immediately sent a formal representative to form an alliance with Oto Geikure. Kabuto asked again, "Have you notified Shimura Danzo?" "Danzo?" Orochimaru said with a disdainful snort, "Danzo no longer holds any qualification to cooperate with me. The path he is trying to follow will only lead to his doom. The only thing he is useful for is being a good guinea pig." Then jumped and moved towards the battlefield. Kabuto did not say anything and silently followed. Both of them did not the white Zetsu clone hidden inside the ground who submerged itself inside the earth after everything was said and done. Kanahagakure, Kuroto's home. Looking at the pulsating green chakra, Kuroto's eyes widened, and he asked in surprise, "So, you are already able to use Iryo Ninjutsu?" Yui shook her head, and said, "I learned the right frequency, but the potency is still too low, so I can only heal small cuts, no major wound." Kuroto patted her head, and said, "Still, that's a very good rate of progress." Yui smiled. She was genuinely happy. When Kuroto returned from Kirigakure, he was surprised to find that on the very next day of his departure for the mission, Tsunade-sama had already summoned Yui and took a test on her. After she was satisfied with Yui, Tsunade-sama formally accepted Yui as her disciple. Kuroto was happy when he learned of this and made sure to complete the end of his promise to Tsunade, so, In the past 2 days, Kuroto managed to sell the Byakugan to the Hyuga clan. Of course, only Hyuga Hayashi knows of this transaction. Other than the patriarch of the Hyuga clan and Fujino Amatsukami, no one else is aware of this secret transaction. The price Fujin asked for the Byakugan was 70 million ryo, and Hyuga Hayashi agreed to that price. After all, Amatsukami is too dangerous. If they were offended, not only will the Byakugan not be obtained, but Amatsukami will become an enemy of the Hyuga clan, and the Hyuga patriarch wanted neither, so he agreed. Using those 70 million ryo and adding some from his own pocket, Kuroto paid of Tsunade-sama's debts, as promised. But what made Kuroto more surprised was that, aside from Yui, Tsunade-sama had also taken another kunoichi by the name of Uchiha Izumi as her disciple, which was a shocker. Maybe, Tsunade-sama used this opportunity to also involve the Uchiha clan in her plan. No wonder her plan was accepted by Hokage-sama. It is obvious that Hokage-sama will not refuse her, with Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan both backing her. Moreover, this perhaps works in the favor of both the Uchiha clan and the Hokage faction, as they obviously intend to resolve their internal conflict so that they direct all their attention on Akatsuki and Amatsukami. Heh, poor Danzo. Kuroto smirked as he imagined what would be the mood of Shimura Danzo these days. Kuroto-kun, you are giving off a wicked smirk, Yui pointed out. Kuroto immediately put back his smirk, and said, "Oh, sorry, anyway, now that you are a disciple of Tsunade-sama, you do not need to waste time cleaning up the house or my meal. Focus on your growth, that's more important." Yui frowned, and asked, "But you don't do these things, and if I don't do them either, won't this place become dirty?" Kuroto shook his head. "It doesn't matter, if it becomes, let it become. If anything, I will do it myself." Yui looked at Kuroto as if she has heard the worst possible lie, and said as if she doesn't believe him at all, Yes, I believe you." Kuroto's felt as if his ego was being questioned, and said with some emphasis, "Hey, I am being serious. Don't do these tasks in the future. I will do them myself, or with my shadow clones, or if even that doesn't work, then I will arrange someone else to do it for me." Yui said with a pout, "Except for me, who else will take care of you?" Kuroto smiled. I have subordinates in the Umbu. They are all free labor. If I order them to clean my home, obviously they dare not complain." Yui sighed. "Just what else did I expect? Besides, even if you don't say it, I have also come to understand that I won't have much time in the future to learn under Tsunade-sama. Then also taking care of Hinata-chan and Shion-chan's teachings. I will be very busy from now on. I just hope that there is some time I can spend with you." Chapter 429, Early morning of the next day. Both Shisui and Itachi came to the Forest of Death as per Kuroto's instructions. They searched for Kuroto, and soon found him asleep on the branch of a tree. Shisui looked at Kuroto's sleeping posture and suddenly had an idea. Shisui motioned Itachi to not make any sound as he drew out a calligraphy brush from his pocket. Itachi wanted to speak to Shisui that this is not a very good idea, but seeing Shisui's look, Itachi chose to remain silent. Now with the calligraphy brush in his hand, Shisui took silent cat steps towards Kuroto, making sure that he did not make any sound lest he wakes up Kuroto, and shortly he was standing in front of the sleeping Kuroto. Now standing before Kuroto, Shisui motioned his free hand to and fro, in order to make sure that Kuroto was really sleeping. After confirming that Kuroto was indeed asleep, Shisui snickered, and without any weight, he raised his hand to give Kuroto's face a nice touch of art. Shisui motioned Itachi again to make sure that he does not make any sound, all while bringing the brush closer to Kuroto's face, and just as he turned back towards Kuroto, Shisui noticed that Kuroto's eyes were wide open and Kuroto was looking at him with a deadpan expression. "Shisui, what do you think you are doing?" Shisui's hand stopped midway, and he blinked 2 times to realize the situation he was in. Sweat poured out of his face, and he jumped backward in panic. "Kuroto-san, you are awake." Then while trying to hide the brush in panic he said, I thought you were sleeping, and..." Itachi sighed. "I had known that this was a bad idea." Kuroto yawned and stood up. After stretching his body to get rid of all the sleepiness, Kuroto said to Shisui, "It's early morning and you are already so lively." Shisui nodded. "Why, yeah, it's such a lively day, isn't it? just to make sure that Kuroto does not pursue the matter earlier. And of course, Kuroto did not pursue it. Shisui is nervous, Kuroto can see that, and if a bit of humor and prank can help Shisui calm his nerves, then it's all fine and good with him. Anyway, putting aside your childish antics, I hope you are ready for the implantation operation, Kuroto said to Shisui. At the mention of the operation, Shisui's face turned serious, and he nodded, yes. Kuroto nodded and jumped down from the tree, and started weaving hand signs. Shisui also jumped too, and looking at Kuroto weaving hand signs in front of the tree, he asked with a confused tone, by the way, Kuroto-san, why to call us to the forest of death? Kuroto answered Shisui's doubts, implantation operation cannot be carried out at your or my home, it would be too risky, as such we are going to perform it here. Here? Shisui muttered. Kuroto nodded, here was a secret laboratory of mine, but since we acquired Anchor Vantien, so I transferred the laboratory to the Sky Fortress, but it's still a secret hideout as this place was never found by anyone because of how cleverly it has been hidden. A perfect place to carry out the operation while still remaining in the village. Itachi raised his brow upon hearing Kuroto's words. He still remembers that the genin team he was part of once had a mission of killing a very dangerous and ferocious wild boar that was disturbing the food chain in the Forest of Death because of how much it ate, and Itachi remembers that Kuroto happened to be present here at that time, and took it upon himself to take care of that wild boar. At that time, Itachi didn't think about it too much, as it isn't strange for a Konoha shinobi to be present in the Forest of Death. After all, this place is not only a site to carry out Chunin promotion tests, but also a training field for frequently used by many shinobi. Not to mention, this place is also used for acquiring materials for brewing poisons and other medicines. And now that he is hearing of the secret laboratory, Itachi can't help but think, it seems that it wasn't just a coincidence that we encountered Kuroto-san at that time. Kuroto-san had prepared a secret hideout here. At this time, the entrance inside the tree opened, and Kuroto walked inside followed by Shisui in tow. Before both of them went inside completely, Kuroto said to Itachi, Itachi-kun, the implantation operation may take a few hours. During this time, neither I nor Shisui will be in any condition of helping out, so please guard the entrance and make sure that no one interferes. Itachi nodded courteously, I understand Kuroto-san, please make sure that the operation is carried out successfully, you needn't worry about anyone interfering. Kuroto nodded, and then started to walk deeper inside the laboratory. And just as Shisui was about to follow Kuroto, Itachi said to him, be careful Shisui-san. Shisui turned back and asked with a smirk, what is it I am seeing here Itachi, are you worried about me? Itachi neither nodded nor denied. Shisui just smiled and waved his hand, fear not my friend, I shall prevail in this battle, and beat the Lady of Death before she can take my heart. He is being unusually poetic and funny, this is not like Shisui-san, no doubt about it, Shisui-san is indeed nervous about what's to come. Itachi thought as he looked at the fading backs of Shisui and Kuroto and the entrance to the hideout being closed. And with both Kuroto and Shisui gone, Itachi jumped over the tree and sat there watching the surroundings, at the same time he spread his crows to help him keep watch over the surroundings. It didn't take long and the entire Forest of Death was already under his watch. Inside the secret laboratory. While walking through the passageway which was lit with several fluorescent lamps, Shisui's mind was filled with various thoughts. Just from one look at how deep the passage goes, Shisui can't help but sigh, I never expected that the secret laboratory you have here would be so big Kuroto-san. Shisui's eyesight may have almost deteriorated, he was still able to see and sense many things. After all, his perception is still top-notch. Kuroto, while walking in front, nodded indifferently, it's nothing strange. Is it really? Shisui sighed lightly. After a while, both Kuroto and Shisui arrived in the operating room. This operating room was been neatly rearranged by Kuroto, all for the purpose of the implantation operation. A lot of money was spent by Kuroto for making sure all the instruments were present. Looking at the various medical instruments in the operating room, Shisui was stunned. Kuroto-san, isn't this just an implantation operation? What need there is for so many instruments, they are kind of making me more nervous. Kuroda motioned Shursui to down on the bed and started to explain, "There is nothing to be nervous about. These instruments are placed here to keep your real-time vital signs in check during the implantation operation. There is a cardiac meter to measure heart rate, a pulse oximeter to keep the pulse in check, then there is a respirometer as well as an oxygen supplier, a blood pressure monitor to measure your blood pressure. Additionally, there is a thermometer, a body water level measurer, and a few other devices. Obviously, all of these are not necessary, but I have arranged them to make sure that everything goes without a hitch." Shursui nodded. At this time, Kuroda took out an injection, added a few medicines to it, then injected it directly into Shursui's bloodstream, while explaining, "This is an intravenous injection, and the fluid it contains is a potent cell activator. For successful cell implantation, a cell activator is necessary." "A cell activator, is it?" Shursui muttered as he suddenly started to feel something in his bloodstream and the entire circulatory system. After completely injecting the fluid, Kuroda threw the injection into the trash can and said, "It would take about 2 to 5 minutes for it to have full effect. In the meantime, change your clothes into the patient gown." 5 minutes later, Shursui did as was told, and after changing into a patient gown, he was currently lying on the bed made out of stone. After preparing a few other things, Kuroda said to Shursui, "Now that almost everything is ready, let me first introduce the complete procedure to you." Shursui nodded with a distracted expression because the cell activator was making him feel extremely hot, so hot that even though this operating lab is extremely cool, Shursui was still sweating heavily. Kuroda said, "In the first step, I will remove your Manjikyu Sharingan and replace them with the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan." The distracted Shursui nodded at first, but the very next moment, he realized what Kuroda had said and instantly sat up in surprise. "What? But why? This is a cell implantation operation, so why those eyes?" Kuroda patiently explained, "Your eyes are completely blind, so I am afraid that with your current ocular power you will not be able to suppress Shodame-sama's cells, so to make sure that nothing goes wrong, I will implant eternal Manjikyu Sharingan." Shursui asked, "But will Tsukihei agree to it? After all, the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is already in her." "Tuck!" Shursui hadn't even finished speaking, and Kuroda had already placed a small nutrient capsule on the table on the side. Shursui looked at the nutrient capsule and noticed the pair of eyes floating inside the glass capsule, and he didn't know what to speak anymore. Kuroda patted Shursui's shoulder and motioned him to lay down, as he said, "Don't worry, Uchiha Tsukihei is a selfless girl and she is happy to lend the eyes to you. In fact, knowing that your operation was about to be carried out, she approached me on her own accord and presented me with the idea of using these eyes to make sure that you survive." Shursui said sincerely, "Kuroda-san, if I don't survive, please thank her in my place for all that she has done and is doing for the Uchiha clan. I would rather not do that yourself." "Which means that you are not allowed to die." After a pause here, Kuroda explained the further steps. "So after your eyes are replaced in the first step, for the second step I will inject a fusion solution inside your body. The fusion solution is made of a few special drugs and will cause you some pain, but you must endure the pain because this is necessary for successful implantation. After the first 2 steps, we will have the third step. In this I will inject specially treated Shodame-sama's cell inside your body. What you must do is use your own ocular power to suppress them and make sure that they do not take over your body completely, else it would mean death by becoming into a tree," explained Kuroda. Shursui nodded, "All right." Kuroda added, "One thing I want you to keep in mind is that I am not going to be using any anesthetic agent in the entire implantation operation so that you can fully use your ocular power and sense the changes going in your body. So, bear in mind that the pain you feel will be extreme. It would be so unbearable that you would rather want to die. But you have to survive." Shursui nodded, understanding what Kuroda was implying here. Shinobi are trained to endure pain. Cuts, wounds, fractures, muscle tearing, and other kinds of pain can be easily endured by them, and there is no need to even mention those things. So, the fact that Kuroda mentioned it and emphasized the term extreme pain must mean that the pain will be higher than what he as a trained shinobi can endure, but he must endure, and not only he must endure, he must prevail over it. Kuroto informed him of this in advance to make Shisui prepare himself psychologically. Yes. Shisui nodded. He is very confident in his pain tolerance limit. At last, Kuroto said in a deep voice to make sure that Shisui pays attention to his words, remember that Hashirama cells are more cancerous than any kind of tumor, and they take over their target extremely fast, faster than what the human mind can work. Some time ago, I managed to get my hands on the experimental data of the Hashirama cell implantation experiments and operations carried out by the village. All records point out that no matter how strong-willed of a person the subject was, in the face of Hashirama cells, she couldn't endure. Dementia, hypersalivation, hyperhidrosis, temporary failure of the sensory nerves, urinary incontinence due to losing control over the bladder, and feces incontinence due to loss of control over bowel movements, are some of the things that you will experience. Aside from pain, there is also a possibility that you will turn into half-human, half-tree-like creature if you don't pay attention. So be careful. Shisui heard Kuroto's words, and asked with a dazed expression, is that why you instructed me to not intake water or food for the past 2 days? Kuroto nodded. Yes, so anyway, what I am implying is that be careful, ahead is a battle of life and death. Shisui asked again, but did you not say that the success rate is 100%? Kuroto nodded. It is, as long as you are able to preserve. If you, yourself, are unable to preserve and give in, then there is nothing I can do about it. Shisui was silent, and after taking a deep breath, he nodded. All right, I have too much to protect. I would never be able to forgive myself if I were to die on an operation table, so death is not even an option here. After understanding Kuroto's words, Shisui let go of all the fear, nervousness, and anxiety, and his expression returned to calm and collected as if he was present on a battlefield. Kuroto took a look at Shisui quietly lying on the operation table, and without waiting anymore, he started with the implantation operation. Kuroto's intention of replacing Shisui's eyes while carrying out the implantation operation is not just to increase the success rate of the operation, but it is also to improve the ocular power of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan with the help of the yang chakra present in the Hashirama cells in an attempt to evolve the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan into the Rinnegan. Chapter 430, excluding Rakuto Sennin's Rinnegan, there have been only 1.5 pairs of Rinnegan in the shinobi world, canonically speaking. And in the 1.5 pair of Rinnegan, Uchiha Sasuke's Rinnegan was also evolved because Rakuto Sennin gave him the In part of his own chakra, so in a way, it wasn't awakened by Sasuke himself, rather it was given to him by Rakuto Sennin to prevent the revival of Kagaya, so it cannot be used as an object of reference by Kuroto, because this method is extremely difficult to copy. As such, Uchiha Madara's method of awakening the Rinnegan is worth Kuroto's research. Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan is the product of the fusion of In chakra of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and Yang chakra of the implanted Hashirama cells in his body. In other words, if we use Madara's Rinnegan as an example, the fusion of In chakra of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and Yang chakra from Hashirama cells can theoretically result in the birth of Rinnegan. Moreover, in the Canon, Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto hypothesized that the Rinnegan can be awakened by combining Uchiha and Senju DNA. To that end, Kabuto successfully recreated the Rinnegan by infusing Hashirama cells in Madara's reincarnated body. But considering that Uchiha Madara was the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra, at the same time, Senju Hashirama was the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Azura, so after implanting Hashirama cells, Madara had access to both Indra and Azura's chakra, and the combination of Indra and Azura's chakra allowed him to obtain Hagoromo's own chakra, thus he awakened the Rinnegan. If we keep both the conjectures in mind, then a question arises here, whether combining the chakra of Indra and Azura to give birth to Hagoromo's chakra is necessary or not to evolve a pair of Rinnegan? Kuroto's objective is to figure out this problem using this implantation operation. Kuroto wants to understand whether obtaining Hagoromo's chakra is the only condition to awakening the Rinnegan, or is it just one of the many ways. If Hagoromo's chakra is not the only necessary condition, then Kuroto has the confidence in cultivating a pair of Rinnegan. But if Hagoromo's chakra is the only necessary condition, then Kuroto will have to involve Uchiha Sasuke too in his research, because Sasuke is the reincarnation of Indra. With the objective of figuring out this problem, Kuroto started Shirsui's implantation operation. After attaching all the devices to keep monitoring Shirsui's vital signs all time, Kuroto disinfected the surgical instruments, then calmly replaced Shirsui's eyes with the eternal Menjikyu. A few seconds after the eyes were implanted in Shirsui's sockets, Kuroto asked, "How do you feel?" After adjusting to the return vision, Shirsui observed the surroundings for a while, then said with a doubtful tone, "I am not sure why, but these eyes are giving me a very familiar sensation, and there is no resistance, as if these are no foreign body part, rather they have been part of my body." Kuroto nodded with a smile upon hearing Shirsui's doubts. "That's good then." Uchiha Ryota's eternal Menjikyu Sharingan has been washed and nurtured by the chakra of Tsukihei clone for quite a few years already and has a high acceptance of Tsukihei clone's chakra. Tsukihei clone is a fusion of Kuroto's and Shirsui's cells. The gender of the resultant clone may have changed due to female gender-determining genes being dominant, but this doesn't change the fact that Tsukihei clone's chakra is quite similar to that of Shirsui's own chakra. As such, it is only natural that these eyes have a high acceptance rate of Shirsui's chakra. While Shirsui got more and more familiar with the eternal Menjikyu Sharingan, Kuroto monitored the slight changes in his vital signs, and said, "The cell activator is in full effects. The activity of the cells in your body has increased by 17% and is still increasing, which might be because of the implant of these eyes. Activate the eternal Menjikyu Sharingan and let the In chakra flow in your brain." Shirsui nodded, closed his eyelids, then opened them, and this time, the black eyes in his sockets have changed into the eternal Menjikyu Sharingan. Seeing that Shirsui was able to perfectly activate those eyes, Kuroto nodded. The first step of the operation was the replacement of eyes, which has been completed successfully. Now comes the next step of injecting the fusion solution. Fusion solutions are quite unstable in nature. They can only remain stable for about an hour, after which they start to decompose, and the reaction of decomposition they generally follow is a zero-order reaction, with a half-life period of 5 minutes. As such, they cannot be kept in storage and must be prepared on site. So, Kuroto started the on-site development of fusion solutions. Since all the materials required were already prepared beforehand, as such, it only took about half an hour for Kuroto to prepare the fusion solution. After it was prepared, Kuroto transferred the fusion solution into an injector, and carrying the injector, Kuroto walked towards the operating table. After taking a reading of Shirsui's vital signs, especially his cell activity and body temperature, Kuroto said, "Now I am going to inject the fusion solution. Be prepared to feel the pain." Shirsui nodded calmly. Kuroto then injected the medicinal green color fusion solution inside Shirsui's bloodstream. As soon as the fusion solution was injected inside Shirsui's bloodstream, all his veins bulged, and the dark green color veins were now visible to the naked eyes. It was as if something started to ferment in his body, and the rate of transpiration increased again by 30%. If it hadn't been for a water dripper to have been attached to Shirsui's artery, he might have died due to dehydration. Further, his heart rate increased to 240 beats per minute, which are already past the dangerous levels even for a top-tier athlete, but he is a shinobi, and shinobi must endure, and so did Shirsui. Intense pain raged in his body. It felt as if all his blood vessels will explode, but Shirsui only gritted his teeth and endured the burning pain. Kuroto could see that Shirsui is suffering from intense pain at this moment, but he didn't say anything and proceeded with the third step. From a small freezer, Kuroto took out 2 injectors along with a dozen small glass capsules that contained a cloudy whitish liquid. The cloudy whitish liquid inside the glass capsules is the specially treated Hashirama cells. After placing the injectors and glass capsules on the side bench, Kuroto said to Shirsui, "The effect of fusion solution will only last for a while, so the cell implantation must be carried out immediately. Are you ready to face one of the most intense pains of your lifetime?" Shirsui chuckled with a ragged breath. "Kuroto-san, you really aren't encouraging here." "You are right, I suppose." Kuroto nodded, then said, "Okay, so how about this? Transformation Jutsu." Poof! Instantly, Kuroto transformed into a cute and sexy nurse with a big bust, and said to Shirsui in an encouraging tone, all while winking her left eye, "Ganbaku kudasai Shirsui-kun." Cough cough, That's not funny, Kuroto-san. Shursui coughed in embarrassment. He was left speechless. Kuroto chuckled, then released the transformation, and asked, "Are you ready, Shursui?" Only this time, his tone was much more serious. Shursui nodded. "Yes, I am." "Okay, so now I am injecting the Hashirama cells." With that said, Kuroto placed a capsule in the injector, then after taking a reading of all of Shursui's vital signs, he started injecting Hashirama cells, and while keeping his eyes on monitors, he said, "Do not forget to use the visual prowess to suppress Hashirama cells from taking over your body. Willpower alone cannot stop the erosion of Hashirama cells." One by one, Kuroto started to inject all the 12 capsules into Shursui's body. The reason for more than one capsule is because he has reduced the potency of Hashirama cells quite a lot. At the same time, each capsule contains a specific gene-focused solution, therefore, all 12 are necessary for perfect implantation. Kuroto determined this segregation upon studying the Hashirama cells with respect to his own genes and reached the conclusion that for the perfect implantation this method is currently the most suitable one. By perfect implantation, Kuroto means no extra phase or whiteness visible in the body, which is different from the Hashirama cell implantation of Madara, Obito, and Danzo. In Kuroto's view, their methods are quite crude, as such the result is not perfect. There are obviously visible traces of implantation of Hashirama cells. Shodame-sama's phase is on Madara's chest, on Danzo's shoulder, and on half of Obito's white Zetsu-type body. Their implantation methods were quite crude and only successful on a cellular level or organ level, whereas the implantation operation Kuroto is after is at the genetic level. Only when the gene itself is altered will the implantation operation will be successful. This is his opinion. In the current shinobi world, there are very few people capable of reaching such a level. Currently, they only include him, Orochimaru, and Hiriko, at least, as per Kuroto's understanding, that is. There might be a few others, but Kuroto is not yet aware of those. By the time the 12th capsule was being injected, Shursui was already writhing in pain, and this time the pain was so intense that even if he wanted to, he couldn't help but shout and wail, "Arc! Multi-shadow clone jutsu! Poof 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 poof! Hold him still!" Kuroto created 5 shadow clones to keep Shursui on the operation bed, as well as stuffed a piece of cloth in Shursui's mouth to make sure that he doesn't accidentally bite his tongue. After completely injecting the 12th capsule, Kuroto put the injector on the side and observed Shursui's state with his Tenseigan. He could see the intense rise in cellular activity by more than 200% additional to the previous increase. Shursui was struggling, and it took all 5 of Kuroto's clones to keep Shursui's body on the bed. If it is said that Kuroto himself wasn't nervous, then it would be a lie. Few things in the shinobi world can make him nervous, and Shursui's current state is one of them. In fact, Kuroto could even see some tree buds sprouting out of Shursui's body and taking the form of a sapling. If those buds continue to grow, then it would be very dangerous for Shursui. But Kuroto can only watch and wait and let Shursui fight his way out. Come on, Shursui, I know you can do this. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 11. Peace.